At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. It is day 12, so it's cheaper by the dozen. We're reaching the end of the split and everything is still chaotic. As the beginning, it's coming to an end. My name is Alexander Ashanomaya. I will be your host for today, but let's introduce the desk because we have a special guest here. It is Initialized, and there you go, the guest, Rudud. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, actually, after yesterday's games. I'm kind of excited for more NLC, shockingly, because I was expecting yesterday to be okay, we have the playoff teams pretty much locked, right? I know 4 of the 5 teams, or 5 of the teams that are going to be competing for the top 4, and I was just wrong. That's all it was.
Just a lot of being wrong.
Yeah.
That was yesterday. There was just so much that went wrong. Yep, same.
We'll talk about chaos a little bit later on because it's so important to debate about this chaos, but it's also important to bring the voices inside of the rift. It is the Wikipedia, obviously veteran, and the light machine chaos disco. I don't know. Middle cut. Hey, your camera is working.
Yeah, no, I've got more than 4 pixels coming out of my webcam, and I feel like it's going to be a great day.
Veteran, how you doing? Bottom of the standings of the prediction.
We're not going to talk about it, okay? There is no such thing as a safe bet. Honestly, you know what I keep thinking about? I need to give some guy a shout out. I asked for advice back when I thought I could slam 12 points on something every time, and Forest Without said, straight up, it's the NLC. Just vote for the guys that have no chance of winning because they'll do it anyway. And he was right. He would have gotten it 100% correct yesterday because it was a full upset day. And I swear we've had upsets every single day. So I should have taken that advice. I should just do that from now on. Unfortunately, I played it safe again today, which is probably the most unsafe thing you could do.
I mean, best of luck for the games inside of the Rift. I'll take it back to the desk. I'll see you soon, folks. Have a nice one. And now we need to talk about what happened. Obviously, it was an interesting one, so let's highlight the predictions from yesterday. We have to initialize. We have to. Look at this beautiful moment.
Oh, look at it. It's awful.
Ah, yes. You know?
Wait!
I want to say so many inappropriate things, broadcasted appropriate things to Foxtrot. How dare he get 10 points out of yesterday? That is so unreasonable.
I know. I mean, we need to pull Veteran back on for literally just this specific segment so that we are the 4 goose eggs from yesterday.
I don't want to talk about it.
Just absolute donuts across the board. A solid performance, honestly.
I mean, in this, we need to highlight one of the games that we were not expecting to happen. It was DMG versus Nord. DMG were sitting with only 1 victory. Nord looking for that first place of the regular split. But it didn't happen like that, did it, Initialize?
No, it didn't. And I think DMG are a team we have consistently criticized week in, week out, for particularly their play in the early game. Their skirmishing has been quite poor. You look at Shift in particular as kind of a talisman and a litmus test for the team. If he's doing badly in the early game, the team tends to fall apart. And lo and behold, yesterday, they just proved us wrong again. They've just had 1 or 2 of those games where they've come and swung a bit harder than anyone has to expect. And particularly the top side yesterday, LVS coming out of nowhere to get the MVP. Serious credit to DMG for not giving up and still being able to throw some serious damage back.
I think it's important as well when you look at the KP for a top laner, whilst it is only 45%, right? That's actually relatively high, I'd say, for especially the NLC and how we're expecting these teams to be more or less weak-siding topside, especially DMG, where LVS has had, honestly, for me, a fairly quiet split, not necessarily an awful one. You know, it goes with a 2-win scoreline, but I think he hasn't been underperforming, hasn't necessarily been overperforming until yesterday, where, as we saw, came out of the woodwork and really earned this MVP for himself.
It's really important to highlight these players, yes. Obviously versus Nord as well, putting them in a weird position. They're quite close to actually getting locked in for playoffs. We'll talk about that further on. But it's interesting to see that DMG said in the interview They're still going to win a few games. And they have a tough schedule, but they are confident they're going to take a few Ws. So be careful with this team specifically. But we need to highlight another thing. Rudud, I think this is quite important because Ruddy are looking for the miracle run, but they're not the only team doing so. Lightside is also chasing that 4th place, or even better, as they go along through the split. And today, they're facing each other at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's for me the match to watch because these are two teams that I was coming into yesterday to the start of this week thinking, okay, these are the two teams that probably aren't quite making the cut for playoffs. And then yesterday, obviously making that really big statement against their respective teams. I think that the matchup at the end of this day is going to obviously throw a spanner in the works. If Ruddy win, then we just keep the NLC about as close as it can possibly get. If Lightside win, I think they shore themselves up. Not necessarily for a confirmed playoff spot, but they kind of push Ruddy out, and it's a really important game for Lightside to be able to do that because on paper, Lightside should be taking this one, but Ruddy always show up when they aren't supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of it, because when we were prepping this segment a little bit before the day, we were kind of saying, look, what is it about these teams that keeps making us mess up our predictions? And I think part of it is we have, as a casting team in general, slept on Lightside a bit in general. They are now at, what, 6 and 5? And how many times in the predictions, on the Twitter polls, everywhere else, they've just stick those little snide comments in, guys, why didn't you vote for us again? What are you doing? And they've constantly proven us wrong on that front. On the other side for Ruddy, it's kind of the opposite. Every time we believe in them, they mess it up. And every time we stop believing on them, they pull off a game like yesterday. And with only 3 games left of the split, the Ruddy Miracle Run is an option. But Lightside have once again proven to be the dark horse we've all kind of slept on bluntly.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say at this point. And that makes that last series, alongside the Nord versus Venom Crest one, the 2 series I've got real eyes on today.
We'll talk about those schedules a little bit later because we need to highlight 2 players from this match, Ruddy and Lightside. I would say looking into the jungle, EMP and NattyNat, they're quite important. They have a specific role for the team. If you look at them, EMP standing at the 1st place in terms of damage, junglers by the way, and then on the other side is in 2nd place. So NattyNat and EMP are looking for the same role for the team.
They kind of are. And I think EMP was a player in some ways that a lot of us kind of didn't think as much of at the beginning of the split. Maybe he wasn't necessarily bad, but he wasn't on the radar. It's like, oh, Johan, this guy who's coming over with 10th, that's going to be amazing. You look into someone like Zubak, right, on Venom Crest, who's been popping off on the Viego and the Belveth. Then EMP's doing things like the Brand and the Lilia, and he started coming into his own a bit more, and we've gone, wait, you cannot sleep on this guy. If he's getting some of these carry champions, he is right up there as one of the best in the league right now, and I'm not sure we kind of noticed that until it had already happened.
And I think that importantly as well, teams had put an element of respect on that to begin with. I remember a good few Lilia bans being thrown in early doors to EMP, and slowly they've started to drop off as other players on the team have warranted more bans going their way. People have gone, tested the water a little bit and felt, is it okay to let Lilia through? And then EMP's gone, no, it's not okay to let Lilia through. Thank you. I will be taking that one. And I think that there's a different element of champion pool level, because if we look at Ruddy, for example, I think this is a great example, because Built has seen, or NattyNat even has seen no Rengar games, right? That's just been a permaban
Never given
against every single game. Like that's what notoriety gets you. EMP didn't quite have that same level on Lilia, but is for me starting to earn it.
Yeah, it's close to that one. Initialize. Tell me, what do you want to tell me? Yeah,
Just the really quick on this one. I went to look up EMP's stats while we were checking this one. In the promotion to get into the NLC for the split in the first place, he went 4-0 on Lilia. Like everything else was so mediocre that his numbers on Lilia way better than everything else, and it kind of just slipped the net of teams, and it really shouldn't have.
That is one of the highlights, that everybody was sleeping on Lightside. Everybody was sleeping on Lightside, NattyNat as well. Like these we call them rookies, but they're showing a lot of promise. So keep your eyes on those ones, and keep your eyes on the standings as they stand right now, because it's chaos, and it's LC Lions Creed taking the 1st place, followed by Venom Crest and Nord, who are going to be fighting today. Lightside on the 4th place, sharing it with Verdant. Ruddy and then Natives on 6th, and DMG, if they lose today, they will lock in the last place. But who are they going to fire up against today? Let's look into the schedule so we can understand how we're going to start this one. It's actually DMG versus Natives to start off, a tough one, but they told us they were going to take more Ws, so keep your mind on that one. Nord versus Venom Crest, which is
Oh god.
game of the day. Lions Creed versus Verdant, and then we finish it up with Light Side versus Ready, just as we were debating. But let's talk about the match of the day. We don't have that much time to look into this one, but what can we say about it specifically? Because it's so important, and if Nord wins, they lock themselves at least the possibility for the tiebreaker.
For me, I think that Nord, this is like a bit of a statement game almost, and it feels weird to have that coming in so late into the split, because you should have made your statements early doors. But I'm looking specifically at Romeo versus Paggi for this matchup, and it may not necessarily shock people, because I think Paggi has had a massive split, massive start for him. Romeo had game one of dreams, and then for me fell a little bit hit or miss, but Paggi hasn't really hit that. And for this game to go well for Nord, it's going to rely on Romeo being able to match what Paggi has typically been able to pump out.
How ironic is the 35 minutes meme?
Yeah. I mean, like, so like, looking at these numbers here, like, they are so similar in a lot of ways. Like, you know, similar gold per minute values, similar goal difference per minute values, the kills per game, number 1 and 2. That average game time, guys, that is literally the fastest team of the league on average versus the slowest team of the league on average. For all that both teams have found quite a lot of success, the way they've gone about doing it, particularly in those mid and late stages, could not be more different. No time is a meme. Venom Crest snowballing, it's a bit of a meme as well. And the thing is, they hold true, right? Their styles and characteristics of teams are very, very much their own. I think in some ways they're probably our two most distinctive teams in terms of the way they play out their games. But they found success doing it. It will be very interesting, especially considering how much is on the lines with playoffs perhaps being a little bit more delicate than both teams would have liked coming into the last week and a bit of games. The matchup in styles, the matchup in terms of how they want to play the game, I think it's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, I think that's where the support highlight comes for me. It feels like Paggi's the snowball, the tool that Venom Crest used the most. It feels like Romeo could, even if it's just walk to mid lane and stop a play that Paggi makes, that's enough. Because that's what we've, as you've highlighted there, what you've got to expect from Nord is their ability to slow it down and take those fights later on.
I mean, we need to take into consideration as well the fact that Venom Crest yesterday versus Lions Creed, they were read like a book. So how are they going to come back from that one? That's a tough one. But only if we could read, maybe the leaderboard on the talent prediction could be different. As Foxtrot is sitting with 56 points. This is madness. Eragon following it through with 2 perfect days. And to me, the most ironic thing is the fact that Middlecott has 2 perfect days and somehow is still negative.
-2. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
How is this even possible?
I mean, basically, with the exception of my second perfect day, my points would have been negative. I would be at 0, basically. But it's also, just look at these numbers. Basically, Eragon and Foxtrot are the 2 actual savants in the league. Everyone else is kind of like caught in the teens barely. And those guys are like on 30 plus, 50 plus.
Look at today. Like, this is scary. There are some DMG believers like me.
Honestly,
yeah.
honestly, I'm here for a DMG belief, but not today. I need these 5 points. I've gone for my rogue prediction. It looks like is the Ruddy win later on, because I need the NLC to stay as close as possible, and that's also what the natives win at the top of the day gives me. Is everybody still being in contention for playoffs, right? If natives win, then they've still got a chance. If Ruddy win, they've still got a chance as well. That's the mood I'm here for going into week 7, where you've got 7 teams still eligible for playoffs.
I like the way you sell your fish, but well, I'm gonna sell a different fish. You back at home can get a mouse. It's not the same animal.
That's not a fish.
I know. It's a fish in the sea. Look at it. Steel City's Aerox 5 wireless mouse. You can get this beautiful mouse. All you need to do is head on to Twitter, slap in your predictions better than us possibly, and get this beautiful one. We're offering 1 per week and per split. So if you win 1, you're automatically out of the competition, just like Middlecott's predictions. You can get this beautiful one with those lights that Middlecott has on his house. I don't know. As soon as Middlecott is on the broadcast, I just need to make, some
club
shout
starts.
outs, shout outs. Shout out to Steel Cities for giving this one to you back at home. I'm still using mine, which is like this that you can use on the guitar. This is how I use my computer, but well, let's move on with this one.
Is that a capo?
Yes, it is, my friend. I
Why
have
do you have
everything
that
on the
for a
desk.
mouse?
I have too much on this desk. I mean, I'm gonna roll a d20. Let's see what I can get.
I've got an hourglass.
Well,
Alright.
I got a
Wait a
17,
second.
so this is my new mouse.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Now, moving on to the first game of the day, DMG versus Natives. How important is this one? Because DMG can ruin the party for Natives and for Dude's prediction.
Yeah, and that's really why it's very important. But I think that Natives coming in, it's important to remember that they were your, champions from second split of 2023. So not making playoffs this time out with a roster that on paper people had considered to be definitely playoffs caliber, it is going to be a bit of a disappointment for them. In a game against DMG, who obviously bounced back yesterday, found a good win. Just narratively speaking from these two teams, it's actually really important for Natives to keep themselves in the running.
Yeah. I want to step into that as we come into the picks and bans, because Natives are on a 5-game loss streak. They have gone from 4-2, 4-7. They have plummeted down the standings. They were looking like a shoe-in for playoffs, and now DMG, actually they're not miles off them in the standing. In fact, they are basically, Natives are tied at 6th with Ruddy. They are a place above DMG.
This is scary. This is scary, but let's look into the champion selects and then we can dive a little bit further on that situation. Ash, Nocturne, Maokai, and Karma. Maokai getting so much attention yesterday and finally being removed. But there's somehow someone is calling me, but we don't care about that one. Let's move on to the champion select. We still have 2 bans moving on.
What is calling me? A Viego ban. Please get that off Shift. Get him onto shift off that. Get him onto something he's more uncomfortable. And we have seen that when DMG have fallen apart, it's often because Shift has suffered early, be that because he's kind of been disconnected from his team looking for skirmishes, or because he's just been a little over aggressive. The Viego is what he's comfortable on. I think that's probably a valuable takeaway.
Absolutely agree with you. Poppy is what they're going to end up going away with, though. So option now for just the Viego first pick, but I really value this versus Rusty as well. Get rid of the Varus. It's something that he's looked to perform on the most for this split. Obviously, putting you on something a little less comfortable, the way to go.
I really enjoy Cabs. I'm just gonna say, put it out there, the way Cabs has been filling in for the team, and to me is part of the main roster. We heard it on the interview. He has been playing with his Vados as well. He has been shining on that as well. He also, so far, the only one with Cabs. So keep that one. He played with Ornn on one of the matches, but now winning with Vados, and he's picking it again on the other side. They're going to answer that with Kalista and the Azir available. So those are 2 power picks from Natives.
Yeah, those are 2 of the most prominent picks in the bot lane. We've often seen the Varus versus Kalista matchup. Kalista, if you can get a hold of something like the Renata as well. You've then got an Azir and a Kalista who love the bailout. You can play really aggressive into the Varus and prevent his lane pressure from being as easy. Azir is often really good at getting the lane priority as well, so you can then use it to shield or attack the enemy bot lane as well while you're doing it, because he's got more prior to work with your jungler. It's a great duo. The response might well be something like the Orianna. Agony Pain has looked to it quite a lot, and it's another one of those mid laners that is still pretty prominent. I think the Orianna priority has fallen down a little bit across the world from where she was at the beginning of the split, but I still think she's really good, especially if you can find something to help set up the ball delivery. It means that between the Chains of Corruption and the Orianna Shockwave combos you can set up, your pick is really dangerous there.
And you're looking at, honestly, I'm looking at these. They've got 2 picks they could go for here. That was really neither of them. It's a good deny to take away from the Callisto. Curious about how well it synergizes with a Varus, especially if
it's really good.
Especially if it's lethality as well. It might be a little worse for wear. It's obviously very good to deny from the Callista. But if you're going for the on-hit Varus, then absolutely top-notch synergy. Other thing that I would have liked to have seen with the Ori is if they go for a really aggressive jungler, something like the Jarvans in Zao. There's plenty of options still open for them, but just AD Bruiser jungle plus Ori is a 2v2 that really can't be challenged.
Eyes particularly on Dux with that Renata. This is a combo that the LPL has broken lanes with over and over and over again. Basically, because the loyalty program at level 1, that E, you get a double shield and double poke through a minion wave. Between that and the Varus E, you just win the lane. Like before level 6, your damage is so obnoxious. So that could be a lot of value out of that Renata. They have actually also locked in, interestingly, the Pyke there as well. So that means either the Callisto is going to be left alone and the Pyke roams elsewhere, or they go for serious kill combos.
They're taking away those delivery balls by Viego as well. So they're taking away that possibility. There are still a few of them that can jump into the midst of the fight and then use that shockwave. It seems that they're looking for the wombo combo. And interestingly enough, it's DMG taking away the Jarvan. So they have a plan for the jungle. Let's see what they're coming up with. On the other side, I haven't seen it in a long time and I love this.
The Sejuani comes on through. All right. A lot more engaged. I think this is what was needed with the composition, right? Pyke can be, sometimes you rely on your support role to be your engaged. Pyke isn't that. It's very much skirmish pick focused, and now with the Sejuani, they've got something to lead that charge with. They don't really need damage. They can go for more engage out of that top side for Smurfit if they fancy. So DMG what they're missing, also a little bit of that engage, but they do have the Renata to absorb engages very well. But something to go a little bit further forward, we're looking at just any melee jungle that DMG can look for to help put this ball into a good spot.
Yeah, I think Rel might not be a bad option here. It's a good combo with that. You need a bit more engage, probably. Wukong has kind of been loitering around. He kind of fell off quite a bit after Divine Sunder and all the nerfs because he was so strong for so many years in the jungle. He and Vi really ruled the pro scene for a long time. He's gotten some buffs. He is obviously very good with the Orianna. I think that makes a lot of sense. They've gone for the Ornn top side, which is strictly melee synergy, but it's more engage, it's more frontline. Pyke being able to roam with the Sejuani as well means you've got the melee synergy there. So if those two burst over a wall and you get hit with a bit of CC, you're going to be stuck there for a very long time.
Can you imagine a Pyke with Hail of Blades following with the Sejuani? Insta-stun, you're locked in, you're disappeared. I don't think that top lane is going to be easy for Smurfy, since LVS has been popping off, but at the end of the day, after the champion select, Rudude, who do you think is going to win and initialize your next?
I think Native's actually got a really decent draft. It's very standard. It's play to bot early. You've got mid lane. You've got Nulu for later on. I think Nulu Azir has been very solid this whole split long. If you can get to a late game on parity, you just have a solid 5v5 to play with.
Yeah, I think I probably prefer Native's playmaking a little bit more. Both sides are okay playing the front to back because Ornn inevitably allows you to do that with the Azir. I will say, though, I think that's probably a little bit easier for DMG to play the front to back because you've got the Pyke on the other side. It's just that little bit more pick focused. And if that doesn't work out early, things like the Wukong do actually scale up pretty well, especially when you've got a Renata to work with as well. So that will be my eyes for all. There's actually relatively even in the drafts. If natives don't start some of those picks happening, maybe it gets a little trickier.
So we're going to jump into the game. We have a specific document that allows us to see the possibilities for that top 4, and it's more than 40,000. So let's start chipping it down with the first one. It's DMG versus Natives, and it's obviously Middlecott and Veteran taking it away.
The Foley sheet, let's go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a relatively normal intro to us from Archer. I'm a little bit worried about what's going to happen for the remaining 3 games. But yes, Veteran, we are here with DMG versus Natives. And, well, whilst this isn't a big game for DMG, obviously locked out of the playoffs, Natives, they have been on a 5-loss streak. And for the sake of prediction points and for the sake of their playoff hopes, that needs to end today.
Yeah. I mean, I have my points on Natives. I'm still a big believer in the man in the mid lane and the man in the jungle there. Let's not kid ourselves about how Natives got here, though. They did have a lot of struggles along the way that aren't necessarily to do with their in-game performance. So you did have Selfie having to take some time off, Selfie having to come back a little bit sick, a pretty big part of their core mid-jungle combo that has been doing a lot of work. However, my issues with stuff like Aatrox in drafts are to do with things like, oh, most people just outrange at this point, whereas in this draft, he has a really good winning lane, and you're into Kalista, you're into Pyke, you're into Sedge. It actually looks like a pretty good Aatrox game, to be honest. Yep. It's going to be a difficult one. You do need to see the mid-jungle do work, because Azir is the big controlling factor.
Well, let's see if LVS can repeat his MVP performance from yesterday on the Aatrox as we're getting into game. And welcome everybody onto Summoner's Rift for the penultimate game day of the regular split. Not quite in the final week, but it is crunch time for at least one of these teams. Natives on that 5-loss streak, a split that started so promisingly for them has slipped away as they sit outside of the playoff sides by a fine margin. Agony Pain going to get hooked over the wall, and Natives going to be starting off this game in much better standing. You need to win this one, and that is the perfect start.
Yeah, that's brilliant. The goal does initially go on towards the Pyke, but Pyke is not typically played like another support. You will play him as a bit of a carry, and that is the first item that he's buying with the intention of trading really heavily on bot. He is against double low mobility. He is against low mobility on the Orianna. This is the guy that can be the X factor for the rest of the game. He has a lot of nice picks, so great to get that early kill on him and double down on that early all-in potential in lane.
Yeah, I mean, because you look at Kalista Pyke as a duo, this is...
Oh, yeah.
This like spikes at level 1, it spikes at level 2, spikes at level 3, but you do need to get something going early because I look at Cabs and I look at Ducks, and the Varus Renata combination, it seems very, very good at shutting down these characters post level 6.
Yep, and Smurf avoiding the Q2 and Q1 there, but he has to fight his way back to lane, which does give LVS a lot of time to just land some autos on him. Could have been worse, but still pretty bad start to the lane there. Aatrox heavily favored in this matchup. It's one of Ornn's worst matchups until he gets to like about 2 items, and LVS putting on some phenomenal performances recently. I believe he was the MVP of the full day yesterday. So this is a moment for him to shine. And note that I didn't name him when I was talking about the champions Pyke is really effective into. Pyke, Kalista, Sedge, Ornn, all quite vulnerable to this Aatrox. If they can do some armor stacking, that would be good, but then you're relying on Nulu to put Agony Pain significantly behind in lane. Don't let the Orianna get into the game. Maybe you can stack armor against the Aatrox. Maybe you can get to that point where Katami, I will get his name correct, can just go ham on the triple low mobility on bot side. Very squishy as well, so these are the factors that they're relying on. There's a lot of if, buts, maybes on the side of natives. With DMG, if they just deny those all-ins, if they just deny, not advantages necessarily, but just don't mess up in lane, this should be a fairly simple combo for them to start executing later on.
I mean, there is the added complexity of Nulu's Azir, right? I think this guy has been the main standout for natives right throughout this split. And when they've been winning games, when they've been putting up good performances, it has been off his back. And most of the time, it has been off the back of this Azir as well. So whilst natives, there is a lot of emphasis for them to sort of come out of the gate swinging, which they kind of have done already, picking up that first blood. They do have this insurance policy of the scaling mage in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, Nulu's being a phenomenal mage player his entire career. Yes, he began with the Yasuos and with the Assassins, but Azir... Oh!
Cal's going to get hooked in. This is the early damage that the Pyke Kalista can provide. Flash forced away from Rusty Sniper, going to burn the cleanse on that exhaust as well, just to try and put down a little bit more damage. This wave is going to be pushing away from DMG unless natives thin it out a little bit too much. Yeki is around here. Showing going for once more onto Ducks. There is nowhere for the Renata to go. The bailout doesn't come through, and Yeki might help Rusty Sniper get a second kill. He flashes under the tower to secure it. A shift now in a 1v2. Flashes away, gets one more auto down, and hold on, the DMG jungler evens up the play in bot lane.
He does, but he has to fix the wave now. Katami knows that the next play would be to try to hold that on the freeze, but look where the wave coming in is. He's not really going to have to do that much here. He's just looking to see if he can maybe do something on Wukong when Wukong inevitably tries to do this. Yes, he is moving up, and you have Kalista going in. There is a real opportunity to do an all-in on shift here.
Dux is around, though, has just ticked that level 3. This wave is pretty damn sizable. Shift has burnt a lot of cooldowns here onto the Kalista, and Katami might actually end up getting caught out here. He misses on the bone skewer. Is able to pop into stealth and get himself out of there. Potentially in a little bit of danger, but is just going to be A-okay.
Yep, good read on the situation, though, by Katami on the Pyke. He knew the wave coming in would lead to a potential freeze. He knew Shift would have to stay, and he waited for his opportunity. If there was a delay on the enemy bot lane coming in, if Shift isolates himself too much, if Shift extends too much, he was there to capitalize. Oh,
Katami once again going in, finding the extra auto onto Caps. The flash forward for Rusty Sniper, stacking up the spears, the flash away from Katami. He doesn't go down, but Cabs does. Another kill for Rusty Sniper. 2, 1, and 2 coming out of the early game. This is going phenomenally for natives, and because of all that attention that Shift was chucking into the bot side, Yeki was able to pick up all 3 grubs as well.
Yep, and that was a further capitalization on the current situation. He had just burned the flash on the Varus on bot lane, and he has immediately capitalized on it with that kill. He knows he doesn't have to recall. Yes, you will be lower in HP, but the itemization matching by Renata is only going to be at about the 350 mark, and sure enough, Renata's only coming in with boots, so he doesn't really lose significant all-in potential by staying there. They still have an advantage even without the recall, so just abuses the flash, knows he has the wave in a good spot. gets the all-in, and now this bot lane is on board in a really big way. They should just be able to run the enemy 2v2 down.
Yeah, and because Shift had to go and clear through his top camps, has made it down to the bottom side. Yakin could just double dip on these early objectives, picking up the Infernal as well, which not as powerful as it has been in years in patches past, but it's still going to be giving a little bit of an early boost to the very damage-focused bot side that Natives have pulled out here.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want Varus to be getting his hands on that as well. Very AD heavy, lethality heavy builds coming out from him these days. This guy wants to enact pressure. This guy wants to enact pressure. I love it. He should be doing that. I really do appreciate the observers not spending too much time on top lane, where Smurf is having a little bit of a rough one, as will occur in this matchup.
Oh, Yankee throwing out the Glacier Blizzard straight on top of Cab. Shift going to get pulled away as well. Showing Katami going through multiple members of DMG, and there's too much DMG on Natives for their opponents to handle.
Very, very, very smooth handoff by you there, and Smurf, he knows that his job here is just to survive. He knows that there's a point where he's going to be useful no matter what. Many, many Orns just have to accept this. He loves hearing all of these kills coming down on bot side, because Kalista's the one that is most likely to be struggling later on in the game with her significant range disadvantage. There's no way that when she gets in range to do damage on anyone on DMG, that she isn't going to be in a position to get heavy damage dealt on her as well. So her damage needs to count more. The 3-1 and 3 on her, and the 204 on the Pike against the triple low mobility, triple squishy. These are brilliant things for DMG, for Natives, sorry, to have at this point in the game. For DMG, definitely not the start that they wanted.
They are well and truly on the struggle bus, and I think this has been what Rusty Cypress sort of teased from us every so often. This split, Shoei Katami as well, both incredibly aggressive players, but have had more than a few moments where they have misplayed, overextended, and ended up going down. Nice steal away from Shift there on the top side, looking at a potential dive in the bottom laners. It's just another kill for Shoei Katami, and it's way too easy at this point.
Yep, the kills just keep on coming, and you should just get a reset off of this. And what I'm wondering is, when are we going to start transferring this towards the Orianna and towards top side? Because you do have the Herald coming up at about 14 minutes, but are we going to see a big contest for the second gloves? You would just be doing this essentially to deny any gloves at all from your opponents, but this could be something to skip with entirely. I just feel like Agony Pain has been able to have much more of a chill life than we probably expected at this point. I wonder when the Pike is going to see his opportunity to go mid, because we may end up waiting an additional 5 minutes for it, or they could choose to do a big play around these clubs knowing we are powerful, we can win fights right now, let's do something about mid into top.
Oh, look at the mini-map there. I think Shoei Katami might be listening in on the cast as he has made his way over to the mid lane. Still a little bit of time before that depth from below ultimate is available once again, and he is just going to be pathing back down towards the bot side. Ducks dodging away from a bone skewer.
Yep, Orianna did enter the jungle there, but moving out.
Oh, my word.
Having the flight of his life every couple of seconds here, it seems, as Natives take full control of bot side jungle. Agony Pain had to give up minions on the mid wave there. He didn't want to have a play set up on him. Helped with some control, but had to recall and TP Nulu. Currently with a TP advantage. Let's see how he decides to use that. Oh, the play.
Oh, here comes Shoei Katami. Flash
down
from Agony Pain. That is a 5-minute timer that Natives might just abuse right away. Smurfane dropping the cool. The Forge God flashing under the tower to get on top of the Orianna, but Shift is going to reapply with the Cyclone and get some damage back. One reset for Shoei Katami. Another reset for Shoei Katami. 2 dead bodies on the side of DMG. Natives pay with blood as well. But it's more gold going in favor of the composition that needs to get this early game snowball.
Yeah, I absolutely love Pike. I absolutely love playing Pike. I absolutely love watching Pike play. And right there, you could see the reset into reset angles. And yes, he abused the flash down now. But like you're saying, 5-minute timer on the flash means in 4 minutes time, when that Herald spawns, the flash is still going to be down. So Natives are in a really good spot to snowball tempo all around the map.
Yeah, apologies for a little stuttering there. Not sure what was going on, but coming out of it, Natives are still in a commanding position as Yaiki is looking to pick up the grubs once more. That'd be 6 in total if he can take all of those. So Natives, I think, some of the issues they've had this split is getting these early game gold leads and then not really snowballing, not really doing anything with them. Well, Shoei Katabi is doing absolutely whatever he wants at the moment. I'm not sure if Cabs is going to be too long for this life. He's actually able to get the Chains of Corruption down, but Fate Seal just pulls away the Pike, and LVS drops the ult and the TP, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to pick up anything. Shoei Katabi throws out the bone screw and has potentially put himself in harm's way, but can just dash on out of there.
Wow, the damage coming out on the Aatrox as well. They are kiting this Aatrox, and oh, he's not done.
No, he's not. Kind of whiffs on the ultimate there. Rusty Sniper going forward, getting the rend out once more. Yankee flashing on top of LVS natives. They are having fun with this game. They are just doing whatever the hell they like, and there is nothing DMG can do to stop them.
Yeah, mid transitioning in towards bot there, and top transitioning into mid after getting the outpush on top side. This does give Ornn a lot of breathing room, but crucially, the Aatrox just wasn't able to get on top of Kalista, and Kalista Pike together had so much damage at this point that the Aatrox does not feel like the Fate you'd expect him to be at these ranges and against these champions, because the bot lane of natives, talked about at the beginning, that Pike could definitely do a lot of damage in towards that triple low mobility on bot side. That Kalista needs the damage to be effective against these guys, because she will be at a risk whenever she starts auto-attacking them. They've done it. They've done it beautifully. Shoei Katabi, you was mentioning that sometimes they lack a little bit of proactivity on the side of natives, but this game, my god, right? He's doing the job that we normally talk about Jakey doing. He has been everywhere on the map. He has been a huge threat. Obviously not really visiting top, but mid in towards bot has been totally his domain. Look, it's Ornn, okay? Like, Ornns know their job, all right? Shout-outs to all the top laners selflessly picking Ornn every day.
Shotwave going to go down onto Nulu. He's in a little bit of danger here, although Izzy the Bella is going to come through onto Agony Pain. He just about gets out of there. Shoei Katabi, another whiff there. On the 10th from below as LVS, hold on, is actually able to take down Rusty Sniper. The gold lead, only 5k now for natives, but for a team whose destiny is not in their own hands, who needs to win every game to have a hope of qualifying for playoffs. We can't be faltering now. They are in an exceptional position. We are already seeing MVP votes from the desk in our caster channel for Shoei Katabi natives. You can't screw this up now.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they can. I mean, Kalista is learning. No, Aatrox is still a big threat. Yes, you are still in a very risky situation against anybody on the side of DMG. Natives, they can't individually afford to whiff that much. They had the damage. They had the damage to win that mid fight 100%. If they don't miss their abilities, they just play it that bit better. They have to play that bit better.
LVS getting played onto now with Shift in a 1v2, now 1v3. I don't know, the numbers don't really matter for natives. They've just got so much gold and they could do absolutely anything they want. Mid lane tower fell down just before that. Natives are moving this lead around the map just like we asked them to.
Yep, they're playing 2 lanes now for 2 lanes. Varus just AFK on bot lane there, looking to try to get the bounty on that tower, but does mean that this Herald on top side is entirely in Native's favor. Agony Pain now has his flash back, but full control has been taken on that top side. That Herald contest is not going to happen, and Natives should be able to get back any tempo that they might feel that they have lost at this point. Varus thinks they're too far ahead, so has had to recall instead of extending on that bot lane tier 1 to defend top lane tier 2, where you have to assume this Scuttle's probably going to get, this Herald, I mean, it is just a big Scuttle, come on. It's probably going to get dropped, especially for that Drake that's coming up in the next 2 minutes.
And I think coming into this game, I think if you're in the natives camp, I think you would have been right to be a little bit nervous going up against DMG. Yes, they're the team at the bottom of the standings. Yes, they've only picked up 2 wins all split, but one of them was yesterday against Nord, a team which has kind of smurfed a lot over the course of this split, has kind of dominated the standings. Yes, they're not right at the very top, but they are doing damn well for themselves, a lot better than natives, but it feels like they've come in with no fear. They understand the predicament that they're in. They understand the task that they must accomplish to make it to playoffs, the expectation, the minimum expectation for this team at the start of the splits. They still yet may not meet, but They've been playing with exceptional freedom, with exceptional verve, with
Oh,
joy,
no.
and LVS is not having fun at the moment. It's another kill going into the hands of the Natives bot lane. Another kill participation for Shao Ikitami, 15 for 15.
You wouldn't think Rusty Sniper is playing a DPS champion with how fast LVS went down there, and that was your big hope as DMG. Ooh,
Yeah, I mean,
chips CC'd.
I mean, are you just Giga Dead? Are you just Giga Dead here? No, you're going to be able to get the
No,
shield
you
out
have
from
Manasa.
Dux. Nulu is moving over, looking for a potential shuffle. Ooh, that blast cone just in time to get DMG out of there, but the gold deficit that they are now facing down 8,000 gold. Objectives have been a mere formality for Natives in this game as they're already breaking tier 2 towers.
Yeah, I mean, Natives, they are a stronger... wow, the all-in coming in strong on top of Shift there. Natives, they are a stronger team than they have been able to show in the last 5 games, right? I think they're reminding us of something that we knew at the start. This is a team with phenomenal individual players, and of course a lot of people look at the experience in the mid-jungle there. Shao Ikitami shows us that this is a much more well-rounded team than that. Even looking at that bot lane, right? Rusty Sniper had some pretty good games last year in the NLC, so we did have talent to look for there. But with Shao Ikitami showing up really big in this game, you have 4 potential massive threats here. It was just all about letting that roster click together. They haven't really had their proper roster for the last 5 games. They haven't really had that proper state where we could see the Natives that we were expecting to see really early on. They're not super low in the standings, irrespective of all of that anyway, and they are just looking to prove that they can be that lineup that we've always known they can be. I think they're reminding us in this game that they are still those guys.
I'll tell you what though, next week they have got a tall task ahead of them. Yes, you can do it against DMG, but Lions Creed next
I mean,
Wednesday.
Lions Creed, potentially the only game yesterday that wasn't an upset, right? Obviously, I put my particular bet on Venom Crest, but that was always going to be a close one. Lions Creed actually did what Natives are doing now last week. Right, they returned to form, they became the team that we knew that they could be, they reminded us that they are a talented roster. Natives on the upswing versus a Lions Creed on the upswing, that is a match to watch.
Absolutely a tantalizing prospect as the map almost feels like it's not ready for Natives to be this far ahead. Still a minute until the Baron spawns.
Yeah.
Still 4 minutes until that Dragon Soul, the Mountain Soul, comes online for them. So for the time being, it's just picking up any kills that you can find, making sure that you're not giving any gold over to DMG, who feels like they have attempted to punch back at points, but Natives have just been that little bit quicker. Yankee whiffing on the ultimate potentially there. Smurfy going to be throwing out the Call of Forge, but Shift is still able to play onto Rusty Sniper. The Ornn flashing over the wall. It's agony, pain in agony and pain, but he's able to get something back. LVS now in a 1v3. He's able to jump over the wall and just about escape. DMG finding a 1-for-2, and for Natives, this is the one thing we didn't want to happen. Shao Ikitami charging up the Bone Skewer, going to be able to hurt back LVS, but doesn't quite get the execute. It's going to be a kill, a shutdown fed over to Dux. And DMG, they are still in a hole, but they are starting the climb up.
Speaking of reminders, LVS reminds us that this Aatrox is in an extremely good position to be a threat. Yes, he was 1v3 at one point, he was 1 versus 4. And Rusty Sniper, for every single auto attack he got on Aatrox, was another second he spent in range of Aatrox's full combo, full damage, full everything. And Aatrox is healing on top of everyone that was trying to peel for Rusty Sniper there. This is still a really good draft for a champion that I honestly am thankful is not really that viable anymore. Because in this game, you're seeing what happens when you give Aatrox a good spot. Even when you put them, they're still 6k gold down overall. Even in that kind of a position, he can pull out this kind of a play where 4 people aren't enough to take him down. This is a big thing Natives have to consider. The guys you want to make the play on are Agony Plane, are Cabs, are Dux. Those are the guys that you need to eliminate, and then maybe you can turn your attention to LVS. But any play that begins with LVS is likely to end with LVS.
The execution factor, something that has eluded Natives a few too many times this split, has eluded DMG, I think, potentially a little bit more, but still a commanding advantage. They've got low division around the top side, around the Baron pit. They've got Mountain Soul spawning for themselves in 2 minutes. They've got what should be guaranteed mid lane priority with the strength they can bear. There's even just 4 members. Nulu split pushing on the side, doesn't have access to the TP, but Natives don't seem to care. They're pulling the trigger on the Baron regardless.
Yeah, but they have a really good lineup with which to do it with. Azir does it really fast, though obviously he's in split pushing, and Kalista, one of the best.
Oh, LVS's TP got interrupted, he got killed by Nulu!
Oh my god.
But DMG are still somehow winning out on the fight. It's a double kill for Cabs.
Oh my god. The range
Yes, they've
advantage
lost their
from
top
DMG.
laner, but Natives have lost their AD carry, and once again, DMG are finding a Hail Mary Baron. Nulu is still split pushing down on the bottom side. He should be able to pick up an inhibitor off of this. Jakey still alive. Shawi Katami still alive, but what can they do versus 4 members of DMG, the Big Purple Worm? Seems like it's going to be going to the team that was 8,000 gold down. Objective bounty claimed. TPing back to Nexus Towers to interrupt the push from Lulu as he is able to take out one. As we may have another fight brewing in the top side river. Hook going to be connected from Shai Katame. The damage not really here though. You need the spells to connect from the Pike, and he's just about able to do it. Double stun into the execute, into one more flash away from by Cabs, charging up the bomb skewer. Surely he's dead. Surely he's dead. Surely he's dead. A double kill for Shawi Katami. Natives, they lose the Baron, they find the kills. This game is still not over.
Yep, and in 8 seconds time you have the Mountain Soul. The Mountain Soul will be pretty big for them, but these are long fights that are occurring, so it might not be the be-all end-all against the Aatrox. They only need one big fight though. Taking out that one Nexus Tower does mean that in one big fight they can end the game, but finding that fight win is getting harder and harder the longer the game goes on for. If you're saying, yes, the TP got interrupted, but they were still able to get the big win as DMG take the Baron, do manage to keep their Nexus in play. Now the play is just to run straight bot side, unless Natives fight you for it.
Yeah, Yaki investing the ultimate onto the Wukong clone, not necessarily the priority target. LVS going for a Dux. I've seen better ults coming out from Renato. That's a big tool actually, being burnt here against the auto-attacking Azir, the auto-attacking Kalista, but Natives now with that Mountain Soul, they should feel a little bit more confident in themselves to win out on these fights. DMG though finding a moment to get a push here in the mid lane, and they are going to be able to knock down this tier 1.
Yeah, they grab the tier 1. Common parlance is that if you have an inhibitor down on bot side and you've taken the Baron, and this is a more common situation than you might think, you just run it straight down bot side with that Baron buff, destroying all of the inhibitor minions with that buff itself. But they've instead opted to take down that tier 1 on mid lane opportunistically, and they're only just catching the inhibitor minions on the Nexus Tower on bot lane solely as Aatrox. They don't really have a reason to be topside. Now they're going to be in a defensive position despite having the Baron buff itself. Right now, Natives are ahead on the map. They do have the Mountain Soul. They do have the priority to do whatever it is that they like on the map. It's going to be a long time before Aatrox is able to get that. So they may have prioritized that mid tower, they may feel like they've opened the map for it, but really they've constrained themselves a lot more by not grabbing tempo when they had an ample opportunity to get tempo, and removing Native's big map advantage, those inhibitor minions on bot lane.
I mean, if you're stuck in your own base, what does it really matter if the enemy's got their tier 1 mid or not, right?
Exactly.
Natives looking for a bit more of a concerted push here in the top side. Yaki going forward, dropping the ultimate. Shockwave going to be hitting onto Rusty Sniper. Here comes the Renata ult. Multiple members going berserk. Nulu hitting, but he's going to have to drop into the Zonias as once again it's DMG getting the first kill of the fight, and Natives not able to finish anyone off. LVS pulled away from Smurfay by Shawi Katami, saving his top laner's life as Nulu once again on his own, getting advantages for his team when it looks a little bit dire. Able to take down that mid inhibitor tower. Shai Katami looking for the bone skewer onto LVS, pulling him into threat range, getting pulled back by his AD carry, jumping onto Shift, who was looking for a flanker. Natives, they keep throwing their spells at DMG, but nothing seems to connect.
Yeah, map movements and tactics are for intellectuals. DMG have the answer to everything, and that is send Aatrox leaping forward and fight them to the death. They do have the range advantage, they do have the better composition for it, and natives, even with that soul, are still struggling, but Nulu, he seems to have accepted. He is at peace with the death of their teamfighting potential, and he is splitting like mad. Yes, they were able to save top lane, DMG were, with that push, but they lose mid tower for it. The bot lane inhibitor minions are still there. Varus just had to answer them. They'll have to answer them again. They're still stuck in their base because Nulu, with his split pushing, is keeping natives with tempo. That's the experience of those tactics there, right? Natives, for them, these map movements are clearly much easier to discern than for DMG, but DMG do still have that ace in the hole that they can win fights.
Yeah, with that inhibitor respawning now on the bottom side, I think that's going to be a sigh of relief for DMG, especially considering that in 2.5 minutes, natives have got the Elder buff in their sights. And for all the issues they've had in these fights, when you're able to execute your opponent from basically half HP with the burn and all the extra damage factored in, losing team fights becomes very, very difficult. Still, needs to make sure that the waves are in decent position, needs to make sure that DMG are inside their base, because if they could steal it away, and they've already been winning team fights, then natives could potentially fall down in this game.
It's not going to fall down on one fight unless we get to your favorite Nord time. We're unlikely to see the game end in DMG's favor in just one fight. They have to win multiple battles, which means natives have to give up the map in multiple different scenarios. All the tier 2s for natives are still up. Bear that in mind. No lane is pushing. They had the opportunity to push out lanes and they instead took a tier 1 on mid. Baron is about to respawn. Elder is about to respawn in a minute 25's time. Natives are in pole position to get both of those. The inhibitor is back up on bot though. So if that situation doesn't change by the time Baron spawns, DMG could just try to go full frontal against them so long as they get this wave pushing out on top. They don't want the worst case scenario of Nulu just TPing in and taking out your inhibitors.
Natives starting up the Baron, and DMG are in no position to contest whatsoever. Blue Trinket is going to go down, as does the big purple one, but DMG are trying to use this time where they know where natives are to establish a little bit of vision around the Baron. Going to have a teleport back into his bottom side jungle here from Agony Pain, recognizing that he needs to be out on the map ASAP to prevent natives from taking away this Elder.
Yep, 30 seconds till the Elder spawns. Native in pole position on that river, extending
look at
towards
Shift.
the jungle.
Look at this flank from Shift. He's managed to weave his way deep into the enemy jungle, and now
Oh, there's Nulu.
Nulu is going to be applying a load of pressure on this side lane. Ultimate's going to be dropped here from Smurf, a hostile takeover. Not going to be used
Shift,
quite yet. Here
count.
comes Shift. He's going onto Rusty Sniper, but he's got no support. Here comes the shockwave onto the backline once more. But the Varus is already dead. And natives persist through the damage. They persist through the flank, and they take down DMG. Natives has already been able to destroy basically every single structure on the map, but it's that man Nulu onto the Nexus towers, onto the Nexus. They are down, but they are not out. Natives keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yep, Nulu carrying the map movements, but sure, Katami had an insane performance on that pike in the areas where we wanted him to have that performance. That lead was given to them by that, and then it was held by Nulu later on. Valiant effort by Shift in the end there, but what he ended up doing was spreading his team so thin, and when you get to this 1-by-1-by-1 scenario, natives show where all the individual talent is. They're able to wipe them out in their fight, and finally able to end the game.
It felt like another game for DMG, where they had good ideas, but they weren't quite there. And for natives, it was looking shaky a little bit in the mid-game, not going to lie, there goes.
Oh my god.
But they get the win. They get the W on the board. They keep their chance of qualifying into playoffs alive. We are going to be jumping to a short break, but then the analyst desk are going to break down how Shawi Katami earned MVP.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money, money, money weekend. Everything we want, now we go do. We go do. It's like so we go do.
The curse is broken! Just like that, they take down DMG natives and they get themselves yet another victory, which puts them on the race yet again. It's a complicated race, but there's still a chance. That's all we can say. Like, so you tell me there's a chance.
Yeah, I love that. I'm plus 5 for me at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got +3. I'm pretty high. I was a little bit uncertain. I think this is the deal, right? Natives were on a 5-game loss streak. Yes, Nulu had to sub out from illness for a couple of weeks, or for a week or so, and that hurt, obviously. But they've not been playing that cleanly. This game in large ports felt like a return to form until it didn't, and things you started getting a little bit scary with some of those mid-late game team fights again. But actually, they put themselves back on an even level. They've broken the loss streak. They're still on the hunt for playoffs, and they've actually gotten that really important win here.
Yeah, I think it's important to credit DMG, though. They sniffed some of those weaknesses that natives had. They looked for those opportunities. They did find a couple of good fights, unfortunately, just not quite enough.
And I do believe we have the opportunity to talk with someone from DMG. You know him. We've been talking with him. It is right. I think he's ready for the conversation. Hello. Nah, you're not gonna get me with that one. Nah, I know the sound is there. No, I can hear something, you know? Like
okay,
when you open your I've ascended. So obviously, I do believe the team was looking for this one, and they hold on to dear life throughout the entire game. It seems like the mojo is back, at least on the mental side of the team. Do you feel that?
I mean, yeah, because in theory, we got nothing to lose, right? And for the players, it's all about improving. So for us, like, there's nothing to lose and there's everything to win. So I think that's what is keeping the mojo alive.
And it does seem like Cabs with the team is fitting. It seems like they're going all on the same page. Obviously, there's a lot to look into, but it seems like Cabs is a really good aspect of the team right now. How do you feel about this change? It seems like it's permanent.
Yeah, this is a permanent change for the rest of the split.
Okay.
It's just that it's like a puzzle piece that fits okay, I think. And Caps is like really hungry to prove himself on the AD carry position. So giving him a shot at it, and he did well. So and Dux and him work together as well. So yeah, I like this puzzle we have right now, to be honest.
Okay, let's look into the rest of the games. You do have the possibility to play on week 7 versus Ready, and then you wrap it up versus Lightside. It's not an easy one, but you're looking at Ready like we might be able to ruin their, miracle run.
Yeah, I mean, it will be fun to do some shake in the standings. We did it with Mood yesterday.
Yeah.
So now Lionsgate is on top. My boys Kasinga Banderas, you're welcome. If we could, I mean, I don't want to do it to Lightside because I think they deserve it, but it would be kind of fun to give them a challenge for it at least. But Ruddy, we want that 7th place. So don't win today, don't win next week, and we're good.
Okay, sounds reasonable. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll toss it back to the desk, and I'll see you soon, I think.
Yeah, you'll see me.
Wait.
Careful, Osharon!
Should I call
You've forgotten the dinner date you guys arranged for next Monday, man. You're going for pizza. What is this?
Distance against you.
He's joining Duckling on the plane to Portugal.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I woke up today.
Duckling concerns me.
I saw
just
the
in
clip
general.
again, and I was still laughing. I almost cried. I was just gonna say thank you, Duckling, for being you. On the other side of the aspect, you guys wanted to highlight specifically something, right?
Yes.
Okay, you go ahead and initialize.
What is it?
Well, just Pike in general. This game was such a problem from level 1. That's all I have, Rude Dude. Go explain
so,
what happened.
Hopefully we can roll the replay because there are a couple of bits that we really need to talk about. So first of all, Agony Pain has to play safe mid. Unfortunate moment. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Servers, no.
Overconfidence.
Doing him absolutely dirty. But I was in comms and I was like, Rusty Sniper Flash. He knew better than I. Shoei Katami had Ignite. And also, the 400 gold on Shoei Katami proved far more valuable than it would have been on Rusty Sniper, looking at how well Shoei Katami ended up playing that game out. But the other part of why that bot lane actually went so well, and we didn't actually get to see it on screen, was the level 1. So we saw Pyke and Kalista both go Hail of Blades, both go Doran's Blade as well, importantly. So there's a lot of kill pressure there. And level 1, I was watching the minimap, what they did was just walk at them in the laning phase. And this, as you highlighted this brilliantly, the way that Renata Varus wins is by through the wave, throwing your E's, and making it so that they can never interact. Rusty Sniper and Shoei Katami just walked past the wave. We're like, yeah, so what? We're going past it. We're going to fire everything that we've got at you with Hail of Blades and actually force Dux to base at level 1. We didn't get to see it and we didn't really recognize it because there was no summoner spells burned, but Dux had to leg it back to base, and that entire snowball began from level 1.
Like, seriously, we went back and looked at the VOD. Rudy did, actually, in fairness. Let's actually shout out who actually did the work. But we were like, wait, did they just have to leash? Is that what happened? Is that how the level 1 ended up so dodgy? No, they were in lane from the beginning and it just went horribly wrong.
It's a JoJo meme. They were all walking menacingly and you used the Hail of Blades. That's all they needed. It was like, okay, I got
as close as you like. Yeah.
I don't care. I'm Dio, so I'm just gonna walk to you. And they win that one. And it's such a difference on this team when you look at the way they fumbled and then they came back. And that's why we're gonna toss it to Nulu to talk about that situation with natives as soon as we can get to the interview. Welcome.
Hello.
The curse is broken, Nulu. The curse is broken.
Yeah, the curse is broken, but we're still in a tough spot.
It's a really tough one, yeah. I wanted to ask you, because even though you had such a big advantage during the game, it seemed like you couldn't close it. There was something missing. Did you feel that?
Well, I think there was a lot of pressure because we already threw like so many games 10k gold up, you know. So I definitely felt the pressure at least. And I just decided to stay side lane because I realized like they can't match me. So I mean I ended up game with 1-2-2, but was just taking their towers, you know. So even if like our fight at the end would have gone bad, we still have, they basically have no inhib towers, so that's kind of what I played for because I saw an angles there. But yeah, curse is broken, it's nice, but still tough spot.
It seems like your soul is kind of shattered still. Like some sort of band-aid
is.
is on your soul, but let me look into this one because this is gonna help me talk with you. I want to see the schedule for you folks. I don't have it right here. Do you know who you're going to play for the next week? Are you aware of
No,
who
I
you're
don't.
going to be playing? That's really important. I'll bring it up. There you go. This is my sheet code. You're going to be playing versus Lions Creed and versus Verdant.
Mhm.
I want to know, what are your thoughts? This is important.
I mean, it's just I think I'm like happy how we are moving as a team personally. Like I think last 1 week was like probably the best improvement we had in terms of our scrims. Like we did insane improvement. So if we were close to beating them last time or anything, then it should be easier this time, or regardless whether we won or lost, I don't remember. But since we improved, I assume they improved too, you know. But like I think, like I said in the last interview, we were just fighting our own demons. We were like losing, you know, games with 10k gold up. I mean, not always. Sometimes, you know, we fumble early game and whatnot. But yeah, losing those is the worst. And now we're like on the verge of losing playoffs. But yeah.
Hey, it's a mountain only you can climb, dude. So chin up, Nulu. You have the talent for that. So chin up and keep fighting. Okay. Have a lovely
Yeah,
one.
thank you.
This has got to be the most devastating interview to a winner I've ever done in my life.
Yeah,
That's
I think it's
devastating.
pretty.
Yeah, like,
I mean, you can hear the frustration, right? And you can understand why they were in such a good place this split. Some, you know, like some personal illness, some unfortunate throws. I mean, particularly that one against, I want to say Nord, where they 10k up, through it later on. You look at those and you can understand why the end of the split being so challenging for them feels so annoying, because it didn't have to be this way, you know. And now they've got a really hard road to get to playoffs, and it's not a guarantee. And I think that shows through in I guess the attitude that Nulu's showing there. It's a difficult position.
well, difficult position for Venom Crest as we toss it to the next game versus Nord. Nord with the capability of putting themselves at least on the tiebreaker for playoffs. Venom Crest, they still have a long way ahead of them. This is the game we were looking for. Match of the day. Gentlemen, this is a tough one.
Yes.
I want to know more.
So to re-emphasize for those who may have missed the post or the pre-game at the pre-show, Initialize did a great job at highlighting that these two teams play, on the one hand, fairly similarly, but on the other hand, at completely opposite extremities. We have the fastest game of the fastest team versus the slowest team, as highlighted here by our average game time.
And it's wild as well, seeing that the other stats are actually pretty similar. You've got the number 2 versus the number 4 in terms of your gold per minute. You've got the goal difference being 3rd and 4th. The kills per game even being number 1 and number 2. The irony, of course, being that the amount of time in which they are done is very different. But it does speak a lot. And part of that's the way these two teams draft are so different. And I think, as I highlighted in that pre-show, look, these are probably the two teams with arguably the clearest identity on how they play the game. Nord, play for things like Warji on that Corki, a bit slower, wait for that 2 to 3 item spike, whereas on the other side, it is Zubak and Pashi on Venom Crest on things like that Pike Viego looking to snowball hard, and not give opponents a chance to breathe.
The reset city we talk about for Venom Crest, and we were debating that throughout the entire interviews we got along the split. If there's a way to Nord to stop that one, just like we saw yesterday with Lions Creed, is Venom Crest in danger? That is the big question as we jump into this Champion Select. Rumble is going to be the first one removed. It should be the stable bans for these as Viego,
Someone's
Zubak,
learned.
Sonny,
Yeah, you're playing versus Venom Crest. You have 2 rules of drafting. Do you ban Viego? Do you ban Pike? So check one.
Get a bonus quest on the Belveth as well, maybe, if you wanted as well. And I think a lot of these bans are making sense. The Rumble against Nile makes a lot of sense. It's a strong champion. It's fallen away from the super high priority it was right at the beginning of the split, but considering how good Nile is on it, just getting rid of it makes a lot of sense, especially considering what Lenny likes to go towards. I think the Twisted Fate is flavor of the month. We saw a built tear people apart yesterday on it. Zeus, what a game for T1, doing some mad things on it early in the week. Every level of play has just seen this Twisted Fate flicks from mid to top to bot. Get rid of it. I think that makes a lot of sense. And on the other side, Azir as well against Painful. Understandable. I think we might see something a little bit more pocket ban like the Pike, but they're deciding about against it. Maybe they feel like they can deal with it, but that is a little bold from me.
And Pike also is not B1 worthy, right? I think that Pike has maybe just enough answers, and you need to have shown just a bit more of your composition for Venomcrest to be able to slam that down. Smolder, though, gets taken instantly, so already from Venomcrest, a bit of a detraction from what we're used to seeing, maybe an element of playing a bit to Nord time here with that 30-plus minute spike coming through.
And what I will say a little bit about Venomcrest, it feels like when they have tried to play a style that isn't theirs, where they've got one of these really carefully crafted compositions that plays off a lot of those snowballs, or you look at it and go, yeah, that's a cool thing, but a little bit weird. They look a little bit more vulnerable. I know Rudu called it out in the pre-show as well. Actually, when we saw Deadhound and Pashi play the Aphelios kind of style yesterday, it didn't look that great. And Smolder, I wonder, plays a little bit more into that style, and I get a little bit nervous. They've locked in a Cassante. They've locked in the absolutely obscene Maokai that is something like 54% win rate in support role right now in solo queue. Disgusting champion, still flex, and I think Nord are feeling pretty happy about their ability to scale and team fight right now.
What I'm looking at already is this very early Cassante lock-in. I think versus Lenny in particular, this is actually very bold to say you don't have a carry that you can perform well enough on in a team fight, or in laning phase that will, first of all, outperform me when we get to those 5 versus 5s, and second of all, that you feel like you can get far enough ahead of me on early on to be able to warrant that pick in the 5 versus 5, because Lenny for me has been one of the premier top laners that we've got in our league, has been playing carries as well, hasn't just been there to stonewall, has pulled out things like a Yone. This game looks to be going toward an Aatrox, so could very easily have a performance in this game where we're looking at, okay, we've got already very strong late game from the Smolder, now we've got some mid game supplementary damage from Lenny.
Senna getting this far through picks and bans for me as well is a bit egregious. This champion has been so ridiculous through solo queue, through pro play, wherever you care to look. For the last 4 odd patches, she has been the #1 champion on Lolalytics since 14.1. Despite the changes to support items, despite nerfs to her and everybody else, she's still right there at #1 with a win rate that's barely unchanged. She is so, so good. That could scare me a little bit when you've already locked in a lot of good frontline. And yes, you've got a Smolder. Maybe you can match the scaling somewhat with stacks for stacks. But I'm kind of liking what Nord have got in terms of playing to their strengths right now. For all that you've given Lenny perhaps a way to match the Cassante, even if the Aatrox into the Cassante is a little bit of a contentious matchup, depending on which analyst you talk to.
Orianna and Alistar were being removed on the second phase, so focusing down on the supports for that Senna, even though we have seen before the Maokai taking that same place, so a little bit of flex on the side of Nord. Even Senna could take the possibility or the road to farm and have a different support, so that is going to keep at least Venomcrest on their toes. The last ban is going to be for the Brand, so Zubak won't be able to use that one in the jungle. Brand in the jungle, what can you pull from that one? And is Godo, the coach from Venomcrest, going to focus down a little bit more on that support role? It's shifting now for the last one of the champion select.
There is also an opportunity where this Rel goes jungle for Zubak also. Not necessarily his, bread and butter carry that we'd expect to see, but can facilitate very well, and you've already got enough carries on your team. So both of the drafts so far lend themselves to an element of flexibility. It wouldn't be a surprise at all for me to see Painful go for an Aatrox mid lane if he gets himself a decent matchup, a control mage in the mid lane.
I can see that too.
Definitely possible. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they want to go for that full flexibility. But I do quite highlight the Senna pairing and how well this can go with the Maokai also.
I think the Orianna ban here, yes, it's in the painful place, but it also enables the Taliyah a lot better, because Orianna can trade through the wave and is slightly longer range than the Taliyah, and Taliyah is actually, ironically, a little bit shorter range than a lot of those other like control mages, so getting rid of that makes some sense to me. They're looking potentially at the Ivern here, which would be kind of fun, and I think it is one of those champions, if you know how to play, you just change how the game works, like inevitably. It's a bit like something like an Evelyn as well, where the game just doesn't play the same with this champion in it. And I need to see whether Nord are ready for that. I think a Yone would be a lot of fun here, and that may well go towards paying from the mid lane. When you've got a Daisy and the Rel that could be roaming around and leaving Smolder, Ezreal-like alone in that side, you do have quite a lot of ability, particularly at the level 6 mark, to start maybe getting a bit of a Bash Bros combo between that. I think that is now locked.
That
Okay,
means
so
you
a
don't have a
lot
lot
of-
of AP.
Osharon,
Sorry,
my
man.
guy.
You gotta
no,
be-
no, no.
Yeah,
You're on
sorry.
you're on the wavelength, bro. We're there, right? You've hit the nail on the head. This is a lot of physical damage coming from this Venom Crest composition. Despite Smolder's varying build path, still does overwhelmingly large amounts of physical damage. Yes, Yone has an element of magic damage in his composition, but you're relying a lot really on the Ivern, and that's not where you get magic damage from in any composition if you want it to be reliable. That said, you know, they're also playing into 2 tanks, plus somebody who can also atomize armor very easily in the Xin Zhao, if he wants to go for that 3rd item. This could be a fairly scary composition for Venom Crest to play into if they don't get that snowball going early on, because once 1 to 2 armor items have come through for Nilla, there's a very real world where he becomes just the tonkiest boy.
Yeah, and also I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Yone, Aatrox, Rel, all of these guys are not going to have the greatest time if Maokai, Senna, Talia, even people like the Cassante and the Shinzao, their ability to control space and zone control between like the work ground and the Nature's Grasp, that could get really difficult to deal with. If Yone starts dashing through all of particularly that Unraveled Earth, that can be pretty miserable if it goes wrong.
The flip side for this is that Nord don't have a lot of damage, right? Early on, I think they're struggling quite heavily. Talia needs a couple items to come online. Senna needs a couple items to come online. They are actually weirdly relying heavily on the Xin Zhao to get that damage going. And even in teamfight situations, I think that once they've got those items, yes, they've got some damage to back them up, but they could struggle a little bit as well. So there's that element of, okay, you've got a lot of tanks, but not enough damage. And then on the flip side, you've got a lot of damage, no particular front line. Which of those 2 philosophies is going to come through?
None of these teams wants to take the L, but someone is going to lose today, and Nord, if they win, they'll be able to lock in at least a tiebreaker for playoffs. Venom Crest, it's not the same case. They need the W today to move on onto that playoff spot. But to move on, let's move on to the Summoner's Rift with the help of Veteran and Middle Cut.
Hello there, guys. Yes, our match of the day going to be underway in just a few moments. And Veteran, I feel like the compositions which we've been treated through to from both these teams, that they kind of encapsulate the styles that we've been talking about for both these guys. A lot of burst, a lot of damage here for Venom Crest. Nord,
Yes.
I think a bit of a slower state of play.
Yeah, I mean, Venom Crest do love the pick potential in their compositions, right? And typically speaking, when they've had reset-based comps, that's when they've done best. This isn't one of those comps. You had this Viego, or what was the other champion that you're talking about with Venom Crest?
It's the Pike.
Pike, yes. Viego, Pike, or nothing. They have neither of those this time round. But they do have a lot of burst, but it's burst into pretty much all tanks, right? You have a really heavy triple frontline coming out on the other side on Nord, and then massive range from both the Talia and the Senna. And that's going to be an issue for Aatrox. If the Talia and Senna are effectively kiting him away, it could be a pretty hard game for him. I don't know. I don't know which one this goes. I feel like Nord are favoured, but it could go either way.
Yeah, and such an important matchup for how both these teams are going to be looking at the end of the split. We're going to be heading into game in just a moment.
Deep 4 on light side. Oh.
Welcome in, everybody, to the match of the day. I don't know if they quite heard you, Veteran. I'm not sure if our mics were hot. Anyway, we are here, Venom Crest, taking on Nord, a clash between the two teams tied at 7 and 4. Winner puts themselves in a, well, great position to go on into the upper bracket of our playoffs, matching up on 8 wins, at least for the time being, with Lions Creed. They play a little bit later on today, the loser. Bit of a tougher time finding themselves at the upper echelons of playoffs.
Genuinely, like, don't let the Dawn's Ring fool you. We typically see quite heavy AD builds on all of our Smolders. I was quite worried that this would be a Maokai in the jungle and then a Malphite locked in with Senna on bot side. That was my concern there. And then the Senna Talia carrying most of the hybrid damage coming out. Senna does a ton of damage herself. I'm interested in whether that was going to be a fasting or farming Senna. It is going to be a farming Senna, which is honestly good for Venom Crest. It stacks souls far, far slower than the fasting Senna does. Look at yesterday's LVP game with Jack Specs from the fasting Senna if you want to see how quickly such a champion can accelerate.
And Zubak already getting in the face of Roshan, and this is something that the Ivan can do. Just smite that first camp on the enemy side, take it so quickly, and really ruin your enemy jungler's day. And again, something like a Xin Zhao that doesn't want to get active on the map a little bit earlier, being able to disrupt the first clear like this could be beneficial for Venom Quest.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually just having this discussion on my Discord, discord.gg/veteran, about Ivan and how Ivan is typically played a lot better by carry junglers than by heavy ganking junglers. Because what he really is a very strong counter jungler. Once you've done your initial clears, you're looking to save 2 smites at every point so that you can go in and invade when you see the enemy jungler appearing on the other side of the map. Those 2 smites translate to 2 camps immediately every single time. So that's how you should be playing Ivan. And it makes him far more effective at this counter jungling style than a lot of other junglers. So you do think of him more in the vein of like a Graves than you do in the vein of, say, a Lee Sin. So I think, even though he has low damage numbers, you have to model this as more of a carry jungler, and that is a very good opening move for that kind of carry jungler playstyle, right? Just the initial level 1 invade, taking the buffs away, getting out of dodge. You could imagine yourself as a Nidalee, you could imagine yourself as a Graves, and you must also imagine yourself as an Ivan.
And, I mean, if we're talking about carry junglers, I feel like Zubak has almost been the archetypal... the carry jungler for the split here for Venom Crest. But it is a more supportive champion when you do end up getting into the fights. Painful, potentially going to be caught out here. Does hit the level 4, is going to be forced to go back to the Soul Unbound and burn the flash to get away. But like I was saying, yeah, Zubak, I think, going to be taking on, obviously, a more supportive role. And Deadhound actually getting this Smolder second game in a row, I do believe. Now, I've always liked this guy ever since he sort of came in at the start of the split, because not a typical egotistical AD carry player. He was willing to play a lot of the supporting picks that enabled the top side of Venom Crest to play so well, but this champion is a bit more of a carry, and with his mid laner not having the flash, he might need to carry a little bit more, but Zubak is there just in time to bail out the Yone for the second time in under a minute.
Yeah, getting pretty good damage down the Xin Zhao there as well. I do agree with you that Zubak will play a bit more of a supportive role in the team fights later on. But I also think I'm of the opinion that we haven't yet seen a truly good Ivan player. I think Ivan has one of the highest skill ceilings in all of League of Legends because of the amount of potential you have with your micro movements on Daisy itself. We've seen very, very few Ivan players heavily focus on the potential of Daisy and Daisy control. Think of it similar to old Yorick pre-rework, if any of you were even alive back then. We have that kind of a potential with Daisy these days, perhaps even more so with some of the patches that we've had and some of the itemization that exists in the game. Once you see an Ivan play Daisy as a champion in its own right, that's when you're going to see full Ivan carry potential, and you can get good damage games with certain builds with Daisy on Ivan. So I wouldn't necessarily count Zubak out of the role entirely in this game. He could still have a lot of impact with that ultimate once we get later on. Looks like now, though, like these two just want to get the wave in. It would be quite suicidal to try to dive Lenny, even at half HP.
Yeah, it might be quite dangerous for Lenny to try and hold the wave. Zubak is here, and they are going to be able to get the root down onto Nille's pop. The Ghost doesn't have the flash. Lenny flashing forward, and the Cassante is still alive. Roshan, though, may not be for much longer, has been left a little bit on his lonesome, but is just too far away. Burns the flash in the end to get out of range of the sweet spot, but Venomcrest getting the bare end of things in that top lane skirmish.
Yep, wave really, really good here as well, though. Obviously, TP's on both sides, with the wave being that big, should be able to deny some minions before Cassandra is able to get back in. And this is a big thing. Yes, you do have double melee top side, double AD top side that Aatrox can itemize around, and you do have Maokai later on, so potentially free, but Ivan is going to be that big thing that lets you close the damage gap with, close the range gap with Senna, with Talia, because that's going to be his Achilles heel, but with that Q that Ivan has will immediately drag you into your appropriate range. He's going to need that later on when dealing with the Senna and dealing with the Talia, because kiting is how you deal with Aatrox, and kiting is something that Nord are very, very good at. Like you mentioned the Maokai, but let's be real, Romeo, he can be half the map away and effectively engage upon your team. That champion is just not human right now. Romeo being a big standout player on Nord, by the way, and on one of the best supports in the game on this patch in that Maokai, one that really fits the playmaking potential and the aggression that we've seen coming out of Romeo so far.
Yeah, and it does just offer so much to a team. I feel like whenever Maokai is half decent, you just want to jam him in kind of whenever you can, because the ultimate is so incredibly valuable, providing with so much disengage. Venomcrest were able to take down the Grubbies on the top side, just off your screen, and Nord going to be responding over the first dragon of the game.
Yep, it is a good dragon them to have as well. You have a massive shields composition, a very tanky comp coming up for them as well. Zubak trading on the top side here. Doesn't have the smites to just take the two camps away on top side. Not quite there yet with the Ivan, but you can see the potential for those camps to just vanish. Talia seeing it as well, actually counting the Raptors.
Romeo potentially going to get caught out. Wait, Merz is
dead.
so damn low! Forcing a fight in the bottom lane. The Ignite's the first blood for Smolder. A scaling AD carry getting off to the races this early on is bad news bears for Norden. They might be looking for a redive onto the Maokai. Romeo taking a load of damage here from Smolder. Deadhound between the towers, chasing forward, not quite enough to finish him off, but empowered with a little bit more carry potential this game, and the Venomcrest AD carry is already paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, Romeo barely getting away with only 70 HP there, but Merbs did fall down. Merbs on the farming center, losing all that XP and losing all of that gold very crucially on the bot lane there. Obviously didn't go the way that they wanted it to go on the side of North of Venomcrest, though. I feel like every single time that we see them make a play, it's been going well so far, and every single time we hover over lane, Zubak is having some sort of impact on it. So really big map plays coming up from Venomcrest, but crucially, a big 2v2 play coming down there that puts Smolder on the board.
And the thing is, if Venomcrest do win this game, yes, it's only a 1,000 gold lead, and Nord have still got a lot of strong scaling components on their part, but if Venomcrest do win this game, then they own the head-to-head versus Nord. They've got the 2-0, so despite the fact that Nord have got more wins in the second half of the split at the moment, if they do end up tied at the end of the split, all things told, it would go in favor of Venomcrest. So obviously, a lot of incentive for both teams to win this game, just regardless, but the tiebreaker implications, very, very important, especially when the league's this close.
And then they would be praying for an upset in the next game as well, because this would put them tied first place with Lions Creed. The winner of this game will be tied first place with Lions Creed if Lions Creed lose the next game as well. So standings being impacted very heavily by everything.
Nord here with more numbers on the bottom side, and Deadhound caught out. No, he's going to get pushed away. The seismic shove keeping the Smolder alive for but a moment more painful on the roam down roots onto Romeo. Just hit that level 6 and is going to throw out the grasping roots. Ultimate only landing onto one from Painful. He's able to trade back a little bit of damage, and Zubak is keeping him alive on the Ivan. Flashes back out of there, dashes through the tower. Ignite not going to finish him off, but it's Nord winning out on the play. The flash forward from Roshan doesn't quite connect. Vashi chasing with a bonus movement speed near the tower, but it's not quite enough. Messy, messy stuff in the bottom lane, but Nord's come out on top.
You can see the potential there, but Nord just went from a 1k gold deficit at 8 minutes to being at a 500 gold advantage at 10 minutes. They'll take that 10 out of 10 times. Pashi, he gets to delay Warzy's recall, but that's all he's going to get from this. Definitely not what you wanted to see there on the side of Venomcrest, especially if, like me, you have your points on them. Still, though, Yone has a kill. That is not a small thing. Yone, a very heavy snowball champion. Smolder is still on the board. Smolder was just happy to be ahead at any point in the game. It's the Aatrox that's really feeling this one. Think of Aatrox how you were thinking of the Kalista last time, where the Kalista didn't have such a significant advantage in the last game. It would be very, very difficult because it always has to play at a range where they can be hit, where they can be kited, all sorts of things. So the small moments you're in range have to matter. Aatrox, though, he's dead even with the Cassante. Cassante has a Senna on his team, has Talia, has multiple Peel on his team. Aatrox wants to be in a better position than this going forward.
First grab going to get taken away by Venomcrest here as Nord bringing a few more members to the party and are going to be able to take 2. So no 5 grub buff for the blue side team unless they're able to sneak in and find something here, but still going to have a load of bonus damage against those towers.
Yep, for sure. I do like, though, that the 5 has been denied effectively on both sides. So this game is likely to come down to those straight 5-on-5s, those straight 4-on-4s. And I'm curious how, on this Drake, that's going to play out, because you have advantages on bot side right now as Nord, but it is not a straight advantage. Smolder is still here with 1 item. Yes, I am much more scared of that Yumu's first item on Senna than I am with the first item on Smolder, and we're not at the stack point on Smolder yet, but maybe Yone can get something happening here. Maybe Data can be impactful here. It does look like Venomcrest have every intention of contesting Nord on this bot side.
Yeah, both top laners have access to the teleport. Painful has that as well, should he need it to join the rest of his squad, but does seem like Venomcrest are going to be the team getting the first move into the river. Of course, with the Skull Crab taken in favour of Nord, they're going to have full information, full appreciation for what is going on here, but it does look like Venomcrest have just about beaten them to the punch. Romeo is moving over with Roshan. He has dropped the ultimate. The Dragon has already gone down, so that is 1 apiece. Both top laners going to be joining the fray, but it's going in favour of Nord at the start. Nille getting onto the backline. So damn tanky on the Cassante. Deadhound able to get out of the pit. Painful going to get dragged away against his will. And Nord are wiping Venomcrest in the bottom side of river, able to take down 2.
Yeah, Nord were heavily delayed on getting towards that Drake, but they made up for it with a fight. Romeo resetting pretty much on Drake's spawn and allowing Venomcrest to get first access to river, but Nord showing the team fighting potential of their composition here. Aatrox just can't get into the range that he wants to be getting into to be able to do the damage where he wants to do it. Yone has similar struggles, and Smolder isn't at that point yet where he can carry a full team fight. So it's all in favor of Nord right now when we get to those big groupings. Venomcrest, they actually have to avoid this. They want to take small skirmishes, 2v2, maximum 3v3. They want to play a wide map, but when you go for those Drakes, when you make it so clear that you want to contest, there's no reason for Nord not to say, okay, we'll meet you, we'll challenge you there, because we know we can win.
And the thing is here for Venomcrest is, yes, they have had an incredible run through this split. Both these teams have had incredible runs through this split, but we've got 2 teams currently on 6 and 5, so these 2 teams are hardly secure in their playoff positions. A loss here has very meaningful implications for whoever ends up taking it, especially with Verdant and Lightside playing a little bit later on today. Venomcrest, though, they're not going to be too worried. They've still got the scaling elements of their composition, but it does feel like whenever you give Nord the opportunity to take a game longer, to take it later, they are just that bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Senna's obvious beneficiary of Nord's time the longer the game goes on for. There is still potential for Smolder once we get to those 2-2-5 stacks, though. There's potential on Yone's damage as late as we scale Krez with all crit champions. And then there's the Ivan. The Ivan does scale ridiculously well. The Ivan can give so much sustain, so many buffs to the rest of his team, and they're going to need that because they're going to have to take damage if they ever want to win any of these fights. So having that Ivan, that is your big X factor. That is the big way that you win these fights later on. We already have the redemption coming out on him, an obvious point of sustain tossed out on the enemy team, and suddenly your players have permission to go in towards the enemy team theoretically, but we're still away from that point where any individual player on Venomcrest can be called upon to carry.
Yeah, and I think, interestingly, we've not really seen Pagi freed up from this bottom lane, right? I think we've contextualized, talked about this player as someone who does get out on map, who makes his way into other lanes and really gets the game going and flowing for Venomcrest, but emphatically hasn't really been able to do that. I feel like this is the first time in weeks that Venomcrest have only had 2 kills at the 15-minute mark, and the fact that Nord have been able to contest them in this early game is a little bit of a worrying sign. We've got a dragon spawning in 2 minutes, would be the second for both these teams, so not necessarily the highest priority thing to fight for.
Yeah, not necessarily the highest one, and honestly, Venomcrest want to avoid the fights for as long as humanly possible at this point. What they would like, though, is if Nord were to do a map setup that enables them to get some kills on towards this Aatrox. He is the big loser right now of the entire Venomcrest team and of the way that the map has played out so far, and he's not going to get an opportunity just playing 1v1 into Cassante all this time, so they're hoping for something to give there on the side of Nord in favor of the Aatrox. They're hoping they can get a grouping on towards Lenny that is in Lenny's favor. They can do that. Maybe they can start turning this game around, because you need some kind of stalling point to allow Smolder to get to the 2-2-5. You can't just rely on Nord refusing to end before 30 minutes every game.
I mean,
I mean, you kind of can.
Veteran. It feels somewhat reliable. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. No towers have fallen just yet, although that may change in the bottom lane. We've got 3 members of Nord stacking up here. Venomcrest are moving to respond, but I'm not sure if they're going to get here before the tower falls down. So extending this map say exactly what they need to do. Redemption going to come down, but the Stenner shielding in return equally as potent, and Painful's found himself a little bit isolated. Goes back, flashes on top of Varshi. Here comes Zubat, the shield. Not enough to keep the Yone alive. And it feels like Venomcrest, they've overplayed their hand a little bit. Zubat now going to get focused down, rooted up by Romeo, and Roshan will hand the kill over to Merbs. Nord winning an early game. What on earth is going on?
Warzy on single digits HP. That looked like the kill for Young to get him in towards this game. That looked like potentially a second Drake for Venomcrest, but it came down to inches. Venomcrest lost within those inches, and now 2 more kills go on the side of Nord, as well as the first Chemtech Drake of the game. So getting on towards 2, not on towards Soul Point yet. Obviously that 1 Drake being denied for them technically delays the game a bit further, but that had to be painful for Venomcrest.
Yeah, well, painful by name, painful by nature. I guess they are going to be able to respond a little bit to that Dragon take, try and take away some camps, establish some vision in the top side. And this is what Venomcrest have been good at, to give them some credit. When they make a bad play or when they recognize that the opponent is doing something on one part of the map, they are very, very happy to go and trade. They aren't just going to be losing one thing without getting anything in return. The lead is building for Norden. Credit to them for doing that, but Venomcrest are not the sort of team that will just lie down and let this lead be imposed on them. They are going to try and punch back.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. They are always contesting. They've built their entire team around this kind of heavy pick potential. But in this game, it is somewhat lacking in the roles that we usually see it on. Pazzy is not on it, he's on utility. Zubak's not on it, he's on utility. It's all on Deadhound, Painful, and Lenny.
And I kind of get it, right? When you've built your team identity around these 2 players in Pazzy and Zubak, there is a little bit of a desire, I guess, to look at these other players and go, okay, but how can we enable them? When we are looking towards playoffs, there are going to be situations in the best of 5 scenario where we can't play around Zubak getting his Viego, getting 4 kills at 12 minutes and just winning the game. We can't rely on Pazzy living in every single lane simultaneously. We need to practice with these other guys being given the carry potential, but you can see that it isn't the preeminent style that Venomcrest are used to playing with, and for Nords, this is their bread and butter. We've got Romeo on engage, and we've got loads of damage in the mid lane. Everyone throwing themselves at Venomcrest. A second Herald charge coming through, and the maneuvers that Nord are making, night and day from their loss to DMG yesterday.
I mean, for a significant portion of the game, though, who are you really relying on? You do not have DPS until Deadhound gets to 2-2-5. Before that, all you have is burst, and you're trying to burst down an exceptionally tanky team, an exceptionally ranged team. it is a very difficult state for VenomQuest. Once they start losing fights, once they start giving opportunities for these fights to occur to Nord, it should start going down the hill. The DPS isn't there. There is damage, but it's in the form of these short bursts. It's basically all on Yone. It's basically all on Yone in the early phases of the game, and Painful just hasn't quite managed to make that work so far. So once these early map states cease to be held, you're now just praying that Nord allows Smolder to get into the game, and you're praying for that one big fight where Smolder just gets a ton of executes. We have seen this happen. We've seen this happen in other leagues. We've seen this happen in high levels. We've seen this happen. We know Smolder can do it once he gets to that point. Will they get to that point, and will they be able to get people low enough for the executes to start happening?
I wonder, production, could we actually just get a soul check, or is it a dragon practice check on the Smolder? Have a little bit of a check-in on how those stacks are doing for Deadhound, because those are going to be pivotal. Okay,
173.
173, not a million miles away from the all-important 225. And at this point, yeah, Zubak, you are not clearing your jungle. You've got 2 items on the Ivan. You have achieved utility. Getting these stacks on the Smolder significantly more important. I guess the benefit here for VenomQuest is Nord aren't really able to pressurize them with something like a Soul coming up in the next few minutes, right? Able to get that early Dragon, and actually those early Void Grubs have meant that Nord can't push towers maybe as fast as they would, so they've got a few stalling options available to them, but Nord have done an exceptional job, and it is an exception to the rule quite often from this team, at snowballing the map state, at getting themselves in a decent position.
You think that's why they called it that? Like, do you think one day they were like, what do we call, like, the final big Drake upgrade, the final big Dragon upgrade? And someone who was barely paying attention was like, oh, you mean ASOL?
It's just a Soul. A Soul.
Yeah, and they were like, oh, ASOL. Oh, yeah, Soul.
Yeah, that guy. We got that.
Yeah. We'll just call it a Soul. Fair enough.
Justice for Alshin. That's all I'm saying, man. Big lightning dragon. Where's that guy? Where's he? What happened to him, Riot?
I know. Should have been a champion.
That'd have been so damn cool. What was the reason for him not existing? What? I have been somewhat distracted by the positioning of those 2 blast cones. I'm not saying anything. But a lot of utility, obviously provided by those for VenomQuest to get in and out of the Baron pit.
There.
Should they need to. Mid pressure being ascertained by Nord at the moment.
Yeah, but it is a slow game. I did like that Merbs wasn't just allowing Deadhound to catch shallow resets. He was essentially just holding in mid lane there, denying Smolder as much as humanly possible, because they know that is the big comeback play for VenomQuest. They need this Smolder to be in the game. They're not just going to freely clear mid and allow Deadhound to just freely farm mid on these shallow resets. They're happy to just hold that mid wave and say, Smolder, if you want this, baby, come get it.
Painful pushing in the top lane, spam pinging for assist. That tower so damn low. Zubak in the area. VenomQuest might be able to pick up their first tower of the game. Nearly 24 minutes in as Nords, with no contest on the Dragon, get an easy soul point for themselves. Chemtech, not the fanciest of dragons, does spawn those very distracting additional plants that we see every so often, but being able to persist a little bit longer on low HP can be quite useful against something like a Smolder who has that execute component in their kit.
Yeah. Well, once we get there, and get there we shall eventually, because whereas we would prefer to be there now within about a minute's time, Nord do have the habit of extending it. Oh, we are on 214. We are potentially on tempo to be able to get that, which means that when the Baron contest eventually happen, when the Soul contest happens, Smolder will be online. Smolder will potentially be able to start being in a carry position. So do we have damage elsewhere? Can we get Yone to a third item in the next 4 minutes? Can we get Aatrox maybe to a third in the next 4 minutes? How much utility is Ivan going to have? Do we start thinking about going Night's Vow to enable the Yone, to enable the Aatrox? Because Smolder will get the damage down so long as those guys are enabled to go in and go in deep.
And I like that we're sort of getting onto the itemization discussion, because it feels like Smolder has built every single item in the shop.
Yeah,
but the Black
it's happening
Cleaver
again.
isn't one that I'm too used to, but considering the
Yeah.
full AD nature of the composition, considering the splash, considering how easy it is to prop that, maybe it
231.
could be the savior of Venomcrest. Pagi already taken solo on the backside, and Nord have split the fight. Teleports coming through from Nilla. Venomcrest forced to back away. Lenny isn't even on this side of the rift with the Baron on the map.
Yeah, I mean, the Death was talking about all this damage and no tankingness, but honestly, I'm seeing both the damage and tankingness on one very specific side. No one really got low from Painful. Smolder was not at risk of dealing with anyone. You're going to have to do some pretty suicidal things here, Lenny, Painful, if you want Deadhounds to be able to prove his worth.
You're seeing Baron offering Venomcrest a bit of an easier path into the pit, and Nord backing away. This is going to open up this mid lane tower for Venomcrest to take down. So slowly but surely, the map advantage accrued and attained by Nord is being chipped away, and that gold lead is slowly starting to fall as well.
Slowly but surely, I will say though, right, if this is any other team but Nord, I would expect to see a lot more structures down. The fact that any tier 2s are left is testament to how hard they like to play denial of the enemy's win cons versus pushing their own. You could have had Merbs just pushing out mid lane there, allowing Smolder to get some extra CS, but getting a good flank angle on the tier 2 tower either top or on bot, but instead it was all about denial, denial, denial. Nord know, they always know that they will eventually get their chance to go all in, and they're perfectly happy to play denial until you give them that opportunity. So it's on Venomcrest here to give them that opportunity, because they've had the time. They've had the time to potentially get the damage out to get whatever theory of composition they felt they had.
CP. This is a double CP coming out
Maybe
from
this is
Venomcrest. They are pulling the trigger
this is a good
on
place.
Nord, getting onto the back line, looking down Bashi, but the
My
shield for the
God.
Death is way too big. Flash forward from Deadhound needs to be the carry, and he is 2 kills off the board. Venomcrest already by the Baron. Is this the turning point of this game?
You know, it's a really good way to deny a win condition from the enemy team.
Kill them.
Just take the Nexus earlier. I've never seen a single team's win condition survive their Nexus exploding, have you?
I have not. Nord, though, still not done. Ult's going to be invested. Painful, able
he's
to
out.
dash over the wall, and Venomcrest, they've
out.
peeled away
They
from the
turn.
Baron, but they turn on 2 Merbs. Deadhound is here to play. Roshan dashing away, trying to escape into the enemy jungler. He's going to be finding the blast cone, trying to get out of there. The flash root caller from Zubak is absolutely immense.
There we go, baby. All right, we have scaled and we have stacked some kills on top of the glorious 225 number, 5,808 damage in that very, very long team fight. You saw Aatrox go in deep, you saw Yone go in deep, but it is Smolder that went in hard and fast, and now they're turning to the Baron. They've had all the time they need. Thank you, Nord. Nord time is about to come about, but maybe it's time for Venomcrest to net that win that potentially puts them in competition for top of the standings with Lion's Creek.
More damage in that fight than the rest of his team combined. When we talk about Venomcrest, it's always Zubak, it's always Pagi, it's Lenny on occasion, but today is Deadhound's day. Nord still in this game. And with that Baron taken, Venomcrest had to reset, and the Chemtech Soul goes in favor of the team on the red side. But for the first time in a long time, the gold lead is not in their favor, and the game is not in their favor as Venomcrest look for the mid lane push.
Yep, Chemtech could potentially have more of an impact here than it typically does as a soul, but still a very low value soul. I don't feel like Venomcrest will be feeling the pressure of it. I am also a little bit perplexed on the Black Cleaver, but you know what? It's working. I do think that when it comes to Armor Shred, that is a massive deal on them. A big issue we were potentially talking about earlier on is that they are essentially a full AD team. You can't rely on Ivan to be your sole AP carry damage. They're obviously not relying on him doing that. It's not a Leandri's build Ivan, which would be, by the way, perfectly viable here. Leandri's, Zhonya's, this kind of itemization is actually really good in this situation if you want to damage Ivan. But instead, they have opted for what is essentially a full AD team. I can see the Black Cleaver having a lot of value, given that, look at the armor stacking on Nilla. Like, look at that. You do need ways to get around all of this stuff. I am expecting more armor pen to be coming out later on from the rest of the team. Look at Aatrox, had to itemize into it quite early, does have good options for it though. Stacking this is going to be Venom Crest's way to win. Let's see what happens though. I do feel like Zubak is still a really big part of how they're able to win these team fights, but Deadhound is the man that has to be Mr. Reliable for Venom Crest this time around. Usually they rely on these really aggressive picks from Pashi, from Zubak, the rest of the team trying to set them up. But this time, the whole team is trying to set up Deadhound to succeed. He just needs to be there for the opportunity. He has to make sure he doesn't go over aggressive and he doesn't want to. He needs to make sure that he can be the man Venom Crest can rely on for the carry potential in this draft and in this late game.
And it's no exaggeration to say that Venom Crest have been the biggest surprise of this NLC split. I don't think anyone could have predicted that they would find themselves so close to the top of the standings as they have, and being able to play multiple styles of League of Legends, not just have it be on this superstar carry jungler or this young gung support who could kill anyone, be anywhere. Being able to operate in multiple modes is the sign of a team which is developing, which is understanding itself, and which is becoming more and more each day a legitimate top contender in this league. Nord, though, they've still got the scaling options on their hands. Merbs, 3 items. Varshi, 3 items. And a whole host of tanks that it takes a damn long time to break through.
Multiple mode, be any... You mean Pike. You mean pick Pike. Say what you mean. Alright, sure, Katami showing the potential of that champion earlier, but that is the least sin of supports. When your support wants to show off that he is actually good at the game of League of Legends, that game we all unfortunately love in some hellish form of abusive relationship, people like Paji pull out that Pike, and Zubak has pulled out Daisy here, level 14, not quite the level 16 perma Daisy mode yet, but still doing enough there, still giving the grouping. Young getting pressure on bot side, all tempo on map is now in favor of Venom Crest. If Nord want to get it back, they're going to have to split up to get it back. Venom Crest, they're fully happy. They know they're getting a bit more powerful the longer that this game goes on for, getting some hybrid on towards the Smolder as well right now. They do want to get some more kind of penetration, but they do seem to feel like they're doing good already. I like the Imperial Mandate by the way. I do think that gets around that big problem we're talking about, the lack of hybridity in their damage. But the Banshees, though, has now come out and Smolder. They're happy, guys. The itemization that you've gone all in on, it's not going to be worth that much if you keep letting us get further and further into the game, and we can rely on Deadhound, is what Venom Crest is saying, is what I, who have 3 points on Venom Crest, are saying. Is what you are saying? Do you have it on Nord?
I'm going to be real. I can't remember who I predicted this game, but honestly, I don't care in the slightest, okay? I have resigned myself to the bottom of the prediction standings, and as long as we're getting great League of Legends on our screens, I really don't care who ends up getting the victory in the end. Nord claiming the mid priority for the time being, as Lenny is split pushing on the side. Multiple wards behind Nord at the moment, so at any time Lenny could pull that TP, could look for a flank, and if you get onto this center, if you get onto this Talia, then there's very little that they can do to stop you.
Talia going to have to show top now to absorb that wave. This gives Venom Crest information to play with. They moving forward. Nord know they cannot stay there because they know the information that they have revealed. Yes, Warzy does have that ultimate, but we've seen how big the inches of this game truly matter. Some special relativity extensions happening on the bot lane earlier on. They don't want to be put in that position. Or you can feel the tension here.
Oh,
Elder coming up, Baron coming up. They're both staring at each other. They know something's going to happen. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to give that first opportunity? Who's going to cease to be Mr. Reliable? Doesn't look like Deadhound, I will say. He's playing this very safe. He knows the position that he has to play for his team. Throw out a little bit of poke. Nilla trying to find the catch.
Painful getting picked down onto Roshan. Caught out in the front line of Painful. Goes right for the back and breaks the backs of Nord. Deadhound rampaging forward. It's over. It's done. You're out of here, Nord. Venom Crest are here to play. They took you at Nord time and they beat you at your own game. A triple kill for Deadhound. We don't care about an Elder. We don't care about the Baron. Nexus Towers gonna go down.
Roshan blinked, but Deadhound was staring him dead in the eyes as he output 7k damage at the end. Deadhound carrying Venom Crest and making this not a one-threat team, not a two-threat team, potentially even a triple-threat team. This was a team effort to beat Nord at their most comfortable time, and this puts Venom Crest with a real possibility of ending at first in the standings.
And in a blink, it was over.
Oh.
What a game!
You could feel it. You knew the game was going to end there. You just didn't know how. And my God, hats off to Deadhound, right? We don't normally see them build their composition around him. We've seen it. We've said it before, but it's worth saying again. We see them building it around jungle. We see them building around support, but around Deadhound, this time they were like, we trust you. You're our man. He was their man. He held the line. He got to the point, and he did the damage when he had to do it. Hats off to him. My MVP for that game.
Absolutely incredible, and I completely concur with you. Now, because of the madness of the NLC, even this win does not lock Venom Crest into playoffs. But do you know what? We can call it a caster curse. I don't care. Someone has to play this squad in playoffs, and they better be ready. We're going to throw to a short break before the analyst desk break down that game.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
The snake bites back and Nord takes another loss. This is a tough one for Nord for today, but let's talk about what happened for Venomcrest Initialize.
Yeah, so I think we all, in fact, were kind of saying, yeah, that's it. It's Nord time. The game has snowballed against Venomcrest. They are behind. And I went looking at these stats because I was curious to see what the numbers were from when Venomcrest were behind. And this is Venomcrest's first win when they've been behind at 15 minutes. This was a huge, huge moment for them because they play a very different composition. It's around Deadhound on a scaling carry. They've got Ivern in the jungle. They lose the early game pretty hard, let's be real. And they come back with some seriously clutch moments once the stacking's online, particularly for Deadhound Smolder. And massive props to Venomcrest. That earns them a much-needed win and a much easier road into playoffs.
Yeah, a definite shout out goes the way of Painful for some of those really big ultis to start those fights and you know, put the Smolder in a position to do that damage. And also importantly for this matchup as well, Venomcrest taking that win puts them 2-0 up over Nord in head-to-head. Yep. Now, obviously, these two teams came into the day at 2-0 or 7 or level on scores. Excuse me. There we go. That's the easiest way of saying it. 7-4, easiest way. And now with a 2-0 head-to-head for Venomcrest, should you know, they lose a game where Nord go 2-0 next weekend, they've got that head-to-head in their back pocket. And in a game, in a series, in a league even, where playoffs still isn't decided, right? Millicott said it at the end of the game, at the end there. They're still not locked for playoffs, but if it's a battle between them and Nord getting in, they've now got that head-to-head ready.
So those are the points for the standings. When we were looking to this game, it should have been a Nord game throughout the beginning. I remember that we were just watching the game. We're like, yeah, Nord, yeah, they probably got this in the bag at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. There were some serious moments there where you've effectively got a Maokai, a Cassante, you've got all of this front line, alongside a Shinzao with his ultimate, all of the zone control, add in the Talia as well, and you got a Senna who is going to be so far in the back line throwing down Hughes and the line ultimate over the top of everyone, shielding and healing everybody. How on earth are you going to get to anybody important to kill them? And how are you going to get through all that healing to kill them in the first place? What we were worrying about, and in that mid game, it certainly felt like that. And then suddenly people like Painful get into the backline. Suddenly this Smolder gets a few items, gets that scaling point, and my days, that front line just disappeared.
Yeah, there was a really important fight around in that mid lane, right, where there were no flashes. This was after a Baron had been burned, where the flashes were used to keep the Nord carries alive, and then when there were no flashes, Painful, he hit that marker where he needed to.
So let's talk with Venomcrest to understand what happened and what could happen moving through the split. With Zubak, welcome back to the interview. Let's be honest, that was a tough start for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, even in yesterday game, it was a kind of the same, I would say. Well, today we bounced back finally. We had like scaling comp right, so it was quite difficult for us to play early game. And I mean, later on it was like way easier to play the game, even though we lost so and everything. But yeah, I mean, we just bounced back, and like that's important for us.
Not only it's really important because you won versus Nord, and now you got the 2-0 versus them, but it's the first time you guys are capable of fighting from behind. It's the first time that you lose the early game and you're capable of climbing back. Do you think that happened because Lions Creed was capable of telegraphing the playstyle yesterday and you guys are trying to adapt? Or is this something that you guys are working from a long time ago?
Yeah, I mean, as already like Godo mentioned on yesterday's interview, we were kind of impatient. We were kind of lacking of patience overall, like even in today's game. I think that we need to work on it in the upcoming week. And I mean, if we will be able to fix that, I think we will be more than ready on playoffs. And I think that we can even beat Lions Creed and go to EMEA like straight into the finals.
I'm going to make a tough question for you. During this game, throughout the work of your teammates, you can't vote for yourself. Who do you think should be the MVP?
I think that Down deserves it, like finally. He doesn't have any, so I think that he should get it like finally. I mean, his model is just insane. He played it like a week ago even, and he played it like so well. I think that this guy is just crack on this champ, and yeah, I mean, it should be the Down, I think.
I like the way you guys are thinking, but tell me something. How's the mental and the spirit for the team reaching the end of the split? I know it's tiring. You guys must be exhausted by working so much, but how is the mental and the spirit?
I mean, we are still like highly motivated. We are trying to find new solutions how to play the game, because from the early on you could see that we are like kind of aggressive team, that we are playing early stage of the game, right, mostly. But right now we are like showing up that we can play from like deficit, and we can go into like even later stages and play team fights properly, and like that's really good heading into playoffs. And I think that we can show way more even there.
Okay, let's see what happens if you guys make playoffs. I think you guys are in a really good spot right now into that position. Best of luck, and I'll see you soon, Zubak.
Thank you. See ya.
It's good to get the spirit as well from the team, and they're looking for that playoff spot. So far, it's not secured. I think nobody's secured quite yet. Only Nord for the fight if they won, but they lost. So even that one is in shambles. Only Lions Creed can say like, "Oh, we qualified" if they win the next.
Yeah,
one.
I mean, the thing is, if Lions Creed lose, Venom Crest have tied back for first, which is fantastic. So they'll be back on the same game score. They are currently on the same game score as Lions Creed. It puts the ball in their court, right? And they put themselves in a good position to make playoffs. It would be unlikely for Venom Crest not to make it. But look, they have got people like Ruddy in their future who, if they lose a game, they're out of playoffs. And that kind of hunger could make things quite interesting there if the Miracle Run is on the board. So I will be interested to follow this team because it feels like they should make playoffs. But as we've said, every time we've come in with something resembling certainty in the NLC, it's just not happened.
Just doesn't happen. Well, let's talk with Nord because they could have locked in some sort of position for playoffs, but maybe Stages is capable of telling us a little bit more. Stages, that is a tough cookie because it seemed like you had the game in the bag. You read through Venom Crest playstyle, everything was going smoothly. What happened?
I mean, it was a really good game, right? It was a really good game until it wasn't. So it's always like that for us. Sometimes we get overeager, and one or two fights in the late game can decide the outcome of the game, which was the case today, sadly.
I want to ask something because it kind of didn't resemble the way you guys usually play. It was so aggressive at the beginning of the game. It was not about scaling. It was about shutting down Venom Crest as fast as possible since they couldn't play from behind from what we saw during the split. Was this the tactic? Was this like, okay, we have to shut them down and pull them against the ropes as fast as possible, just like Lions Creed did yesterday?
I don't think it was specific tactic versus Venom Crest. It was generally we have improved a whole lot from the last time that we spoke, right? And we are getting more in sync with each other, and we play the early game better and better and better. We just need to learn to close our games out a little bit easier, if you can say, because right now League of Legends is about scaling a little bit more, and Smolder exists, and when we give Smolder, we have to be willing to close the game a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you got to a point where it was complicated to deal with. Him and his mom, obviously. Now you only have 2 games to wrap it up, to get playoffs. After this defeat, how's your confidence looking for that second seed at least?
Well, last week has been tough, right? Let's not kid each other, but it was also because for 2 days we couldn't scrim, and that also made us lose focus. We came not unprepared, let's say, but a little bit not in sync, because when you scream a lot, you get to play with each other, but when you don't scream for 2-3 days, then it becomes harder and harder. Second place or first place or anything is not what matters right now. For us is getting into playoffs and proving that we have really great work ethic and that we can compete in the top 2 into EMEA Masters.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Best of luck for those 2 remaining games, and let's see what happens, Dariush. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you go. Obviously, getting to playoffs, that's the key, but there were key moments in the game that we need to highlight, right guys?
Yeah. I love that mindset from Sturgios, right? He's got the eyes on the correct prize. I think EMEA Masters is exactly where all of our teams want to be going. But I think we have, I don't know how many replays, if we've got replays, but there was a team fight in mid lane, and there were a couple of those that I think need to be shown and need to be highlighted if not.
think it was the one on the Baron. I think that was the one you guys really
It's
wanted
good
to
enough.
highlight.
Yes, that's the big one.
The double TP. There you go.
Hearts beat together.
Take it away.
And this is the big one, because that's the ward there, right? That ward in the mid lane causes Nord so much grief.
And, okay, I love this. The double.
Thank you.
The double up. And
Oh, yes.
important note of where Roshan is as well, because so much of the disruption, first off comes from Marco, but then second off comes from Crescent Guard from Roshan, being able to put people away. The fact that he was split up on this top side just gave access to Lenny, to Painful, to get that initial engage going. And obviously from there, when you're already on the back foot, when there's no pressure on Smolder whatsoever, well, we knew exactly what Dead Hand was able to do. So that was a key window that was capitalized on by both solo laners. And with the amount of synchronicity that those TPs came through, you have to feel it was a team call and not a spur of the moment solo lane play.
And that as well is the big turning point. That's the first big team fight win for the side of Venom Crest. They Baron off this, the Smolder's suddenly online. They managed to, for the first time, disengage Merbs from being able to defend the rest of his team. They kill off Vorji on this Talia. There was also being a super menace, and Painful isn't stopped and getting the backline. That's really clean, that's really synchronous, and it's very, very heads-up play to catch out Nord that felt like that game was theirs.
So that game kind of resumes itself to that one. We got the Yone being capable of jumping and starting those team fights. The Aatrox as well. That was the starting moment for the double TP. And this means that we can look into the next game. Lions Creed versus Verdant. Obviously for Verdant, this is SOS. We need this one. Lions Creed could be chilling and be the first team to actually secure a spot on playoffs regardless of that placement. So when we look into this game, gentlemen, what is the highlight?
This is my contrary to what I said at the top of the day. It's the exception that proves the rule. Because I said I was playing for keep as many teams in contention for playoffs as possible. I actually put 5 points on Lions Creed for this because if, obviously, as you mentioned, Lions Creed, if they win, they lock playoffs. It was my exception. Okay, I'm sorry, but I do think that this game is a lot closer than maybe the predictions will have you believe. Because I was surprised. I thought putting 5 points on Lions Creed here was like a bold take. And there's just loads of people that have gone with me on that because I think Verdant are a very good team in their own right.
Yes.
I don't think they are. So I don't think that Lions Creed are as far ahead as the predictions would lead you to believe.
I'm gonna say something before Initialize takes us away. I just put in 5 points because I've been blackmailed by Banderas.
I see.
That's fine.
You
I
care
think
to
he's on the right
elaborate?
thing. Look, all I'm saying to the teams out there, we are very bribable on the casting.
Yeah.
Reach out to us. You know, we can predict you. Just make it worth our time, guys.
Give me a pancake, I'm sold.
Do you want your logo right here? Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Like F1 cars at the end of the split, completely failed with
Oh,
logos.
fabulous.
But when you, I think you hit the nail, Initialize. When you look into, not even Initialize, Rooted. When you look into Verdant, it's like every single player could be a highlight for them as well. It's not only about Lions Creed. There we go. Look at the roster. Every one of those names could be a highlight. They are 6-5. They're still in the run. Lions Creed, though, they only need one more and they're good to go. Talking about that one, 80 carries are being removed from the table really fast. Karma is joining the I'm out of the rift. I'm going to be promoted to a spectator. What else could be promoted to spectator on this one?
Smolder.
Senna as well. Bluntly, both of these champions really, really strong.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing is Lions Creed are also a team that plays Lucian pretty scarily, and you need to keep an eye on that because they have been quite good by that. And, you know, they are now 5 wins on the trot. They've gone from being 3-3 and us questioning their pedigree to kind of doing the opposite of what natives have been doing. They had been on a real upward trend, and a lot of the pre-split pedigree we had pinned to the chest of Lions Creed has finally started to come true. And for all the Verdant have been a good team, and I think we're right to call them out saying, look, this isn't as clean cut as it should be on paper. Lions Creed is still the team that have been the most consistent over the last few weeks. Against everyone else throwing games here and there, Lions Creed haven't thrown a game for like 2.5 weeks now, which is good news. They first pick the Maokai. That is either for Sing, but Johan's also been running that Christmas tree Maokai all split long. He's been one of the few who's been really happy to take it into the jungle. And the response is going to be the Azir, which is fine, super strong. I'm less sold on the Aphelios right now. It feels like if you're having to go to Aphelios this early on, I get a little nervous.
You're baiting Lions Creed into a Lucian Milio here because Aphelios Milio is your typical pairing, so it's almost an incentive for Lion's Creed to just throw hands with you early on
Or at least
because it
get
denies
Emilio.
the Emilio as well. Obviously, Emilio has a lot of good pairings. You can go.
Oh, yes. Jinjo is a massive Caitlyn player as well.
can
This is a
go long
classic
range
for
with
him.
it.
Casing
Yeah.
Morgana, casing Leona, I just want to see the lockdown permastun. I just
Casing
want to
Lux?
see the good old.
Lux is great.
The
You
Lux
can
as
still
well.
look at some of the double AD carries as well. How carrier do you want to be? Is this Kasing playing the
It could
Caitlyn?
just be Emilio also.
Yeah, it
I
could-
think
could
Caitlyn
be.
Emilio
Yeah,
is just
it's
is
really
just
spoiled
S tier as
fun.
well. sorry. Arshav's
Fucking
gonna
about
come for
fun.
Kasing if he locks in Emilio here.
Kaisa
Alright.
is locked in, like, not Kaisa, but Kali is locked in, and that is a strong one for Tempt.
Yes, it is. I want to remind people of the game he had versus Alex, who had locked the Z after obviously a very successful run in the first time he'd picked that in the split. And Tempt solo kills him. He kind of runs the lane.
Demolished.
We didn't really get a chance to pull up the graphic we had kind of touching on Tempt because we didn't have time. But one of the things I want to point is he's just been so damn consistent. This guy has been winning every lane. He is 100% ahead in stats the whole split long. He hasn't had the greatest split of all time as a mid laner in some ways, but the consistent level of pretty solid to dominate performance, especially as the split's gone on, it should be scary. Familio is locked for the side of Verdant. They've got that pairing with the Aphelios. I just don't know whether a Breath of Life is going to be enough to save the Aphelios on a consistent basis from the execute thresholds of, say, Tempt and a very scary Caitlyn.
Yeah, definitely a difficult matchup when you've got Akali plus X diving, and I say plus X because if you think that it's just going to be Tempt diving forward when you've got Banderas and Johan in this game in particular, I think that we're in for some bad news if you're under that line of thinking. Looking at Lion's Creed, what they're hoping for, as we head into the next round, of course, the volatility this Maokai gives you, the option for it to go jungle or for it to go to support. Odds are, I'd say it goes to the jungle, so these support bans for me, very well placed by Verdant.
So, I think Vi for Julbu makes some sense. He's often been at his best when he has a clear read on what's going on in the enemy jungle, can use that to make something happen on a really fast pace. I know it's not something the veteran really rates about the player, and it's something that I know he's tracked that player for a little while, so I'm sure he'll have more to say on that one himself, but it does make some sense. The only thing I'll say is, Vi going in effectively by herself doesn't feel great, so I think Doxy's going to want to have something that can dive, but here it gets a bit ugly. Banderas with the Aatrox makes sense. You've already got set up for disruption. Bard works so well with Caitlyn. It's a similar kind of archetype. It also can roam to back up the Maokai and the Akali. I think this could be pretty scary, though the Viego switch around be a little bit of a different look.
I want to highlight as well what this fight could do as we get a little bit later in, and that is act as peel. If you don't opt for a diver here, right? If you stay just stonewall with an Ornn, I think that this Vi could pretend to be just an Akali ult bot and wait for it to be, or wait for the Akali to go in. You ult the Akali and try and keep Gooby alive as best as possible.
So you've got to try and find some way to get something. Gnar is an option. I think the problem is, unless you have Mega Gnar, though, this Vi is still going to be in a bit of a tricky position because you've still got to deal with the Maokai ult. You've still got multiple divers between an Akali, a Viego, and an Aatrox to deal with. And while it's not necessarily a Lux, you're all in on the bot side. If Maokai flashes for a root, you can still get the trap down. You can then Bramble Smash afterwards. Once you get the level 6, there's so much CC, and you can only Breath of Life some of it. Can get quite tricky. And you've still got Sapling Poke alongside the normal poke Caitlyn pushes out. Eyes on the bot lane. I think Gooby and PlayStation are going to be up against it.
So at the end of this champion select, I need names. I'm looking at Verdant, I'm like, this is an interesting team composition. I look into Lion's Creed, I'm like, oh, that's a tough one to deal with. So I just want names and numbers.
Okay, PlayStation has got the most important job this game. He's got to keep the Aphelios alive, and he's got to do it with one very important spell, and it's the Super Mega Fire Kick, because there's no blinks on the Lion's Creed roster. There is a very high chance that one well-timed Q from the Emilio stops all of the engage from Lion's Creed. If that happens, it can change the course of the game.
For me, Johan. He does have the one blink on his ultimate, and that is potentially the angle. If he can get things happening on the Viego, that could be huge, because he's going to be the one that either shields that bot lane to keep shoving out, or as the mid-game rolls around, will be helping get those resets with everyone else with the dive combo. Big ticket player this game.
If you want someone to jumpstart the engine, well, that's the player because of all the MVPs he has been getting lately. Lion's Creed looking to at least secure that spot for playoffs. On the other side, they're fighting for their own. So fighting into the drift, let's toss it to veteran in mid-cut.
There we are. There we are. Mid-cut.
What's up?
Archer. I don't know. Technical pause at the moment, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Is what is up. I mean, that is the allegations being made by the lithographic appearing on our screen. Yeah, it's just allegations, sources, rumours. I've heard things.
Yeah.
But these
Kit
compositions...
Kat paid for this technical pause, to be clear.
They did, actually. I believe a representative of Kit Kat has actually stuck it in the keyboards of one of the players. Like, they've gone around to their house, they've just jammed a Kit Kat right in their keyboard, and so they have to get the Kit Kat out of the keyboard.
He went up to PlayStation, was like, "Do you want to have a break?" And he was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Oh,
I don't know what that would do, actually, shoving a Kit Kat in a keyboard. Like, I don't feel like there's enough space. Like, the Kit Kat, it's a tool that you could potentially use to take off keycaps if you really wanted to. So it is quite versatile, not just as a foodstuff, but as a keycap remover. We're going to be going into game. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've got your Kit Kats and keyboards at the ready, because these 5 players most certainly do. Lions Creed right at the top of the table. Not on their own for the moment after Venom Crest. We're able to take that win, tie them up at 8. But if the Lions Creed can do what they have been doing so many times this split and grab the W, they will sit alone at the top of the standings once more. For Verdant, though, this win is all important. Currently tied in that 4th, 5th position alongside Lightside. Their playoff spot far from guaranteed, and a win against the best team in the league would put them on a solid course to claim one of those coveted spots.
This does feel like a good game to have some anti-Aatrox propaganda. He's into the Gnar, he's into the Azir, he's into Aphelios with Emilio. So this is a composition perfectly designed to kite that bad boy down. But I am most excited about the fact that I finally get to cast a Jinjo Caitlyn game. No heal in the bot lane, no heal needed. Because it's the enemy's HP bar that will be depreciating towards 0. Doxy dodging the Q2 there. And just kind of walking away.
On the Gnar, does give you that little bit of burst of movement speed, which is also important when you are laning up against the Aatrox, because one sweet spot tends to lead into 2, tends to lead into 3. Hold on, a little bit of action in the bottom lane.
They need to. They do need to make this count on the early, because you do have the green auto attacks from Gooby in the earlier phase, but ultimately Jinjo will have the advantage.
Oh, hold on! We're just flashing on the Aphelios at the level 1. Gooby gonna have to burn the Ghost, the heal used by PlayStation as well. So Moldava's summer spells going down. Level 2 gonna get hit by Lions Creed in short order. Kasing could be looking for it again, but Gooby, PlayStation respecting the all-in potential of that duo.
Yep, and top to bot from both junglers here, right? Obviously, you know Lions Creed on blue side with that Caitlyn, not with an Enchanter matchup, but with a Melian to Enchanter matchup, are going to have to make this lane volatile, are going to need jungle pressure to get Caitlyn belting out those plates, belting out on towards that tower, which is the main objective. So Vi, in turn, is obviously doing what she can to try to mirror that potential movement from Lions Creed down towards the bot trade. She's going to be looking to match. Going to be looking to make sure the acceleration process isn't there, but any trade that happens on bot is going to be a really good thing. Unlike mid lane, where both of them are running fleet footwork, yes, both bot lane are running fleet footwork, but let's be real, the Doran's shield, the fleet footwork Akali is going to be miles more annoying and miles more immune to trades ever mattering than either of these two bot lane AD carries. You do have the crash coming in before Vi is able to do a play on bot, but Vi likely looking to be defensive. Look at the vision coverage. She's unlikely to get an aggressive play unless Jinjo just really gets fed up with Kasing halfway through the game. But that doesn't look to be happening after that initial play by Kasing.
Yeah, and again, one of the other virtues of the Maokai support is you can throw those saplings out, try and establish a little bit more vision should you need it. And I do like that we're seeing the Jinjo Caitlyn finally, because I feel like this is a guy who's gone a little bit under the radar in Lions Creed. We've been harping on about Johan, about Tempt, about the crazy Korean mid-jungle duo.
Here we go, blue side.
There's always one man dealing the damage, and it's that man currently on the Caitlyn. Gooby still has the flash, all important. Didn't have to burn that in that earlier skirmish, but Johan is sticking around Lions Creed. They really want this.
He has to move up to farm someday. This is the day. Fleet footwork down. Johan is looking to do as much acceleration as he can here. Both of them leaning very heavily towards the left, but that could end up being bad for them. Yep.
Oh, the Hex Flash, they're just going to be going onto PlayStation. Kasing diving
Isolated.
under the tower, will get rooted down.
Purple
First
root.
Blood still going over to Lions Creed, but at least Verdant are able to trade one back.
Yep, it is a Viego kill for a Milio kill, though. That did not go on towards the Aphelios. It did not go on towards the Caitlyn either, though. Caitlyn has been dropping some CS just due to bad auto attacks, has been getting all of the XP. Aphelios will be able to absorb that entire wave because he was not the victim of Lions Creed opening play. I think, though, they'll be very happy to get that Viego that early kill. You want that Viego to get resets later on. Whenever you see a Viego there, you have to think, how capable is the composition of getting Viego resets? The Viego himself has kills. He doesn't need his composition to be as effective at that particular mode as it otherwise would be. So they'll be happy with this result.
Yeah, could just fly in at the enemy team and do what you want. As long as you kill one person, the resets come through, and you're basically fine in that regard. We are going to be seeing, though, on the side of here, the Azir for E-Roll, one of the sort of premier picks for this guy. I remember him making some huge plays at EMEA Masters last year, and pretty much on every team he's been on whenever he's been able to get this champion. So I think that there is a lot of power here for Verdant, but of course Lions Creed are getting the best possible start that they could have got to this game. Jolbu taking a singular grub and getting on out of there. A style, a trend that we're seeing a heck of a lot more from junglers because you get so much XP off of that first grub, and it can really deny that 5-6 grub win condition that a lot of teams can play for.
Yeah, 100%. Aatrox not being a happy bunny on top side here. An opposite of what happened in the first game. It looks like Gnar might even potentially have a good wave state for himself to hold for a bit. Banderas does have that teleport, but he will have to contest with both junglers on bot side. So Jilbu shows that's going to dictate what Aatrox is actually looking to do there. It does look like the whole map wants to be contesting this singular Cloud Drake. I don't think that individual Drake's going to make too much of a difference. They're not really worth Lions Creed risking everything for, but if they think they can get kills, then it would be worth the contest.
Johan, just a little bit too far away, I feel, for Lions Creed to feel confident contesting this objective. So it's going to be going over to Verdant, keeping things nice and calm and collected in the early stages.
Yep, Caitlyn just fixing out bot lane there, giving them the priority to go for all of this control, but obviously there isn't a neutral to fight for in the river. They're instead fighting over the Scuttle Crab. Maybe letting Julian know that they can see him. I like the attempt by Jinjo to attempt to go for that. The Wolves are the last thing left, potentially, for Vi. They don't necessarily have vision of where she is yet. Johan dropping a ward because of this. Patiently waiting for his moment to strike. So you should see some kind of damage coming out in towards the mid lane, because you can't allow this Azir to think that he can join this Vi as the Akali.
Johan is actually going to be up to this. Insta-flash over, going to be followed by Johan. He misses on the Spectral Maw. No stun going to come through. Potentially over-aggressive, but Jolbu recognizing the dire situation that he's been placed in, using that Vault Breaker to get away under the tower, and Jolbu being forced back. Wants to play defensive on the Vi, not necessarily what you want to be doing, especially when Lions Creed setting up for a dive in the bot lane. Both summoners available for Gooby, but we still have the ult on the Viego. Flash! Sigma flashed away from by Gooby. He's able to cut this one out for but a moment. First kill for the Aphelios, but once again traded back over. PlayStation steps on a trap and gets shot in the damn head. A kill for Jinjo in the bottom lane. Even more snowballing for Lions Creed.
Not the worst Aphelios gameplay from Johan there either, after forcing Vi towards the top side where Vi does have more valuable camps. He's like, that's great, but you have now exposed your entire bot side. I know exactly where you are, and Geras. Oh, he's gonna get caught.
And killed. Doxy was already winning out pretty heavily in terms of the top side, and now in addition to that pretty substantial CS lead, he's got a kill in his favor as well, and with no teleport for Banderas, he's going to be losing a hell of a lot of minions here.
You will have burst from Tempt on the Akali, you will have damage out from the Caitlyn, you definitely have the ability for Viego to attempt to get those early resets. It's a relatively squishy composition from Verdant, especially if it's a mini Gnar. Pretty much only Vi is going to be significantly difficult to get that initial set of resets rolling, so Lion's Creed, they may have a losing top side for a winning bot side, but they'll definitely feel like they're winning out on the trade right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you need to be doing on the Caitlyn, because she just has so much early power. If you're not playing towards her, if you're not really leveraging that, then why did you pick the champion? Almost. Still though, Jinjo with a reasonable lead for himself, but I think that Gooby has shown already a couple times that he's no slouch on this Aphelios and can play decently around Lion's Creed when they go for these aggressive maneuvers.
Yep, red, blue right now on Gooby on bot side. Probably the best wave clear combo that he could have if he wants to deny Viego an additional gank. But Viego, he's starting his full top to bot clear. He's not too bothered about doing something on this wave. They build something up, it will be in 2 waves time. But then to do a proper play on towards Gooby, he's happy with LC just dropping this in towards him as is. He'd honestly wish that they were doing it faster. He can potentially even reset from here. Does choose to just let the wave kind of hang while he's on these guns. Vi, covering the river here, knows that there isn't an actual opportunity for a dive happening right now. They also have wards in bot side jungle. They believe they have created Fortress Verdant on bot side, but now the only camps available for Viego is that bot. You do still have the potential to push out this wave as well to meet it. So we'll see if Johan decides to try to breach Fortress Verdant, or if something else happens. I've been waiting for Tempt to just randomly solo kill Errol, but Errol on the Azir, this is one of his most confident champions.
Yes.
He'll have played this matchup a lot because Akali into Azir is a very standard counter matchup. So maybe he won't give him that opportunity, but he only needs to give Tempt one, and it should be a quick, clean kill for Tempt, as we've seen before on his Akali.
Tell you what, if we're talking about opportunities, Doxy is getting a fair few of them in the top lane. Once again, Banderas going to be forced to back, and we've already seen a couple of plates go down in the top side in favor of the Gnar. Yes, not the most traditional carry champion, but can exist pretty strongly on a side lane, and well, Banderas, he actually opts back into the lane, and that could be potentially dangerous with the Mega Gnar now hit with all the damage and CC available, but it doesn't look like Doxy's going to be going for it, and Lion's Creed once again, on the bot side, establishing vision, clearing some out, trying to set up for a dive. This time, maybe Tempt's going to join the party.
Yeah, vision control being taken on bot side at the time that Drake is spawning. LC will be first here, will deny a potential soul point for Verdant pre-Baron to try to get the map in a more even state there. They are very confident in their composition, but they haven't taken a team fight yet. I believe they'll want to get Tempt on the board. Julbu looking to trade for top side again. Banderas really having a bit of a painful game. It's a good game for the avid anti-APOC community.
Okay, the flash Q not quite going to hit.
Really?
I'm not sure it's going to matter. I mean, Banderas is just being exploded. Tempt has turned up to the play as well, and he might be casualty number 2 here. Drops into the shroud, goes back onto Julbu, gets punched in the face, and Lion's Creed, they overcommit on the top side, trying to bail out Banderas, and both solo laners end up going down.
Yeah, it means that they are feeling the pain of losing out on the Aatrox on top side, when I thought the response play was going to be a potential play down towards bot side, right? Just trade that top side play for a full bot side play, get your Caitlyn continuously going, get Tempt his first initial kills. He wants to go towards the squishies, the triple squishy that they have on the bot side of the map there, mid into bot. But instead, Tempt just doing a TP top to save a guy who honestly is beyond saving at this point. Just pull the pug, pull the life support, cash in the life insurance by grabbing Caitlyn those kills on bot side and grabbing yourself Tempt some kills on those bot sides instead. Verdant, they're now in the lead officially, and they must be feeling good about their play versus what Lion's Creed are showing. Lion's Creed looking a little bit shaky right now. Defensive plays when they're in an offensive position doesn't typically bode well for the mentality of a team.
Yeah. And it has been a bit of a shift in mentality, I feel like, from Lion's Creed over the course of the split. I think if there was a criticism that we could have levied at them in the first few weeks, it was over-aggression at points, right? Johan going forward in situations where he didn't necessarily have the backup of his team. And And I think that this sort of response TP almost speaks to a mentality where maybe they've got a bit too reactive in terms of their play style and aren't willing to just go for that aggressive play. But it's left them in a situation where this top lane that was going badly but was stable to an extent has gone even worse. And honestly, it's a small blessing here that Johan is actually able to take away all of these grubs despite the massive canyon that has opened up on the north side of Summoner's Rift.
But it has given Aphelios a route back in towards the game. It's only a 300 gold lead now, despite the massive CS lead and despite being 102. Bot lane has been allowed back into the game. Verdant, I feel like, shouldn't really be getting this opportunity. Hopefully the 5 grubs do matter later, but what you'd want those to work with is Tempt and Banderas, and those are the guys that are behind. So I do feel like priorities are still shifting in a strange way on Lion's Creed, and this is giving Verdant the opportunity to lose me points. To lose me points! I don't understand why. Like I bet on these guys almost every game, and then they just started losing, right? Lion's Creed I'm talking about now, right? And that, whoa. I mean, even production's fed up with it.
They
right?
just can't
even
believe, they can't believe what they're seeing, to be perfectly honest.
What is this? Like, is this map play? Is this like, I don't know, what's Coach going to say? But I hope Coach is going to say something about, like, what are we doing? I agree with you, production. Shout out
A little
to my
bit of
homies
conversation needs to be had. As I think Doxy might just take this top lane tower, honestly, on this wave.
Day.
Or the next one. E-roll teleporting into the bottom lane. Jinjo forced off the tower. It's first brick going in favor of Doxy. A TP into the top lane here from Verdant to try and respond. I'm not sure this is a good idea. E-roll able to get the double shot back, throws out the soldiers and takes down Banderas. He is going to be falling to Johan. A double kill for the Viego is a big W for Lion's Creed, but still losing that tower this early on in a matchup that honestly shouldn't be going that bad is also a bit of a worrying trend.
We ignored bot lane, we sent Tempt up, but we sent the man, the myth, the legend, Johan himself, already 2-0-1 into the top side, and suddenly everything works out brilliantly. Which means Lion's Creed, they have a victory, but it could be a big victory, as they may have just learned absolutely nothing.
If you learn nothing, but you still win the game, does it really matter?
Yeah.
I knew your answer to that question as soon as I posed it.
It's all good. It works. It gets me the points. Keep it up. It's all good. All right. Viego 4-0-1, the linchpin of any composition that he is in. Either Viego is every champion on the enemy team, or he's no champion at all. And right now, Viego has that potential. You can see Johan switching it up. He has many targets possible on the side of Verdant. He is the assassin here. Move over Tempt. This man is the star of the show. It does still need to be a team effort when we get into these groupings. So he can't just dive into 5 people and immediately burst. He's not an Aatrox. Like, he can't play that way. So there is going to be some degree to which Kasing needs to work himself in and peel for him. Banderas needs to bit less likely try to get something done here. Like, Tempt does still have the potential to one-shot any squishy. Yeah, these guys have gold. They're not going to spend that gold on significant tank stats. So Akali definitely still in on this game. And then there is the Viego. The boundary for him to have to capitalize on it is not really that high right now because of the 4-0-1 that he has. So hopefully this turns into something great on the first big team fight. It's 3 minutes until we get to that Baron. They're ignoring the singular ocean break. They know it's not going to be 12 point. They know it doesn't really change the macro for later. It doesn't really change the map movements that they're going to look into do. So they're going to have to contest Verdant at some point. Hopefully they have enough by concentrating their lead on this Viego.
But I guess that also automatically begs the question from the sort of other perspective, how do Verdant use the lead that Doxy's been able to get on this now? Because again, not a traditional carry, definitely not a carry in the same sense of the Viego, but if he's accelerated in terms of his gold, you kind of need him to do something with that.
Yeah, you do. I mean, he will still win side lane against the Aatrox, and that could pivot him into a potential flank position later on against this Caitlyn.
Ooh, potential flank position here onto Jobu. Going to be interrupting that CC, actually, with the Unstoppable. It's a TPM from Banderas that doesn't get too much for himself.
Yeah, it's the one guy I'm not confident about Viego just instantly bursting down. The other guy being Gooby, the later on that we get into this game, when he's on that white-red, white-green scenario, I actually do start to worry about his potential against him because he'll go into the range that Gooby wants to play around. Big thing, Gooby does not have cleanse. Gooby needs PlayStation near him with ult up. He has opted for the tried, tested, but I really don't want to say true, notion that PlayStation allows you to bypass cleanse, allows you to bypass QSS. I don't really think Milio really does that. It does mean Milio has to time himself to the hip of Gooby, but if he does, Gooby doesn't care about the initial stun. He just sees a Viego that has walked into range of his boomerangs and could potentially go to town. So there is still wiggle room here where Johan's lead alone might not even be good in a straight one-on-one setting, and obviously Errol has ways of disengaging as well. But still, it's about the execution when it comes down to it. Johan's execution this game has been very strong.
And he's got 2 items with which to execute members of Verdant should he be able to find them. 30 seconds on the Baron spawning. No one really in a position to rush that down anytime soon. Tempt also on 2 items with that Proto Belt and the Lich Bane. So the damage dealers of Lion's Creed well and truly enabled. Gooby getting hit with the sweet spots. Meanwhile, Jolbu caught out on the other side. He's now going to be the focus, and he can't get one shot. But if you just wail on him with 3 members, then he'll go down regardless. Riftherald going to be summoned. The siege now going to come through for Lion's Creed.
Least tanky full damage Vi there. Johan obviously experienced on the Vi champions himself. They do get the mid tower down. They're hoping that maybe Gooby or PlayStation misstep. Gooby on purple-white, they're now on towards green-white. Those are the guns that you do end up worried about, right? When you're going into him, especially when he still has ult up, so no dive potential there instead. Oh, that's no. We can pretend we didn't do that.
Because surely this guy's a pink driver's license. He's like 35, man. Hold on. Verdant actually seeing multiple members of Lion's Creed on the bot side, opting for the Baron, the DPS, from the Aphelios, from the Azir is significant, but they're backing away. They see Johan moving over, and they don't want that smoke. They are outie.
Yeah, Lion's Creed know that they need to fight that. Lion's Creed move in. Verdant are like, okay, we know they need to fight that, surely you can win white, and someone goes, no, brother, what are you talking about? Let's get out of here, alright, this operation is over. And Lion's Creed successfully get them off Baron, get the tier 1s on mid and on bot, are in a firm control of the map right now, but that could change, right? You do have Gnar going into contest Akali down on towards bot side. Let's see the real threat that Akali has into Gnar right now, because if Gnar's not confident on his ability to contest on bot here, could get very, very bad. And it looks like Tempt, with that priority, is going to move in towards mid. Looks like the next play is going to be for that tier 1 on top side. Where do Verdant choose to fight? Do they choose to fight on that tier 1? Do they choose to fight on the way to that tier 1? Do they just opportunistically look for picks? The answer is all of that, right? If any of it looks good, just take it, right? But these are the 3 big steps that Verdant are looking for before we get that big collapse. Otherwise, you just have a good position here to set up for the Drake that's incoming in 30 seconds time as Lion's Creed. You may now.
I'm going to be going. Yeah, no, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I do enjoy it when you go on these. I'm not going to say rambles because I feel like that's got negative connotations, but I do like just listening to you go, okay, this is exactly what this team should do over the next like 2 minutes. And then most of the time they don't end up doing that, but we can always live in hope.
Yeah, I think.
Looking for a play onto Doxy potentially, and are just able to hop his way out of there.
Venom's Crest. Venom's Creed? Oh. Wow. Venom Crest did. So that's why they won. So.
Just listen to Veteran on the cast.
Yep. I mean, they got really good control of Baron on top side from that Akali in towards mid, right? So you do still have threat position on that tier 1, but then they looked straight to go for that Drake. No contest happening from Verdant right now, so they're just losing out on the map straight up here. Tempt maintains the priority on bot. Now there is no Drake as a secondary objective to go for, so you might just see an all-in play on that top tier 1. If you get that down, you do get to do a lot with the vision control that you've already got around Baron. Also, there is just a lot of bait and switch here. The map has basically gone black in that river for Verdant, all they know for a fact is that Baron's not being started because they can see the members of Lions Creed on the map. They have that pink over there, but they still can't realistically enter the river without some form of a contest happening. Like Lions Creed are moving up to threaten right now.
Oh, hello. Jolbu going to be fighting up here with Kasing. Johan around as well. Multiple members from both teams converging on the top mid side at Riverbush, but it's Verdant who are getting it forced back bit by bit.
Yeah. They're staring at each other. Verdant don't pile on the pressure like this, though. Lions Creed can do what they like, right? And you're hanging on by a thread right now. You only have one tier 1 left. It's that top side. Baron is up as well. So much of the game is going to be focused on this top area until, in 3 minutes 50 seconds time, that Ocean Drake spawns again. Yes, you are going to see bot side be fixed, but once this draws another member away from Verdant,
thought Jolbu was going to pull the trigger
but they
Johan.
need to do this. They need
they
to pull the trigger.
Need to. You found the Viego. Just drop all of your CC on him and try and kill him, and it doesn't look possible. Banderas going 1v4 on the backline and somehow winning out. The Ignite will burn down. Not quite going to finish off the Gnar. Ero shoves them back with the soldiers as Jinjo picks off the Gnar on the other side and snipes down Jolbu in the blink of an eye. Lions Creed wipe 4 names off the board and will claim the Baron. Wow.
Yeah, Errol doing 5,220 damage in the course of that fight, but unfortunately was doing that for the losing team. The pressure that was being exerted by Aatrox on the bot side there led Verdant into a position where they know if we have to match the Aatrox on the bot side, we're going to lose that tier 1, we're going to lose that Baron, we're going to be in a really bad position, so we have to make a pick happen now. And in that desperation, they thought they had Viego. They really almost did. That guy was basically dead on my screen. But unfortunately, it was not to be. He is pretty far ahead. His team was on him on time, and that just turned into the fight that Lions Creed have been trying to set up for ages. Hats off to Verdant. Wow.
Yeah.
I like you, PlayStation, so I'm going to ignore that. It hats off to Verdant for maintaining that staring contest around top side as long as they did. There was always plays there to be made for Lions Creed, but it was made that bit harder by the unit of Verdant moving around Baron, contesting them on this vision, not willing to just give it up entirely. It cost them the Drake, but it did let them hold on to that tier 1 and Baron for a bit longer. But now we're 25 minutes into the game, Baron and tier 2's in sight for Lions Creed, and they have to now feel comfortable getting this win. Even Banderas has a bounty now.
Yeah, and he's sort of recovered from his position. Erol going to be pushing him under the tower, but Banderas doesn't care all that much. Shutdown going over to the E-Roll Azir is always a pleasant sight for Verdant fans, but they are well and truly in the passenger seat from this game. Lions Creed are the ones in full control. And I just want to say, Johan didn't even burn his flash in that last fight, so he still has that. And Verdant, they did manage to get on top of the Viego, but it was not enough. And I think this is what Lions Creed have really honed over the last few weeks. This has been low mistake gameplay. It's been high percentage gameplay. They haven't done anything that they've not needed to, and that's put them in a great position to win this game and finish this day alone at the top of the standings.
This is just a hard game for an Aatrox. He's the guy that just has to take the L in this. It was a difficult composition, right? We were saying in draft coming in, this is a difficult composition for Banderas to function, but he's functioning well enough. Even just getting that priority on sides of the map where he has been doing so has been good for Lions Creed, and he has shown up in the team fights where it matters, when everything comes together just perfectly for him to finally be able to get some damage down. But the Gnar is about to Flame Horizon him. Like, this is a bit of a bad. With all of that said, he is, however, facing away on towards the bot side. He won't really be able to contest the Aphelios properly when the Aphelios walks up, but he is maintaining map priority. This should just be a lean towards bidding towards top. He doesn't have the teleport yet, so it will have to be a long journey, but he does give permission for Caitlyn to move towards this top side.
PlayStation whip
just dies. He's just dead.
My
He's
God.
just gone. Yeah.
That was
It's basically
okay, man.
It's basically double assassin into squishies at that point, right? Like
Yeah.
PlayStation, Affiliate, Azir, all very squishy. Mininar also quite squishy. They have the ability to get these picks off and get these resets, which is why the draft for Lions Creed was so potent, even though you had stuff like it's
Oh, hello,
Caitlyn,
Thames. Oh, he's potentially caught out. He's able to pop into the Shroud. And
Shroud.
they just can't hit him. They just can't hit the Akali. TP's coming on to the top side from everybody in the game. But Lions Creed are just that bit better. Ero shoves them back. It's another great Emperor's Divide, but your health bar has been cut in half by Banderas. A triple kill for the Aatrox, who was put in the dirt so often in the early game. And now the game looks like curtains for Verdant. Lions Creed marching forward, absolutely relentless.
Yep, there you go. Most of the game is pain for Banderas, but in those few moments where he has an opportunity to show up, he does show up, gets a triple kill, facilitates the multiple resets on towards Johan, facilitates the victory on that team fight, and now all tier 2s are down. It's a slow but sure grind, but Lions Creed getting to the 30-minute mark looks demonstrably different from, say, Nord getting to the 30-minute mark, because Nord are very big on this denial, whereas Lions Creed are very big on finding advantages and pushing those advantages as far as they possibly can. They're not willing to just deny a bit of scaling from Errol, deny some minions away from Gooby. They're looking to find a pick. When the wave is moving into them, it is not for minion denial, it is not for win con denial, it is a bait. They are saying, we can take out most of you right now, please try to traverse the map, we will be there waiting, we'll take you out, and we will push that advantage through as much as we can, because now we have the numbers to do so. That's Lions Creed bread and butter. It makes them one of the most aggressive teams in the NLC, and that aggression is looking to carry them in towards the win, and a potential perfect day for me. My first perfect day in the predictions.
I'm pretty sure if they win, then I get saved from an unperfect day as well, or a Middlecott day, as Archerim so christened it.
You've had 2 perfect days, no?
I know, but I've also had some stinkers. Let's be perfectly honest, veteran. I've had a few stinkers, but I think for Lions Creed, that's kind of where they've dipped every team in the league, right? It's why they're at the top of the standings, because not only do they play this aggressive style that nets them huge advantages in the early games, but they also understand what to do when the clock hits 30 minutes. And I'm not really sure if we can describe any other team like that in this league. Verdant going to be putting up one last defense in their jungle. Ero shoving back Tempted, actually taking it very low, but he pops into the Zonius and stays alive. Dashes away. Banderas will not survive. Red-white for Gooby as he's cutting through the health bars, but there's more members of Lions Creed at this party. Johan stolen away. The Gnar goes over the wall, stuns the Azir. He throws out the soldiers, but it is not enough. A flashback away. Viego! Viego! Oh my god, Viego! What on earth is happening? How is Johan doing it? Every single time. 5 dead on Verdant. Banderas, the sole casualty for Lions Creed. This game's in the bag.
I want to highlight Jinjo there. 1 headshot on towards Gooby, half health Gooby at a moment where he probably felt very, very confident. He had all of the boomerangs out. None of the melee champions of Lions Creed could touch him, but Jinjo could, and my god, did that send him fleeing as Johan shuts down the rest. Brilliant performance from him. Good performance by Jinjo. I think Johan, for me, has to be MVP, and Lions Creed, they established they are still the #1 team in the NLC.
Yeah. That they are 7-0 and 10
But
on
that
the
doesn't
Viego
feel
from
like a
Johan.
32-minute game, does it? Right?
No.
Like, imagine the Nord time games versus this kind of game. It's still all about, all right, like, the only times Verdant were able to delay them any amount was when they basically just had 5 people topside permanently, trying to prevent them getting that tier 1, trying to prevent them getting that Baron. Lost the rest of the map for it, because these guys just kept pushing until something gave, and then it was a reset o'clock, damage o'clock, Kasing delivery systems, everything coming down at once.
Yeah, Lions Creed. Pretty good. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, your body with you. It's a money, money, money weekend. Everything we want, we go do. We go do. Yes, let's we go do.
We got ourselves the first team locked in for playoffs, and it's Lions Creed. Who would have thought at the beginning of the split, and in the middle of the split, and now at the end of the split? I have mixed feelings, but I'm happy we're
The middle of the split didn't happen, Arsharon. We came into the start of the split. Everybody was saying Lions Creed are the only team that are making playoffs and the only team that matter. They're the first team that made it. We don't need to talk about the middle part.
Okay.
That didn't happen.
You know
all the
what?
doubt, all the worries, all the anxiety they put us through.
That's why we never talk about middle cut. So let's toss it to the interview. Banderas is ready for us.
Hey man.
Hey man.
How you doing?
Okay. I put in 5 points just as you blackmailed me.
I mean, hey, every time I told you to do it, you won, you know? So, I mean, keep doing it, you know? You're gonna keep winning.
Okay. I'll take that one. Okay, because I just saw your message for Redudes. You're blackmailing everyone on the talent team.
Wait, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
just if I see people I know, you know, then they vote against us. You know, I just want to give them 3 points. You know.
You're locked in. Finally, we have ourselves a team. How's the feeling? How's the team mentality? Tell me about it.
I mean, I didn't even know we were locked in now. Like none of us like discussed it at all. Like that's not like we don't consider ourselves locked in before we're guaranteed first place in group. You know. So yeah.
Okay. So you're not locked in.
No,
you're just on
not
top
yet, no.
4. It happens. You're not locked in. Tell me something. It seems like the synergy and the mentality of the team is finally working in middle of team fights. Everybody respecting cooldowns. Timp is playing with his food. It seems like, hey, I got my cooldowns. I'm going to step out. I'm going to go in. There's a different vibe on the team. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, as you can expect, if you have 5 people hungry to win and you play enough together, you start developing synergy, and maybe it wasn't there completely in the start, but it's getting better, and we're smashing smashing really good teams in scrims as well, and yeah, I mean, you can expect us to get even better, and we still have stuff to improve on, and we know what we have to improve on. So yeah, I mean, looking good.
Do you need shelter, by the way? Because there's some sort of earthquake on your camera right now.
Oh,
Ever
no,
since
no.
the beginning of the interview.
No.
You've
Yeah,
been
I don't know.
shaking your leg
I'm not
and
sure what's going
everything
on in
is
Norway right
shaking.
now.
Okay, I gotta ask this. This is quite important. Nobody asked this before to you, and I think this is the most relevant question as a player, for the player.
Okay.
Why did you pick Gone as your profile picture?
Oh, this is good. These are the good questions. Well, I had like
Yeah.
another picture, but I mean, my favorite anime is Hunter x Hunter, and
My man!
yeah, just
It's my
I
favorite
thought it was
anime
time
as
for a
well.
change. I mean, you're based, so I kind of expected that, like without having to guess. So, yeah.
Favorite moment on Hunter x Hunter?
Oh
Oh
I mean,
gosh.
it's a lot to pick from. I think. Well, I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't watched it.
The
but
rage? The rage?
guess- yeah, I think Rage is
Yeah.
like, at least top 2, like for sure. But I think I'd say my favorite arc is kind of controversial. It's Greed Island. Like, yeah, that's my favorite arc.
Oh, touche. It's hard to pick from Hunter x Hunter. Every arc is really
Yeah.
good, but Greed Island is when you finally get the hint of, this is not a kid's show. This is not a kid's show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You think it in the start, and then it's like, oh shit, wait, this got serious real quick.
Yeah, this is going downhill really fast. This
Yeah,
is-
I watched it as a
okay,
12
okay.
I watched it as a 12-year-old. It was like, it was like, damn.
You learn some things. You're like, this is not a game. This is not a game. Okay,
Yeah.
top 3 anime for you as well.
Okay, top 3.
Hunter x Hunter?
Yeah, Hunter x Hunter first. Second, it's kind of. I'm gonna say Vinland Saga is my second favorite.
Oh, okay.
It's really
okay,
good,
okay.
and I like
See,
the
I see,
history
I
as
see.
well. I actually study history in university, so I mean, there's that. Third, I'm gonna say it's very mainstream, but I really enjoy. I really enjoy One Piece. It's like a lot of episodes, but I really like it.
I just want to let you know before we end this interview, because I dubbed One Piece and I was picked by Toy Animation to dub Brook. So I just wanted to tell you
Really?
that. Yeah.
That's really cool. Holy shit.
I did the movie Stampede. That was Brook. I was picked by Japan. I'm a weeb as well. Thank you so much for the interview, Banderas. It was
Thank you,
lovely to
man.
get to know you a little
It
bit
was
more,
fun.
and good luck with the Earthshake.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I think my monitor's a little bit unstable, but yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Thank you so
nice
much.
day,
Have a
man.
lovely one.
Yeah, bye-bye.
A little bit, as everything is like.
Thoughts and prayers to Banderas.
How are you
Yeah.
doing? Everything is fine.
I love the fact you managed to get a self plug in there, but I was like, oh yeah, just in the Portuguese dub. I happen to be these characters in One Piece, just me. Casually.
Yo,
Yeah, exactly. Put the fingers, put the hands in front of your mouth so you can do the proper princess laugh while you're at it.
Yeah, I need to say that this was a lovely one, and we have some replays as well, right?
We do.
There was
I
one
hope so.
auto replay. That's
Just
gonna be
shifting
really
the
awkward.
conversation.
Production could hang us out
Wait,
to dry
Give
right
me the
now.
replay, production.
Oh, there we go. So this is about 24 minutes into the game, and it's specifically looking at a fight where, obviously, at this point, Johan has a lot of the gold lead for Lions Creed, and Verdant have this problem that really their only consistent engage is Julbert. And so they try and take out Johan, and they burn so much doing it, he gets out alive, and that allows Banderas, who has been out of this game in large portions, to do what Lethality Aatrox does best, which is get into the backside. They overdive to try and kill Johan. They don't manage that. And yes, it's a decent shot from Merrill. It's just too late. And Lions Creed, like, it's all well and good trying to make the one kill happen, but this as a unit is a lethal unit. There are so many players in this roster that can carry when they get a good angle, and they do it just then.
Yeah, the important part for this game for me felt like Banderas in that top side. Even though Johan, like obviously, I again agree, clear MVP, but the thing that set them a little bit apart from the rest of the teams in the NLC was Banderas having a really weak early game, right, and then being able to perform in the team fight, doing as you mentioned what Lethality Aatrox does in a backline. And somebody who I don't know if went under the radar, but that we haven't praised yet, so I'm going to give them some praise, was Tempt for just clean Akali play. Sometimes you'll play Akali and it doesn't go your way. Tempt played Akali this game. It was absolutely flawless throughout all of his executions, whatever he was going for. He knew exactly which buttons he was pressing and how to go about those fights.
With all due respect, I think we reached a point where if you don't ban Akali versus Tempt, you're trolling.
Yeah, I think especially because a lot of our other top mid laners, probably with the notable exception of someone like Alex and maybe Painful, are very much control mage players. I'm looking at Warji, Corki, big part one for him, Nulu, very much on that control mage thing. Hell is Victor, right? It comes to mind when you think of him. You pick those kind of champions, Temple insta-lock Akali. It feels super good into things like the Azir and the Corki and those kind of style of champions. And we know how good he is at it. I think if you're not able to deal with it and you're wanting to draft those kind of champions, please, for the love of God, just get it off the table. Don't let it happen.
Pick it, ban it, do whatever you want to do, cook it, I don't care. It has to be removed from the champion select or the champion pool, which leads us to the last game of the day. Rudude and Initialize. We're looking at Light Side versus Ruddy. And to me, this is quite important because from one point, it's Light Side Redemption Arc. On the other side, it is Rudy Miracle Run. And both of them can actually end today.
If Ruddy lose here, they're out. And I think even if Ruddy go clean sweep route into the final game of the split, it's dependent on the rest of the games, right? So obviously that game going their way is going to be a little bit of a boost to them. They can close the gap on Verdant now. But Lightside, as you mentioned as well, they've still got an element of their own fate in their own hands. And up against Ruddy this week, this is unfortunately on paper going to be one of the easier games that they have to play.
Yes.
Yeah. And with regards to the Ruddy Miracle Run, with the way things work, this is a must-win. Ruddy have to win every game. Yes, they're only 2 games behind where playoffs is, but because the person that they have who is at that 4th place spot is Lightside, if they lose this, Lightside move to 7 wins, and Ruddy can't match that anymore. So they have to get this win, and I think with the way it works after that and who they're facing, they've got, I think it's Venom Crest and who's the third member? DMG.
I think the important thing as well.
It's like they need this to win.
I was going to say the important thing is it doesn't really matter who they're up against because they're all going to be like in that conversation. DMG are the exception for you. So I think that they have these 2 important games and then obviously a game that you're expected to win versus DMG, but we've seen them throw some hands in recent weeks. So there are no freebies in the NLC, which has been genuinely exciting.
Initialize. When we look into the map, where do I want to look as a viewer?
I think for this one, interestingly, let's turn our eyes to jungle. We kind of brought it up in the pre-show. I'd like to reiterate it now. EMP and Lightside on the whole, we've all kind of said we've slept on this team a bit. We thought after that first week, Lightside, they could be one of the bottom teams, and they're not. They are absolutely a game off hitting that top 4. They are in that kind of position right now at that 6-win mark. And EMP has been leading the way. His Lilia in particular has been absolutely monstrous. On the other side, Natty has been a player like a lot of the rest of Ruddy who's been running hot and cold, but you can see the raw talent. This is the Rengar main, the guy who has it banned down against him all the time, who's willing to pull out the Carthers. These 2 junglers are very capable and very willing to take a game into their own hands and try and run over it.
And for me, the most like impressive part of those statistics was that they both have like relatively low KPs relative to the league, but are 1 and 2 in damage percentage for their team. So
yeah.
You know, go off.
No ganking, just farming, just damage.
Newsflash information just for you folks at home. If Ruddy wins, Venom Crest is locked in for playoffs. So obviously everybody on the Snake roster is like, yeah, bite him, Ruddy, bite him. We need to take Lightside away from this one. Put us in. Let me in. Now, aside from the jungle, there's another lane that I want to take a peek. On one side, you have Torak. And even everybody from the team from Lightside was saying, hey, Torak is an outstanding member. He's rising. He's a beast nowadays. He's improving. On the other side, it's Alex, who got so many MVPs throughout the split. I think he's at first with 3 MVP. but he has been taking a toll. He believes like, I need to do more. I need to do more for my team. I need to overplay myself. And sometimes he does overextend.
Yeah, I think as we're coming into picks and ban here as well, part of it has been we have seen some growth with Wolverine coming in particular, where he has been a bit more willing on things like the Z to play a little bit more patiently, to play the side lanes in a bit more of that push-pull, to not feel he has to go 1 and 4 diving in multiple times on the Aurelia. But he's still kind of the talisman of this team in so many ways. And when he isn't being a threat, when he isn't a problem for an enemy team, Ruddy often fall apart without that kind of key member going. And I can see why that put pressures on him.
Already, I want to look toward our bans because Bucci has been a bit of another life force of this light side roster, and Cassante taken away, the Rumble taken away. They are 2 picks that Bucci has performed fairly well on so far, but notably there's a pick for light side that is not banned, and it's that Lilia, which I think is one of those pockets that Emp has been more than happy to dive into.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out that EMP was also playing Rumble Jungle. He's played and won a game on that champion as well, so it is that multi-man flex. Just get rid of it. The Lilia is definitely an option, though sometimes if you're locking Lilia, you kind of want to wait and see what you're playing into.
Milio.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Or sort of things like everyone's super ranged, and so I'm never going to be able to get my Q stacks, and it's miserable. If there's a few melee champions, you feel a lot better about Lilia dancing back and forth and getting those speed buffs. Varus as a response to Karma, that shouldn't surprise anybody. They're both super high priority right now. Rel, locked in, is strictly a flex, though it would be a little bit of a change of form to see that kind of champion go towards EMP, who has been favoring the carries of late.
Does feel very Dr. Chaos Core, honestly, with the Rel, the engages.
Right there with you. Yeah.
Just ease of access into the backline, and then you allowing potentially Bucci, potentially
Dr.
EMP
Chaos
to...
Core.
This
is my ultimate item, the Dr. Chaos Core. I have finally found a way to create the ultimate magnet storm.
I'm not using core ever again on broadcast. Sorry to everyone at home that we had to go.
He's
through
never
that.
getting
That's
on the
my
LCS
bad.
broadcast with that. Core JJ out there, like, what the hell, man? What is this? Bringing it back to the draft briefly, the Ezreal locked in,
just briefly.
likely towards Selkie's math. This does actually make a little bit more credence to the Karma getting flexed for all. It's primarily been a mid laner of late. Ezreal Karma is super busted. We have seen a little bit of Annie. Someone looked at Annie yesterday, even.
It was
Torek as well. Yeah. So coming back to that,
I don't think you can blind it.
Nah, it's a
bit bold.
Is
I know.
Okay.
Okay, bit more normal in the Gnar.
In the same wavelength. That's fine. Like Torak yesterday, I was in the same boat as I think Aragon, who was on the cast, just like this cannot be good, and then the Annie was good, and I was like, well, you've proved me wrong. And that's my favorite part of being wrong is, okay, players, they show up and they say, actually, Rudy, there's a reason you're casting the game. I knew this was good. And I picked it. But I think that this time around, with the Gnar being locked in, it's a safe blind, it's a Bucci on a facilitatory carry, if that makes sense, because you can win side lanes against the majority of things, and then you can team fight effective as well.
The only thing here is I'll note that Riven's been left up, and Riven into Gnar is an okay matchup for Riven. You've got to remember, I believe Built is that a Riven player, right? And it has been left open for once. So he is not a Riven player who's all about the psycho all-ins. He's a very calculated style of Riven player. I remember being told about this and Don Jay chatting me through this, because obviously he is such a huge proponent of a lot of these players. He's really excited to be working with them for all the team. The split results haven't necessarily been what they've hoped for yet. I wonder whether we see that here, especially considering the matchup. Might be a little bold, but on the other hand, give the one trick the one trick.
And I'll bet taken away. Jungle. Yeah.
Thoughts?
Shook back from the grave, here to play League of Legends professionally once more.
Ah, yes. So for EMP, the rest of light side, I do think it's an EMP pick. It's also a pick for Torak in the mid lane. They've seen one melee locked in. Is that enough to warrant EMP Lilia? Yes, it is, folks. Congratulations. Okay. So solo laners for Ruddy are where I expect to need to be locked in. Obviously, this Karma is a flex, and as you mentioned, initialized for all, it's been a mid laner. I really value Karma as a bot lane to answer any Varus lane that exists.
Including promotions, he's 6-1, I believe, this year on the Lilia. Like, he has lost one game in the split on Lilia. He's 2-1 in the split and 6-1, as I said, overall. Very, very confident on the champion. And if you're kind of expecting a little bit more to come through in the form of a Nautilus, yeah, you can play around this as the Lilia now. Between the Xinzhou and the Nautilus, you've kind of got some stuff to work.
I will say I do like the Nautilus lock-in because you highlighted the dancing that Lilia can do.
That's very true. Yeah.
Nautilus ult! Grr!
Go on.
The K-1 strategy
Do it.
to fast
Do it.
paced action.
Do it! We got it.
Yes!
We got it. He's a
So-
madman.
Okay, you know, every time you'll come into a split and you'll hear rumors, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Natty Nat's a Rengar one trick. Built's a Riven one trick. They finally get to play one of the champions. Natty Nat's not getting his hand on Rengar, unfortunately, but
Oh.
Built has had the option to play Riven a couple of times, so hasn't quite led into it. This is the time we get to see it.
It's a decent matchup into the Gnar. I will be interested to see how it works with the fact you've got a fair amount of, you know, if you're diving into Lilia's Riven, it can be a bit sad, and obviously the Varus with the R, the Tristan's ability to disengage could make the flanking a little tricky. But my eyes are on that. I think Torek going back towards an AD mid lane. He's been one of the few who's still picked up things like the Jace and has been a proponent of some of those the AD carry mids. Does empower EMP, so that mid jungle has to get rolling for me from Light Tigers. On the other hand, Built getting this Riven and getting snowballing on a one trick could get really spicy.
It could. And the other part about Lightside's composition is boot choices just go really nicely for Lightside. And I mean this in the sense that Ruddy are going to want to build Ninja Tabbies or Plated Steel Caps because there's a lot of auto attackers, but then you don't have Merc Treads for Emp, and that is going to be devastating.
So it's upon us to see what's going to happen. It's upon the casters to take it to the Rift. Take it away, Veteran, and Budget Fund Park Milcott.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't actually hear what he said there, so
No, I
can't
didn't.
really
I didn't hear either. He's
I
quite
heard-
low for me. He's
I
quite
heard
low.
budget and then middle cot. It's just like I'm already middle cot, so it's like who's budget middle cot? Like what a horrible lot in life to be budget middle cot. I really hope that you never call anyone that ever again, Archer. But yes, big news coming out of this draft. Veteran is going to be the Riven for Built. We're finally seeing this guy on this pink. Rank 1 Riven at some point in the past. I'm expecting a lot of blood to come out of the top lane here. Bucci is going to have a bit of a tough time if Built can get it done on this signature pick.
I mean, I don't know what to make of the Riven into Gnar matchup, to be honest. I've always been under the impression it's one of the hardest matchups for Riven in the game, so a lot of confidence is being placed. Maybe you're going to see some kind of cheesy groupings topside level 1, something early on in the game to get Riven in towards this matchup. Obviously, if she can close the gap, she can burst down Gnar like any other champion, but that's the big if. Gnar should be able to just kite her down the lane, but you know what? Bill probably knows more about Riven than me. We've heard a lot about him on this pick. He's played a lot of this pick. That being said, any old-time fan of mine will know that if there's one kind of main I have literally no respect for in the world, it is a Riven main. So it could also just be that dumb. But we will see, all right? We'll see how the lane matchup goes.
We're hoping for good things from the Riven. It's not great if you finally get the chance to play your one trick and then
But now or never.
You end up imping on it because it is now or never, right?
Yep.
Ruddy need to win this game to have any chance of qualifying into playoffs. There has been quality on this roster, undisputed, right from the minute go in this split. But it's never felt like they have performed as a cohesive unit. But we will see if they can do that or if Lightside can rain on their parade as we get into game. Okay, we are hitting Summoner's Rift for the final game of Week 6. It is Week 6, right?
Yes.
Yes, Week 6.
I actually don't know.
That one. I don't know. The final game of today. That much we can say at least. Ruddy sneaking their way into this river bush. Just can on the Nautilus. Obviously incredibly powerful in these invades with the dredge line. Dr. Chaos going to dismount and walk himself out of there. Big game for Ruddy, but big game for Lightside as well. They've sort of snuck up the standings over the last couple of weeks, going 4 wins from their last 5 games and considering Verdant lost that game against Lions Creed, they've got a very real shot of springboarding themselves up into the playoffs.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but all eyes kind of on Ruddy. They are still somewhat the people's champions, and they have... I do want to disagree with one thing that you said. You said that they haven't quite been able to make it work together as a team, as like a 5v5. I do think we have seen shades of that now, particularly with the Z games. They were playing very, very slow. They were playing very, very controlled. We did see them work as a team around the map on those, and they will need teamwork to make this work. Built's going to have a pretty difficult time up there until level 6, and then there's going to be a brief window from level 6 up until potentially a Trinity Force coming out of the Gnar or some kind of adept movement speed that will allow him to kite Riven even easier. But that's all what that matchup is. Maybe Alex is going to join the fray. Maybe Xin Zhao gets some kind of a flank to help with and close that range advantage. Then later on, she's into a Varus. She's into a Tristana. You have a very similar problem. So a lot of confidence on that pick by Built to be choosing it here. But you do need that here, right? You do need these guys on their comfortable, confident picks. And I absolutely agree with the decision to do that. If Built is there saying, it's good for me,
just can. Hold on. This is very aggressive. Dr. Chaos flashing away.
Please.
Silky Smath going to follow.
Yes!
One more auto. First blood for the Ezreal. And Just Can stays alive. Ragnar on the wrong side of things. He has to flash away. Silky Smath not going to be able to follow through. But if you are a member of the Ruddy Faithful, if you have been preaching for this org, then that is exactly what you would have wanted.
Ooh, he's not recalling though, because he does have Lilia on bot side here with him. Lilia opted to skip the red buff, is already bot here, and you know that Xin Zhao is top side as Ruddy, so they're not going to press Varus under the tower. It's not a full set of minion denials, but it is a first blood for Silky Smath on that Ezreal, and that's big, because if you have to go back and just get tier or just get longsword, you're delaying either effective combat stats in lane or your potential scaling abilities. And here, he doesn't have to choose between the two. He can just get both, which makes this a very strong Ezreal.
Yeah, it's still, though, early doors in this game, and Lightside are absolutely in a fine position with their draft to play us out and grab the win. I think Bucci on the Gnar has been a real surprise performer this player. I think generally we've been very impressed with the talent that has come up from Div 2, Venom Crest, the organization itself, but Lightside with their roster built up from those players in Div 2, and I think Bucci has really been leading the line for them in a lot of respects. Alex going for an aggressive trade here onto Tarek. Dr. Chaos also moving over. Wow. Natty now waiting in the wings, can dash forward on the Xin Zhao and take down the Tristana. Over aggression, punished by Ruddy, and Dr. Chaos dead as well.
We talked about Riven, but so far the game has been defined by literally every other player. Riven not yet to die on top side, but Xin Zhao making it work on that mid lane play, on Alex's aggression. I thought Alex had overextended there. I was also quite surprised when Dr. Chaos was able to land his CC straight up, but it was all a big ruse, and Xin Zhao was able to be the big beneficiary of it. Massive advantages for Ruddy at the early stage of the game here, and that's good, because this Tristana feels to me like the hardest scaling thing on the map here, potentially with Lilia, but Karma in her current state. Those REs, those RQs later on in the game are big. It's huge getting this Malignance as early as possible on him. Getting, potentially, Ruddy in with the lead. They can't afford to lose the game. They can't afford to lose the game. You don't want them to feel unconfident. You don't want them to feel more pressure than they have to at this point. They'll be very comfortable with this early lead. They'll feel very good about their own individual skills. And this isn't even the big ace in the hole yet, which is that Riven top side that's going to be coming online in about 30 seconds time.
I mean, in particular, Key, we're talking about getting to the Malignance as soon as possible. Getting that lost chapter for the Karma means that the wave clear that Tristana can so easily offer in a lot of matchups is a little bit mitigated by that just sheer ability to spam out your spells. Early Dragon being teased here by the bot side of Ruddy, but they're going to be backing away after a little bit of poke damage chucked down, and Emp chucking that bowling ball to show he's in the area.
Nice. So, curious thing has happened topside here. So, yes, Bucci has just hit 6 because he's been at the minion wave every single minion. but built. He's gonna hit it very, very soon. And for Bucci to do this, he has neglected to recall before this point. He has no items right now to get the additional MS against Riven. Riven has Xin Zhao leaning very heavily towards her top side. She is gonna hit 6 very, very soon. So this is a very precarious spot for Bucci. Bucci wants a recall. If he does not get a recall, he potentially does not get a good play in towards Riven for a very, very long time. It does look like the recall will happen. Zinzo, wow, hello, hello.
Oh, Alex, oh, what are you doing, my guy?
God.
Just stays way too long for that trade, and Tark says thank you very much. Solo kill for the light side mid laner, and that's a little bit of gold back for light side, who are still down in this game.
A potential gap in the Ruddy armor there with Torak on the Tristana already on a kill, in a solo kill as well. Natty Nat though, the aggression. I do love to see that. Control of top side. Bucci was able to get those ninja tabbies, I refuse to call them plated steel caps, on his recall. This will more effectively help him kite Built. Built really wants to get on top of him. Really wants to get on top of him. He knows he has potential at this point. But Bucci getting that recall does put him in a safe position on top side again.
I mean, the item advantage and the coal pickup as well from Bucci. He knows absolutely what his job is. You never want to fight a Riven, because somehow, some way, she always seems to come out on top. If he could just slowly farm this out and precipitate a massive gold advantage, then he is going to be A-OK. Alex stepping up a little bit too far forward once again, but Justcan is here to try and offer some support.
Nice,
Auto's hitting down onto the Karma, but it's not enough to finish her off.
Yep, because the auto from Nautilus hit on top of Tristana and interrupted her auto attacks on towards Karma with that Nautilus passive. So good play there by Justcan. That was a very, very impactful auto, and ends up leaving Alex to live to fight another day.
We're looking at the broader goals for this comp, though. Obviously, the Karma is very disgusting in terms of the damage, but she's also going to be able to empower this sort of bruiser topside that Ruddy have put together for themselves. Xin Zhao is absolutely terrifying in any 2v2 situation, but if he's got a Karma empowering him, helping lock down these targets for him, then it's even better. And Riven is already able to get massive, disgusting shields in her. If she's got a Karma, that's just ×2.
Yeah, 100%. I do find Malignance to be a really curious item right now, because I feel like it opens up scaling possibilities on champions that didn't have super hard scaling opportunities before. Karma's an obvious one. I feel like Malzahar is another one. I think that whereas your 1-item spike is delayed now compared to last season, you on 2 items are still capable of 1v1ing anyone, the Malignants and the Liandries, but every single item scales way harder on you now than it did before because of that Malignance being as a part of your kit and the interactions that it has with your ultimate. Silky Smash doesn't care.
Burning the ult there, and Justcan throwing out the hook in response. So that is a cleanse burn from Silky Swath, maybe implying that Emp is going to be making a visit towards this bot side at some point, because obviously having that cleanse is crucial for denying the Lilting Lullaby from coming out.
And resets now on both bot and mid for Ruddy. Only mid. Nope. Both bot and mid being matched by light side, which means everybody has their eyes on the potential Grubs contest on top side. Ruddy, with Karma, definitely do want to be a 5 Grubs team. They do want to contest this. Built needs to recall and TP topside if you want to get any kind of a semi-swap going. If you want to have a shift from bottom to mid and towards topside, you are going to need priority on top there. So let's see what Xin Zhao does off of this clear. We are close to that point where both sides are going to want to contest Grubs.
I think Emp just had his recall interrupted there by Built as he came back from that teleport. So going to be a little bit delayed at getting back out onto the map. For Lightside, though, I feel like we've been talking a lot about Ruddy. For Lightside, though, they do have this double AD carry composition. So in terms of their ability to take down towers, if they ever find an angle, a winning fight potentially, or Ruddy just not necessarily being in the correct place, then those structures can fall pretty damn quickly. But they seem like they've been content to sort of sit back for the time being and scale up.
This one Infernal Drake will be really big though, on Riven especially, because every single stat Riven has scales with AD in one form or another. It's personally why I've always detested the champion. If you want tankier stats, if you want better range damage, if you want better melee damage, you want better auto attacks, you want better anything, even crowd control, you build AD on Riven. So having this one Infernal Drake is actually very, very big for that man in the top lane who needs his damage, needs his everything to matter when he goes toe-to-toe with either Nora or Tristana, and those are the options of what you're facing on sides. You're facing the Nora or the Tristana, both of which, you know, feel like they can kite you down. We'll see the angles he gets. He's an experienced player, but he needs to be finding angles, creative solutions to this big range discrepancy. We'll see if he does it.
Oh, hold on, Bucci. Ooh. That boomerang connected, maybe felt like going for a solo kill. Natinat is taking down the grubs on the top side as light side, prepping for a dive in bottom lane. Emperor's been here a good while, but again, that cleanse not quite available for Silky Smath, and Dr. Chaos being level 6 as well. There's a load of CC available for this round. They're just going to be going on to Ragnar instead. Silky Smath's flashing back away, but here comes the Drowsy. Huge shield on Silky Smath to keep him alive. The bomb is burning. It's ticking down. It takes him out. A double for Torak as he jumps away on single-digit HP. Alex looking for the tether, but isn't able to find it as Built was solo killed up in the top lane, and in the blink of an eye, Lightside claw themselves back into the game.
I thought Silky Smath had lived there because Tristana autoed the turret instead of the final tick of the bomb, but he did eventually go down to that bomb, and yep, this is Riven versus Gnar. Gnar does have significant advantages in this matchup. Built did kind of put himself on the back foot, but if he felt more comfortable with this matchup, I still think it was the right call to give it to him. But this massive play on bot lane does change things. Torak is running away of this game 3-1-0, and I don't really see a individual champion on Ruddy's side that can deal with a snowballing Tristana.
Oh, I mean, this is the issue playing against this champion, right? Okay, Built is going to have a load of damage, but the rocket jump to just get out of range, and then the Buster shot as well, if Built even gets on top of you, and it's one of the champions that it is very difficult to dislodge a lead from, and so you're looking towards someone like Justcan with the guaranteed CC from that Nautilus ult, but it feels like that's the only thing that Ruddy can throw at Torak, and he could just jump away with that on his back as well, and he'll still be fine.
Yeah, he's basically picked this into a full disengage composition. It is a bit of a strange one, but again, he is very confident on the champ itself. Silky Smath though, and Karma still big potential threats, and Karma could maybe.
Oh my god, the flash forward from Dr. Chaos instantly, but here comes the rest of Ruddy. The jump back from Torak. As soon as we prophesize it, it comes to fruition, but Ragnar is dead. Ruddy, they're going to look for a little bit more. Emperor's turned up to the play, can drop some damage on the head. Torak with a 4th kill for himself, but here comes the rest of Ruddy. The TPing coming through here from Bucci is too little too late. It's not going to get him anything as he's rooted down under the tower and finished off by Alex. It's the bot lane once again, but this time it's Ruddy.
Okay, Ruddy winning the play out on the bot lane, and maybe Riven's not getting a solo kill top like Gnar did last time, but she is getting the plates. Well, the plates are just despawning, but she is getting the tower on top side, she is getting the minions, she is getting solo gold, solo XP, solo everything. She has been given free time to catch up in the matchup she's previously behind on the Silky Smath. This guy is now ahead, he's 3-1-1. He's in a very good position to potentially be that damage carry. Karma being the big presence in late game that can help Built, help Silky Smath actually scale in and potentially match the range advantages over on the side of LLS later. You can think of Karma as that modifier.
Yeah, and again, for Silky Smath, everything that we're saying about Torak on the Tristana, it feels like it's applicable to the Ezreal as well, because, yeah, you've got Chains of Corruption, but realistically, is Silky Smath ever going to be in range of that? Dr. Chaos, how on earth is he going to find himself on top of the Ezreal? And this champion could do insane amounts of damage if you can pilot it at maximum efficiency, and Silky Smath feels like the kind of guy who can do just that.
Hopefully he is that guy for them. We have seen AD carry stepping up today in the NLC. We saw Venomcrest Smolder. What was his name again? God,
Deadhound, my guy, man.
Deathhound, yes. We saw him stepping up earlier when his team needed him to the most silky smap here. Looking to do the same thing for Ruddy. Alex needs to be that big facilitator. Yes, he did a bit of a banger in lane, losing the 1v1 towards the Tristana, and did have a very, very close pseudo bait against the Rel earlier as well. But he does need to be the man that enables everything else on the side of Ruddy. It looks like this is going to be second Drake for them at 15 minutes. They have gotten every Drake so far. No risk of a light side soul upon this secure.
Yeah, and you can see just the sidelines. Being able to take down the tier 1 in top and bot just means that you can push Lightside back one way further, so they can't move in for that contest, they can't establish the vision, and they can't pick up these objectives. Maybe a little bit aggressive here from Justcan, trying to lock down Ragnar, and he's going to get punished appropriately. Feeling himself a little bit as that's gold onto Ragnar. That's where Lightside want it, as they're now moving in with the man advantage to start up the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the Herald can definitely help them get back control of the map. You do see a big bot lane push here, but this should just transition in towards a topside push immediately on the Herald. Or even, if they decide the map is going quite poorly right now, what they could do is just try to break open this mid tower as soon as humanly possible. Does look like Lily is leaning top with the Gnar, so it is just going to be that topside Herald play. 4 minutes until Drake appears on bot. Look at Karma, though. Very far ahead in the tempo. You have to think Lily is considering dropping Herald into mid and trying to force Ruddy to recall and match on that mid section. But as is, Ruddy, they seem to just be running away with the whole map.
Yeah, a little bit of an attempt there from Dr. Chaos, but Silky Smath absolutely on the ball there. He's very close to that 2-item spike on the Ezreal, the Essence Reaver, and the Mana Moon. Once you get that, really, you could just start cutting through people with ease. And for Lightside, they've had a bit of a weird split, to be honest. It feels like they've been a team that can sort of solve anyone in the league, but also lose to anyone in the league. They've beaten Lions Creed, they've beaten Nord, they've beaten pretty much everybody, but they still find themselves on the periphery of the playoffs. And Ruddy, even further out of frame, not quite in the picture, but there's still a chance, and it starts with a win today.
Every single win has felt like it has started there. Oh, is Bucci finally going to get run down by Built? Could this be Built's first kill? Nope. Nope, not today. This is a painful game for Built, but he's done it to himself. I will say that much. This is just a very difficult Riven situation. Maybe there's something I'm missing, right? I do not assume that I'm more educated on current Riven than Built is, for sure. But it does still feel to me like he's going to have difficulty getting access until that Karma comes online. And maybe that was the entire gamble. I will survive until this Karma is able to zoom me at close to the speed of light in towards all of these so-called high-range champions.
So-called. They're not high range if I'm on top of them. But I think Ruddy have also got a lot of tools for like team fight disruption. And I think Riven can really benefit from that. If Natinat goes in, completely splits apart the fight and Built's on the flank, he can absolutely go for these 1v2s, 1v3s, even if he is a little bit down on items. That's just how the champion works. And I think Alex can create space, Justcan can create space as well that can really benefit the Riven. I think for Lightside, they are glad for the meantime that this mid-tier 1 has remained standing, because such an important part of finding those flanks is being able to establish and deny vision in the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Ruddy have been very good about trading for tempo whenever Lightside think they can go for neutral, but Ruddy is the team that has both of those objectives in the Drake and the 5 grubs, so honestly, very, very, very good performance on these macro timings by Ruddy throughout the entire course of the game, and the fights that have been going their way have been going their way at very, very good times for them. The only thing they have given up is that Herald, and they had so much tempo on the map that there wasn't really a good move for Lightside to play it for a map advantage. So were they even really losing it, or were they making a conscious choice to get control of the map at an opportune point, knowing that there wasn't any real counterplay from Lightside?
I mean, again, your composition isn't high range. If I'm on top of you, the Herald is worth nothing if it doesn't get anything. Bucci throwing out the Gnarl, but it doesn't really hit onto Natty. Nat, here comes the Riven. First kill of the game for Built, but he's going to get put to sleep by Emp. Natty Nat going to be finished off there as they're chasing down the Riven. towards their own base. And yeah, the 1v3 is not possible quite yet as Ragnar claims the kill.
A kill is a kill though, and both Karma and Ezreal are still chilling on the map. That mid tower is fully down, that mid lane is fully in their prio, and Ezreal vanishing down towards bot side. Alex?
Yeah, gonna find the route here
Just Can's
onto
on the
Dr.
pick.
Chaos from Just Can's pick.
Balance.
The Ignite drop down, and Morel running out of there, but
He's
has
dead.
nowhere to... Come on, man. Okay, so the ult didn't go on cooldown. The cast time didn't go all the way through. That's fine. Silky Smath, though, getting a 4th kill for Lightside. That is absolutely not fine.
Yeah, no, Silky Smath kind of running away with the game here, but a lot of setup coming out there. That was a play set up by Just Can. Very, 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 very good play overall so far from Ruddy. You had that one moment in the bot lane where it looked like things might not be going their way, but it has been a dominating performance so far. It's not a high kill Lion's Creed-esque stomp, but they have been in full control of the entire map. As shown by, this is the 3rd out of 3 Drakes that they've gotten so far.
Ooh, Just Can. Flashing, looking for the hook, not quite able to find it. Herald is going to get summoned in the mid lane, but has there been any damage inflicted on that tower before the charge comes through from Torek? And I feel like if the Tristana isn't able to get that priority, you're not really activating on your laning phase goals. The turret will finally drop down as the fight is going to precipitate here. Bucci able to get onto the backline, shut down Alex, claim the kill for himself. Ragnar getting a load as well, but here comes Built. Natty splitting the fight, taking Bucci. Silky Smath, Arcade shifting forward to take out Ragnar. And Ruddy, look for it once again. Another dash forward from the Ezreal. It's a 3-man lilting lullaby. The cleanse comes through though, and Silky Smath keeps going forward. It's a 3 for 3, all things told. Blinking health bars on light side, but they finally get that mid lane tower.
Torak on 40 HP, by the way. This could have gone so much worse, and look at the damage coming out from the Ezreal, and look at the damage coming out from EMP on that Lilia. Absolutely massive from him there. They did have to do most of this play about the Karma, though. Right, the Karma wasn't able to be the huge factor that he wants to be. Hopefully he can be in the next fight, because I do still think that is going to be the big thing that enables the rest of the composition to come out. Another kill on towards Built, that does go far. Every single kill on Built matters. Every single item spike that he gets, item component that he gets, could be that 40 HP difference on Torak. Could be the thing that makes the inevitable flank work and just randomly gives him the MVP. That should probably go to Silky Smath at this point, considering that Ruddy are able to close the game. 3 minutes and 20 seconds until Mountain Drake, so for now, all they really have to worry about is the potential for Baron on the top side.
Yeah, and again, it's double AD carry. Yes, it's a lethality Varus, but you've got the added damage coming out from on the Lilia, so Lightside can take that one down rapid, quick. Still, not much between these teams in terms of the gold department. The objectives are handily in favor of Ruddy, but in terms of raw combat power, not translating to as much as they necessarily would like. That Mountain Soul, though, in 2.5 minutes is massive. If Ruddy can claim that, then their combat power absolutely goes through the roof. If Lightside can delay, well, it keeps this game up in the air.
This is a Ruddy Baron, though. Look at the dominating control on the top side here, and Gnar not even touching the tier 1 on bot yet for another wave. Ragnar, I don't think he's allowed to exist beyond a certain point in mid there. The mid tower may be down, but it doesn't seem like Lightside have the vaguest opportunity to capitalize on it.
They're just not able to apply a lot of pressure. Bucci going to be able to shove out that bot wave and start to rotate himself over, but it does feel like the game has been played on Ruddy's tempo, and Lightside, they've made some good plays that move towards the top lane, where they were able to take down Built, an example of it, but despite being even on kills, it does feel like Ruddy are playing with a bit more confidence than the Swedish outfit.
A bit more. But I am still terrified of what Torak is going to do with this mid lane Tristana. Like, he is barely leaving these fights with his life, but he is pushing himself to his absolute limits in every single one of them, right? Like, this guy, I still don't see the route in towards defeating him straight up. Maybe you could technically argue that the Ezreal does technically outrange him, but this is going to matter much more in like a Baron fight or maybe a Soul fight than it is going to be any of these lane-based circumstances. So Ruddy have to play really patiently until we get to those neutrals. 1 minute on that Soul, right? 1 minute. But that Soul itself, gonna be really good if you're into burst. You're not really into burst, you're into a lot of DPS on the side of light side. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, but they're going to be the team that is forced to play one of the most horrible gambits in League of Legends. Do we deny the Soul and potentially sacrifice a Baron? Or do we move to the Baron and resign ourselves to the fact that Ruddy are going to claim permanent combat power for as long as this game lasts? Ruddy have still got a load of vision around the Baron. Light side have definitely got more towards the bottom side of Summoner's Rift, and that's the way that they tend to be positioning themselves, although Ruddy are starting to move in.
They're in first, which seems to be a really common thing to talk about with Ruddy for the last couple of weeks. Like, genuinely, their map play is really, really good now. It's patient, it's not flashy. It could be prone to just, you know, losing fights permanently, but they do force those fights on their terms every single time. Unless...
She's getting jumped onto. Natinat is very far forward here. Chains of Corruption going to get thrown out from Ragnar. There goes the Crown Guard. Got to Chaos, getting jumped onto. Ult invested from Just Cannon. Silky Smath poking down over the wall, but here comes Lightside fully committing onto the other side of Ruddy, and Just Can gets caught. Ruddy a two-split, and Bucci goes forward to try and get the slam down built, getting knocked away by Torak. And it's Lightside on the run despite having the numbers advantage. Ember's going to flash in and try and get the sleep going down. Natty wiped off as the AD carries go 1-for-1 on the other side. The health bar so damn low on both sides as built. Dashes potentially looks for a little bit more, but he has to get out of there. And Lightside are able to mount the defense around the Dragon just. They take the fight, and they take the objective.
They are so absurdly low, and Tristana, Ezreal both dying with the final shot on each other. My god, that was an extremely close run fight, but what fundamentally happened there was that LLS just grouped together and are this fist that splits Ruddy in half there. Karma and Ezreal on one side ending up in an awkward flank position versus Just Can, Natty Nat and Built on the other side, the big melee core getting forced around in towards the Drake Pit, in towards the General River area. And by having this split happening, it was a risky entrance into the fight for Alex or Silky Smath. What they want to do with this composition is just front to back it, play it like Mad Lions play out their kite comps in the LEC, play very, very slow until Lightside spread themselves thin. That's not what happened at all. Lightside never spread themselves thin. They remained as their 5-man unit the entire time. But even then, it was very, 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 very close. So if you just get the compositional team fight you want off once, it should be a win for Ruddy, and it should be my first perfect day.
The stakes for these teams, Ruddy, their playoff hopes remaining alive, their chance of making it to the post-split hinges on a win today for Lightside. Breathing room between Verdant and possession of 4th place, that final playoff spot at the end of today. Both teams had issues throughout the split. Built is all-inning on Tabuchi despite being 2 levels down. The kiting coming through, but there's too much damage on the Riven. The Sterek Shield buying so much time for the Nardo, but he's not going to be able to play it out. It's a solo kill for Built in the bot lane.
Yep, the Trinity and the Ninja Tabbies was not enough. Built finally closes the gap and is able to destroy Bucci when Bucci's not in Mega Gnar form. That is how the matchup should go. It just should be difficult to do that, but Bucci, he messed up once, and now Ruddy have decided that they have all they need to start the Baron.
Well, the Hex Flash is going to be channeled by Torak. Torak
trying to split him.
Jumping away there. Dr. Chaos jumping back, and Baron, I think, resetting a little there. Ruddy will back away. Lightside, look them in the eye and do not blink, as despite being 1 man down, they do not give up the Baron.
Yeah, Ragnar dropping HP very, very significantly there. So good play from him on towards the side, and that's going to be enough to get rid of the Baron threat, but that's all it's going to do. You still have that poke from the Varus from the Lilia as a big threat whenever you're doing Baron, which is why Ruddy have zero hesitation in turning when they have to, which they invariably do at pretty much every staring contest.
5-man reset coming out from light side as they return to the Rift. The Baron, a persistent nucleus of attention for both these teams until the Dragon spawns in just under 2 minutes, when we might be throwing a little bit of side-eye that way. Both these teams have absolutely played their hearts out today, and there is very little to separate them on the Rift. Built having a bit more control of this side lane is huge for Ruddy. If Lightside didn't play that contest around the Baron so damn well, then we very much could be looking at a Riven with a purple buff on her back, but Lightside did hold. Their composition continues to scale up.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like they are the scaling comp here. I still worry about the Tristana will visit me in my nightmares later on. Maybe even the Lilia as well. Like, if the Lilia gets a good front-to-back advantage, she could really run away with this. But Ruddy, I mean, Ruddy's poke should be the thing. Ruddy's poke should be the thing that deals with the enemy comp decently well. However, at every single one of those points, Varus can return damage, Trist can return damage, Lilia can return damage. The ace in the hole is that you are more mobile than them. You should be less susceptible to their poke than they are to your poke. So in this staring contest, you should be the more effective poke team. We'll see if that is actually what transpired. Also, a lot to be said about the REs coming out from Karma, or even the RQs that are just more of a poke threat.
Dragon in 30 seconds, and once again it's Ruddy with the first move over. Silky Smath. So confident. Maybe even a little bit cocky on the Ezreal. Going forward for bonus damage whenever he can, but if he can make it stick onto Dr. Chaos.
Oh.
It's big, and they're going to be fighting
They
at
think
the
they found it.
Natinat is forced to pop the ults back away. The Crown Guard, the Crescent Guard, big tool utilised there by the Ruddy jungler as Torok is taken to 30% HP. And Ruddy feeling emboldened. Alex jets away, builds, goes over the wall, he's popped the ults. The sword remade, reforged, Chaos interrupted another jump and taken out! That's what the Built Riven is all about. That's what Ruddy have been waiting 30 minutes for. The pick in the clutch when it needed to happen. Torok jumping back in, Bucci able to knock back two. Here comes Emp with the multi-man drowsy. It's Mountain Soul for Ruddy, and here comes the Ezreal. Torok has already been able to take out the enemy support, but the damage from Ruddy is too much. Silky Smath, do the math, light side. There's too many people here for you to handle. Ragnar and Bucci will put up a defense. The base doesn't even get broken, but Ruddy will retreat, will run to the Baron, and with 2 late game buffs, they have got the game in their clutches.
Soul and Baron now on the side of Ruddy. Extremely strong map control. Just one Drake that went badly from a team fighting perspective, but a fundamental that can definitely be taught. This team's development has been incredible over the course of the last few weeks, and it's keeping them in with playoff chances even at this stage, where every single game, you must imagine the pressure will be piling onto them when every single game could be their last one. But they are not ceasing to play with confidence. They're not ceasing to play towards the fundamentals that they have learned. They are unceasingly headed in towards Lightside's Nexus in an attempt to dictate the course of the rest of the playoffs. This game matters for the positions of teams like Venom Crest. Every game right now matters, and Ruddy, they're playing big upsets here.
No competitive experience at all on these players. And I'd be a liar if I said it didn't show at multiple points throughout this split. We're talking in emphatic terms, like a win here is the end of the road for Ruddy, but it's still a mountain that they've got to climb. Not just still in this game, but next week as well. DMG coming up, a game that they'll feel they can win. And then Venom Crest to finish off their season, a game that will be very, very difficult no matter the result here today. The base of Lightside still intact for the time being. The Baron buff ticking down slowly, and the longer that Lightside hold, the more time they've got to scale, the more time they've got for an impatient moment to present itself from Ruddy. Built, split, pushing up in the top lane, 5 members of Lightside defending in the bot.
Yep, a really good opportunity here, though. They don't need to be going straight for that mid-tier 3. They're happy to just take out all of these tier 2s before getting onto the final objective. This is gold in the bank account. Built also opens up a potential finale where they now play on either of those tier 3 sides with Built, potentially getting a flank angle on those wave crashes, which makes that mid-tier 3 just that much easier to take down.
And as the split push will start to subside in a few moments, Elder will start to become a real concern unless Ruddy can end it here and now. Natty and Silky empowering this bot lane wave, not able to step too far forward. That's a big chunk onto Ragnar.
Yeah,
50% of the Varus' HP, and the cannon minion will continue to wail away.
That it will do, that it will do. Seeing a bit more of the composition that we were expecting, but instead of it being a 1-4 with Built looking to make a big flank play, you're seeing a big split, a 1-2-2 setup coming out from Ruddy. Still Built on one of the sides. Built could potentially flank there, but he honestly wants to dive if you can get it. And the advantage of doing this setup is that you spread light side so thin, they can't respond to that long lane on top side of Built if he does decide to do it, as effectively as it would be if they were just a grouped 4-man on mid. Then you just have a spread on towards top side, but here you are maximizing the impact you can have. The waves are also being synced in. Baron buff has run out, 2 minutes until Elder comes up, and Ruddy, they're just going to reset. They feel like they've gotten enough. They got 2 tier 2 towers, they got a tier 3 tower on mid lane, they know that they are 1, maybe 2, but at this stage of the game, this far past Nord time with those death timers, realistically 1 good team fight away from closing this game going through mid.
Crucially though for Lightside, sorry my voice is going, this game has...
No, don't worry man, I'm right there with you.
This game has been incredible. Crucially though for Lightside, no inhib falling down in the mid lane, no free pressure for Ruddy, constantly moving through that lane. The Torok Tristana, it's still there, it's still scaling up. Very close to that 4th item, and when that comes through, a lot of respect will need to get paid by Ruddy to this pick. A minute until the Elder.
Yep, and look where Ruddy are setting up all of their pressure. They do have Built pushing out on top side, but he has that teleport if he is going to be needed on bot, and it's not his priority to just get full pressure there. If he can get a grouping, that would be best. He's just trying to cover himself for now, and he will be able to get some kind of a flank TP unless you burn all of your vision trying to counter Ruddy's vision going in towards the Drake pit here. Looks like LLS starting one of their sweepers, just looking in lane for now. Now they're going to find one of the flank wards. Will they find them all?
It's the $1 million question. There's still 1 ward there from Ruddy, just in the bot side jungle, but light side are truly being forced back. Built still has that teleport, so can play a little bit more aggressively in the side lane, but he's going to reset, come right back to the rest of his team to join them in this fight. Dr. Chaos has been deep behind enemy lines for a little while now. It's a dangerous place to find yourself. You can be the hero here. You can be the villain. Ruddy on spawn. Jump on top of the Elder. Dr. Chaos, he's going to run straight into Bill. Oh no! He's McCoy, he's going to flash into Vit, try and turn this into a rest of an engage. But Lightside are well and truly on the back foot. Bucci here getting taken low. The Staring Shield is going to provide a little bit of damage reduction, but Ruddy are winning out. It's Silky Smith going forward. The hook connects from Just Can, and Lightside are falling to the wayside. Oh, Emp, that was a nice lilting lullaby, but you have been put to sleep. Bucci is the only one left. 5 members of Ruddy march on.
7,476 damage by Silky Smith. My personal MVP of the game. Very, very well played by him. Big carry prospect today was the AD. Wow, you're not getting away with it, are you, Bucci? Today was the AD carry stepping up. Today was Ruddy. Still, they can't lose a single game right now, and it looks like they don't plan to start losing today.
Their split is far from over. All will be decided in week 7. Ruddy keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yep, they do, and you know who else keeps their hopes alive? Me. I got a perfect day today.
Oh
Middlecott.
my
It's actually my first
God,
perfect day
no.
of prediction. On that ruddy victory, on that ruddy, which means you, Middlecott, are now alone at the bottom of the standings. I'm pretty sure. So,
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't care about the predictions as long as we get great League of Legends.
true.
And Ruddy had some great League of Legends today and have set us up for an emphatic final week of competition here in the NLC. That's going to do it for me and Veteran. It has been an absolute pleasure to take you through the games today. We're going to be jumping to a short break before the analyst desk break down this game and everything that you've seen today.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
The irony is blinding as Reddy walks into the light and the miracle run continues. But how did it start and initialize and redude? I need you to guide me through this one because it was just an amazing game.
It was pretty wild, let's be real. It started with a first blood for an Ezreal super early on, and then it kind of went mad from there, and who knows what happened, because it feels like every team was willing to absolutely brawl. How many kills did we end up with in the end? Something like 40 plus combined?
Yes.
Not enough! More! Need more action from the NLC reps. However, that game started, as you mentioned, with an Ezreal first blood, but it didn't go entirely Ruddy's way. That game at no point really did it feel like, guys, Ruddy have got this signed, sealed, and delivered, locked up. Built's Riven pick, it took a little bit. It took a while for us to be convinced because he got solo killed first of all in laning phase. But, ladies and gentlemen, when we found the Riven online, apparently Riven solo kills Mini Gnar even when they're 2 levels down. And Built had that dog in him through a Sterax, through Randuin's components to find the solo kill.
Yeah, the Yordle had a sword in him. That's what happened.
As well. Yeah. And Silky Smart's Ezreal, I think that is the real... It didn't go under the radar. It was the MVP. It did the most damage. It was the best thing for Ruddy this game.
But look, all I'm saying is that it's the day that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out, and the character with a giant Buster Blade type sword comes up with some heroics in the bot lane against their rival to come away with a much needed turnaround victory. What can I say? It's just all appropriate.
I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game.
So you're missing out on a big game release, mate. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to look at your face again, Radu. So that's why I want to toss it to the interview with Craig. He's waiting for us. We gotta talk. Welcome to the interview. Should I speak Portuguese? No, I'm kidding. What changed? Because the run started off as chaotic, then it changed to the promise was there, light side was building up, and this game. I need you to run me through this game and tell me what happened, in your opinion, that you believe that changed the tables.
I mean, we honestly just had a terrible day today. We did a warm-up against a middling ARL team and we got stomped 30-3 in kills. The only person who was having a good day honestly was Torak. Like, we've been scrimming well, scrims have been going well, practice has been going well, my work with the players has been going well, but we honestly just logged in today and people were not in the server, you know. It happens. We had a couple rough scrims this week, and people we're going through a tough time as a team. But I just want to point out one thing, which is it's really annoying to listen to some NLC casters, because people are always cheering against us and seeing what our opponents can do and then act surprised whenever we actually do well. And I think we've done more than enough to prove we are a good team. We've done more than enough to prove that first week was people being nervous because we're playing with a shit ton of rookies. And we're learning fast, we're improving fast, we have great stuff, we have super intelligent players who can learn super fast. So just expect us to see doing great in Puffs.
Oh, but we know that. I believe all the casters are like, yeah, Lightside started off on the wrong foot, but they're climbing. That's why we're saying, like, it's not even the Miracle Run. It's a run. The Miracle Run is for Ruddy. You guys are, like, really close. We build it up like a redemption. The redemption from the first week. No, I like the way you guys are playing, but tell me, do you believe, like, this loss could actually hinder your work for playoffs?
I mean, we were... Depending on another result today, we could have actually had the second place in our own hands. If we won our match, if we played our game, and if another result today, namely North Venomcast, was different, we could have actually guaranteed second place, and the second place was in our hands. Now it's a lot tougher, right? And we're relying on a lot of RNG to get that upper bracket seed. But I just believe I mean, to answer your question more directly, yes, it hurts a bit because it hurts our guarantees and it hurts the way we're feeling secure and we're feeling safe for players and stuff like that. So we still have to fight outside of just being a lot more comfortable. But in general, I just think we just had an off day. It was an awful day today. Like, even our warm-up was so bad.
It's versus DMG, the last game, but the previous one, starting off week 7, it's going to be versus Nord. Nervous about that one, or do you think like you took the picture of Nord and you know how they play and hey, it was a bad day, week 7, it's our week?
I mean, I think we can beat Nord very easily. I think last time we made some mistakes that we fixed. We easily fixed them. We reviewed the game the day after and we easily fixed whatever was going on in our mid to late game stages, which was, again, the last time I did an interview, I said the same thing, which is we just don't have enough experience to the lack of time from our players in the game. But I honestly feel we can easily beat Nord. Not to say they're a bad team, just feel like we're a really good team right now. We just had a terrible day today.
Okay, let's see what happens on week 7. You're close to getting that spot, but you still have to climb a little bit of that mountain. Thank you so much. Obrigado, irmão.
Obrigado, Sharon.
And I'll see you soon, my man. I mean, just a little bit of Portuguese, you know. It's not often that I get
Never
this.
hear you
It's not
talk about
often.
that ever.
The Portuguese?
Yeah, never something you
I
brought
mean,
up with me.
no.
Ever before. You know?
Come on! You have to deal with Duckling for the entire split. Like,
You're not even
Danish
wrong.
this,
Oh,
Danish that.
and do you understand how
Skål!
much crap
Skål!
we give him?
Yeah, he doesn't get away with it. He doesn't get away with it, in fairness.
No, you guys are English. You get to talk your language all the time.
Excuse me, I'm half Welsh.
I'm half Algerian, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a half African, so what? What does that mean? Actually, it's real. Shimada can testify for that one. Now, I do believe, like, the way we were talking about light side, yeah, it actually hurts him a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're comfortable that they're going to make it, although they have to fight up versus Nord. This is not an easy one to take in.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one in some ways, because the thing is, their fate is still largely in their own hands here. And Ruddy, for example, on the other side, who are looking at this miracle run, need to win everything, still need one of Nord or Lightside, or potentially both, to have a bad last week. And that in some ways is easier said than done, because obviously you heard it there in the interview. The Lightside guys say, look, guys, you've got it wrong. We are actually really good. It's just a bad day. Don't sleep on us. Don't underrate us, because we've got what it takes. And I think with what they've got ahead of them, the DMG game in particular, it should be doable. They should at least be able to get to that 7th win, which puts them in that kind of conversation.
Position,
yeah, exactly. However things go. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
I think trying to
Then-
predict is just a fool's game. I'm going to be honest. It is a fool's game, and we've been playing it all split long. But the best thing to do is just to be able to come and watch the games, because it is just every game felt like a banger today. Even the last couple, like the last couple of games especially, Veteran was saying it that this is just tense. It felt like you could sort of feel it during the game, how much this game meant to every team that's involved. That the fight at the top is just getting tighter and tighter.
It's getting better and better. And let's talk with Wolverine that is making that run a little bit better every single day. I got you on a double. Finally.
2 more.
Now we can talk about this. 2 more. That's the thing. There's hope. How do you feel?
I mean, I think we're making it. We got DMG as our 3rd game. So like our only real opponent left is what, Venom Crest? Final game?
The final game will be the opening game at 5 o'clock versus Venom Crest. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the one we needed.
Oh, this was okay, putting you in fighting positions. So obviously there's a lot of improvement. Regardless of what happens, the team improved a lot. How do you feel as a coach walking into the end of the split with the fighting chance?
I mean, I think I knew that we were gonna get here from like the start of the split. I mean, I think the players are really good. I haven't slept since Tuesday.
my man. I'm gonna let you go. I thought about making more questions.
No, that's good.
I'm
It's
letting
good.
you go. It is.
No,
good?
we can run it.
Okay. Final question. Final prep for the final week. What do you believe you're looking into the team and saying, yeah, this is the final hurdle. I think we need to focus on this. We fix it. We win it. We take it home.
I mean, I think big thing in this game is like we played like really nervous, right? This game we actually played like way worse than like even yesterday. But I think like hopefully that should fix itself now that we've played 2 elimination games, two games back to back where if we lost we were out. Like that was the season, so like we're used to that feeling now. Hopefully, and maybe we can work on it. We got like a whole week. I think that's probably really like the only thing.
Okay, let's see what happens. Then Wolverine, man, go to sleep. Take your rest. You did a good job, okay? Go to sleep, my man. Go to sleep.
I appreciate it.
Have a lovely one. I'll see you soon. Take him off air, man. Let him sleep. Let him sleep, dude.
It's just like the fact he had to think about when he last slept. I'm sure it's I'm hoping it is exaggeration,
thing.
but like the point
He
is,
was
I think I
lagging
slept was
like-
like Tuesday. It's like, oh god.
When did I sleep for the last time? I think I saw a bed recently.
Oh, no, that was something on the internet, you know?
Pop culture ruins it again. God damn it.
My lighting
Well,
nearly kills
with
me on
this
the
in
side there.
mind-
Glad I caught that.
It was an amazing game, regardless of who won. It was an amazing game, and we got to see a lot of really good team fights, nitty gritty, and to the last second, like every single interaction. Even with Todak was fighting on that dragon, like the last Q from the Ezreal, he flashes, both auto attacks coming at the same time, and they both die. Everything was so close, and I think when we jump into playoffs on those best of threes to start it off, or best of fives, like, it's going to be such an amazing playoff for NLC. I'm really excited about the last hurdle.
Yeah, I
You gotta
think...
replay, by the way.
Yeah, I think we do. Hopefully, this will be a good starting point. I think a lot of these teams have proven they've got something to them. It's not been flawless, but the growth has been there. I'm not looking at the league and despairing quite as much as I was middle of the split. And I know Wolverine was saying that they were playing pretty nervous, they were playing pretty shyly. But this moment, about 13-odd minutes into the game, wasn't them playing shyly. They knew exactly how they wanted to play this, did Ruddy, and they play this out super, super well. They catch out Ragnar here, he's got nowhere to go, and EMP is, yes, about to come over, but they still think they've got the advantage. They've still got the members here to work with, and Dr. Chaos just goes a bit deep, and Just Can, yes, takes a chunk, does go down, but just look how much damage they've still got to go with. EMP can go nowhere, and the teleport is just a little bit late, and reminder as well, this is just after Built was really struggling at being solo killed. You've teleported down a Sanar. You're giving a whole wave and free time and first turret, I think, even over to the Riven as a result of this play as well. This was Roddy on fire, knowing how they wanted to play this and really leveraging their target access.
It wasn't just good hands as well. There was also the cognizance to know, okay, we want to dive this. I need to push in the wave. So Alex walks back to the wave, makes sure that he cleans up that so that the minion wave's already coming in, and then they've got the opportunity to get under the turret successfully. As it plays out, right, Lightside fighting them in the jungle and the wave not technically needed in that place, but it gives them the presence of mind. The thought really in my mind is that they are where they need to be and recognizing what happens to really to really get forward. I want to look at the next replay though, because we do have another fight about 26 minutes into this game. One of the crucial fights for me, this felt like, in the mid lane, where this is that tense setting moment that we were kind of alluding to earlier on, where both these teams jostling for position, and there's a lot of argy-bargy, a lot of cooldowns being thrown, but not too much of a commit until there is. And this entire time, Silky Smath is doing such work on the side. Mystic shot after mystic shot coming in, and Just Can as well, baiting people in. Now with Torok with no jump, it's a little tricky for him to try and fight. So many small things happening, and this is the fact that you highlighted, Arsha, where the Torok Silky Smath fight on the side is actually almost as entertaining as the big 4v4 that's taking place in the center. The fact that Alex and Built are still alive after this 2 versus 4, you're thinking, wow, you know, there's just so much that could have gone like these inches, these margins. If they go one way just a little bit further, it's a wipe for the light side. If Built manages to get one more 4-man queue, maybe it's a wipe for Ruddy. And the game could have ended so many times, so much sooner.
Yeah.
But with just the way both these teams were playing on the edge, felt really insane to watch.
And again, like, Torok goes 1-for-1 with Silky Smath. EMP finds an insane flash Q to break the other side of it to get that lilting lullaby down, and you kind of see that's where the nervousness that Wolverine was talking about came in, where that's where the tenseness comes in. And Lightside, I'm sure, are going to feel a bit frustrated there, because I know obviously the coach is saying, look, I don't think we loaded on the server properly today, and that tenseness, that nervousness did show in some of those setups. And eventually, of course, Ruddy are the ones that end up with the break. They are the ones who, because partly Built had a bit of an advantage at the side lane, they had the dragons, there were other macro elements that gave them just that little bit more wiggle room in my mind.
We've got one final replay as well to fire off, and just before we get into this, we can fire it up, but just a small thing from Silky Smath, the amount of ease forward I saw from him this game felt illegal, but he knew what he was doing, right? So many times we see Ezreal's fall to that. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. This was the fight that put Ruddy in the position to finally win out this game, and it comes from the beginning where Built finds a solo. This whole time, Silky Smath is dealing damage to the dragon, manages to take it down. It doesn't feel like that solo is going to be particularly important. It's actually the fact that Silky Smath joins the fight that becomes important. And again, just laser precision. Every chance he gets the opportunity to, he's arcane shifting forward, he's burning summoner spells, he's doing the damage necessary. And yeah, really don't win off of this fight. They end up going back toward the Baron, but that is, as we say, the thing that turned the game in their favor.
Yeah, and a little note, you know, shout out to Built. He plays the Riven. It's not the cleanest early. It gets a little bit, you know, there's that solo kill, but I think one of the things that a lot of people were talking about this guy's Riven is it's not necessarily about the early level 6 1v1 huge outplays, play it like a super stylish thing. He's got that to him, sure, but it's more these kind of it's the parameters he's so aware of, the edges he knows he can take. Look, actually, I have got the calculation here to take out the additional man. That gives us a 4v4 in mid lane, while Silky Smath goes and solo out the mountain soul, and suddenly EMP doesn't have as much damage to work with. He gets run down. Torok doesn't get to fight out as well as it does. Those kind of moments matter. It's super clutch, and Ruddy are the ones that edge out the game.
The medical run continues, and that means that we need to see the MVP of the match. We already talked about him. The Ezreal poke 71% kill participation, but 37% damage.
1.1k.
Gosh.
I mean, it's a long game. There's a lot of people who are sitting constantly. It is poke numbers, but even then, that is highly impressive.
I mean, yeah, like you say, long game means that there's more minutes to divide it by. Right? In my mind, that's genuinely off the charts from Silky Smath.
But it's a hard one to vote for today. You look at the KDAs and you're
There
like,
was some seriously good performances.
Wait. There was the Pike. There was also the AD carry from Dead Hound coming in with a Smolder. Johan just completely
Viego, my God, yeah.
the Viego. Every single one of them is like, yeah, everybody can be player of the day on day 12 of the NLC. Which means we have to look at the standings to understand what shifted today. Not a lot of difference. Lions Creed still in first place. Venom Crest on the second one. They are on playoffs. 2 teams already qualified. Then you have Nord, Lightside, Verdant, Ready, and Natives tied up. And at the bottom of the table, we have DMG. It's finally fixing itself. Nature is healing, I would say. But talking about healing, that's what I need right now because of my predictions. Let's lock it. Oh my gosh, I don't want to do this.
We can do this one. This one's a good
It's
graphic.
actually okay. This is relief.
This is a good graphic.
It's been okay.
Yeah.
So, the last one sucks for you, Archer, buddy. Oh, dude. Rudin's very pleased. I only drop a single point, and mate, what did you do today?
I tried. Oh,
Osher did not believe in the close proximity of the NLC.
I've also enjoyed the Duckling and Middlecott have also just decided to like dive into the predictions Valhalla as well. Like
phone it in.
Save a spot for us in the long hauls, guys, because there's some drinking your sorrows of me tonight.
Aside from Fox Drop, we don't talk
How's he
about
done it
him.
again? That's
I'm
very
just
annoying.
gonna say it. It's. Why is he sitting at 56?
Hang on, this is the old
boy.
predictions. This is the old one. I'm about to say I should have picked up like 10 odd points today.
Don't put me and Archer on the same amount of points after today.
Come on!
Yeah.
Don't do me like that. There we go.
Oh gosh!
Much better.
Oh no!
And more importantly, Middlecott has gone even further into the negatives.
Yeah,
somehow,
Duckling's out of
it feels
negatives
like.
though, which is that I'm not okay with that. He really
The
should
glow
be.
up.
Yeah, he needs kicking down a bit more.
Oh my god! Make it stop. Okay. Let's talk about the next week that we're gonna have, because it's the final week, the final countdown. It's week 7. We're gonna start on March 6th. Oh, I mean,
okay. So
oh boy.
the way to look at this is now games between teams that are in the conversation for playoffs but that aren't currently locked. So Verdant Natives.
Which means all games.
Lightside Nord. Lightside Nord, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yeah.
the big one for Lightside Nord is obviously neither of those teams are locked. I think if Nord win, they get to the 8 mark, and that should secure them. The other thing is, if I think particularly you've got to be a bit aware because it will affect Ruddy's potential chances as well, because they're competing currently against Nord and Lightside, and they're 0-2 against Nord, but they are 1-1 against Lightside. So Ruddy have got their eyes on that game as well, big time.
So you know what games are going to be played on the final week of the Northern League of Legends Championship. So this is your last opportunity to get yourself a SteelSeries wireless mouse.
Hey.
There you go, SteelSeries ZX5 wireless mouse. It's the last one of the split. I don't know if we're going to do it for playoffs. If we're going to do it, we'll learn about it. But I'm just letting you know, if you want to go for the weekly community contest, this is your time. I know the games are tough. Don't ask for my opinion because you know it's going to be terrible. Contact Foxdrop for the help. Middlecott, don't even try it. And there you go. This is the SteelSeries you want to win at the end of the week. Reaching the last hurdle. Oh, I want this mouse actually. I want it.
Like, is this you trying to pull a Middlecott? My suggestion is buy
Nah,
a roll of duct tape and just stick it around your mouse, and then you can just that's it exactly, and just wrap it around your mouse, and Steel Series might take pity on you.
I have everything on this desk, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Probably without the good predictions. I don't know.
Is your lightsaber there?
Yes, it is. It is.
I was gonna make that exact same burn Archeron, and then you made it
you
to
wanna see
yourself,
it?
and then you said it already.
Darth Archeron, I love it.
Let's
He
talk about
gave
end
into
of
the
day.
hate with all the predictions. That's what it is.
Yes. I should turn into the dark side.
You're not there already?
Damn it! No, that's middle class wrong because that's.
That's when you hit negative points in the predictions. I think.
Now we're talking about it. Time initializing reduced. Last words of the day and of the week.
I mean, it's just come back. It's just come back next week. We have now 4 teams still in contention for what is 2 playoff spots. 2 games separate us from 3rd to 6th.
Gosh.
Look,
3rd to 7th. But yeah, like I don't need to say more. Thank you.
my personal thing is any Netflix producers out there, there is serious stocks right now on the Ruddy Miracle run. They've sacked the early split to set up for the ultimate in television viewing. Just tune in next week and see this incredible finale to what will be season 1.
You know when to see it? Well, it's a special episode for the last week. It's the final season. Come on, you gotta step in and you gotta watch it. We'll be back on Wednesday. We'll finish it on Thursday, and if we need to, we'll play on Friday for, you know what? Tiebreakers. So we have a special week just for you to step in and watch what's gonna happen. From me and from the rest of the production, thank you so much for watching. We love you very much and keep climbing.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.